Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. DNK. Welcome to my channel. Katie is desperate. Welcome to my channel.
Room alone. Haley agreed to it as long as he didn't try to F her. The visit was far more amiable, with the two of them cuddling, tickling each other, and doing all of the sweet things that, a couple would do. They would also have a lengthy discussion about how she could try to get him fired from the military before he was shipped out to boot camp, which he was very eager to do, and they would meet to discuss this a few times afterwards. After he shipped out, Max claims they would continue regular correspondence, although the only proof he shows is a picture of him holding up his pinky to show he was making a pinky promise, as he says. At this point, Max tells us he hadn't actually been aware at all that Haley was dating Anthony. She could try to get him fired from the military before he was shipped out to boot camp, which he was very eager to do, and they would meet to discuss this a few times afterwards. After he shipped out, Max claims they would continue regular correspondence, although the only proof he shows is a picture of him holding up his pinky to show he was making a pinky promise, as he says. At this point, Max tells us he hadn't actually been aware at all that Haley was dating Anthony, as whenever they hung out, she would claim they were just friends. He would eventually find out in boot camp, which is when he attempted to take his own life. However, his version of events once again differs, as he shows a supposed text from Anthony threatening Max to stay away from them in the aftermath of that video. In fact, he tells us the person who had saved his life was actually one of his army buddies. He also shows a supposed police report filed by Anthony and Haley. Since Max doesn't show much evidence of many of his and Haley's interactions, he decides to call in his sister as a sort of character witness, testifying that he and Haley were in fact incredibly close and casting more doubt on some of Haley's claims. As the conclusion rolls around, Max takes aim at what he considers his last unofficial accuser, Magnetar himself, taking time to make a rather egregious claim of his own. That's also while revealing his full name to the public.
Anthony Field, Haley's boyfriend, Magnetar on YouTube, the one who published this video on me.
The proof he shows is the testimony of a supposed victim who claims Anthony sent her nudes when she was underage. We also get testimony from Max's sister who affirms this anonymous account.
He graduated high school and he was an adult. He said his proposed to a high schooler who was around 14 years old or 15 years old.
It should be noted that we don't actually get any tangible evidence. In spite of this, Max is very confident in calling this man a creep, leaking his full name in the process. The video was overall received very well, amassing nearly 1 million views. It was good enough for people to not only dismiss the accusations, but levy the ones against Anthony. That included several massive YouTubers who trusted Max as both a friend and a credible hunter.
And then he showed a clip of his sister saying that the guy that's making that organized the video was sending like dick pics to 15-year-olds.
Me and my girlfriend were following the whole thing like crazy because it was like, me and my girlfriend were like, we know Max, so it's like, we just want to know this whole fucking thing. And me and her were blown away by the bombshell. We're like, what the fuck? Like, how can this?
Yeah.
It's like, you gotta imagine, like, you're the guy running these things, and you have a possible history.
I mean, to be
So it's
honest,
like,
looking at it from his perspective, Max is this guy who obviously has a and hates this dude, right? And he's making videos about catching pedophiles. He's just scared that one of the videos will be about him. So he's trying to discredit Max first.
We'll touch base with this later on because it would take a while for this video to be scrutinized at all. This is for the most part how the public left off the scandal back in 2022. Anthony gets destroyed and Max is still in a position of power. With the constant takedowns and apprehension to censorship, it shouldn't be surprising his income came largely outside of YouTube.
Max doesn't even try to monetize his videos anymore.
Max had a fan base of very loyal supporters, a massive number of whom signed up on his Patreon. This is where he would upload uncensored cuts of his videos, as well as other exclusive benefits. While it's a bit iffy to calculate his exact earnings at the time, given he hid both the number of patrons and the amount he was making, we can assume through third-party websites that he had well over 3,000 patrons at his peak. This was at an average of around $6 per patron. Of course, to maintain that loyalty, you would have to actually produce the content they were paying for. For a while, the only video he uploaded after Believe All Abusers was a song called Pray. It's pretty embarrassing, with the lyrics about how he wants creeps to perform oral on him. Behind the scenes, Max hyped this up by adding creators to a group chat claiming he was about to cause a stir. But other than that, he was mostly inactive until the summer of 2023. On June 6, 2023, Max uploaded How This Little Girl Makes $150 billion every year. It was received poorly by fans, with many concluding it was just an advertisement for his Patreon. This was while asking for help reaching 10,000 patrons despite making little to no content.
If you want to see the full trailer, then you'll have to go to Patreon, or find it somewhere else on the internet. But in the meantime, please enjoy this censored version.
Those who did watch the uncensored versions were disturbed. Max's rather tasteless recreations were present throughout his catalog. In Wayne.exe, he even shows himself rescuing a victim from her captor in a Hotline Miami cosplay. But the new video contained scenes depicting CSA using an actor and an actress. The choice was controversial, inciting backlash among his patrons. One user, named A Mushroom, began arguing with Max, stating they couldn't support him in good conscience. Max doubled down, stating he didn't care about feelings, and asked for proof it was harmful. The back and forth continued, with Max forced to address it in a Patreon-only livestream. The cracks were beginning to show, but for now, people gave him the benefit of the doubt. Interestingly, one of the uncensored versions was titled You Can't Hurt Me Trailer. It was uploaded to Vimeo on an account called Striker Films. You see, Max began using the alias Max Striker, even changing his legal name to Max Salvatorio Striker. Salvatorio is an Italian name that means savior. He wrote in his petition, I believe changing my name will allow me to be more successful, as it is the image I'm striving for rather than the image I've been living with. Also, I just don't find the names Ronald or Harris very interesting. On October 22nd, Mama Max approached a number of online personalities regarding his next investigation. The video was about a dangerous predator Max intended to expose to the masses. His messages were bizarre, with vague threats implying they could be creeps. He invited them to watch his video ahead of time under the condition they signed a non-disclosure agreement. Tell your friends that this video serves as my response to those who spread disinformation for profit. It will also stand as a cautionary statement for any of you involved in illegal or unethical behavior targeting minors. I would invite you to use your platform responsibly. Disseminating this video could be an opportunity for you to contribute positively. Max seemed quite upset by the fact that he was, in his own mind, blown off by all of these creators. So much so that he would actually make it a focal point of his eventual expose. On October 27th, he released a video titled Brainwash Your Favorite Influencers, Trigger Warning. The main purpose of this video was supposedly to tell the story of Shelby Spencer Slayton and her accusations against a man named Camden Gerard Davis.
On
March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared, lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous sex cult led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god.
He was apparently accused of kidnapping, assault, and attempted human trafficking.
The man had recruited hundreds of young children, subjecting them to sending CP, kidnapping, assault, and attempted trafficking. Almost 7 years later, Spencer and the other survivors shared their stories with me. This video serves as their scream for action against their perpetrator.
The rather glaring problem is that Max doesn't actually do much to expose the accused. Even though the video is supposed to be about victims of a cult, only 2 minutes of it actually explain their situation. No evidence is presented at all beyond the missing poster. Max spends more time comparing influencers to cult leaders and proposing bizarre hypotheticals.
Two extraterrestrial factions of the same primitive species are at war with each other. They are both guilty for spilling the blood of children. Based on the pattern among this species, who will win the war?
It primarily serves as a call to action to get the video in front of popular faces. Max once again calls out specific creators and invites them to talk about the topic. This list would include PewDiePie, Lex Friedman, Mr. Beast,
Joe Rogan,
Philip DeFranco, Ethan and Hila, Anthony Fantano, and of course Corpse Husband. Each individual is given a personalized plea, like appealing to PewDiePie's newfound fatherhood. Max requests to be on Lex Friedman's podcast, and I guess Joe Rogan as well.
Joseph Rogan.
He thanks Philip DeFranco for his coverage of Pick Aside YouTube. The message to Fantano is about how the song playing is a banger.
Words. Welcome to my channel.
The corpse section is a generic plea ignoring the stunt Max pulled a year ago. And after that, there's a rather off-kilter section of Spencer addressing Camden's mother, revealing her full name to the public. The video ends with a claim that Spencer is seeking legal action against Camden, as well as a call-out for all of his other supposed victims to come forward. He encourages viewers to use the hashtag #WeAreReal. Max then states all proceeds of the video will go to the victims, either to fund their legal battle, or simply to help them in general. He also teases episode 1 of the You Can't Hurt Me podcast featuring Spencer. The video only netted about 100,000 views, a stark drop from his previous content. It received a mix of criticism and confusion, with most unable to follow what was even going on. This wasn't helped by the disclaimer stating it was fictionalized to some degree. The underperformance could also be blamed on the fact he rebranded his entire channel. Max renamed his channel to God Cult, with many fans assuming he was hacked. He wasn't, with the rebrand accompanied by this manifesto ranting about AI, geopolitical conflict, and global warming. His Patreon indicates GODS stands for Guard Our Daughters and Sons. The description offers a bit more insight, implying he made the trailer without Spencer's permission. Dear Spencer, I was hesitant when you approached me to document your story. By nature, I'm an autistic experimental filmmaker. Are you kidding me, bro? Yeah, me too, actually, me too. I'm mad autistic, dude. I'm an autistic experimental filmmaker with a propensity for igniting movements that many deem controversial. I'm not a journalist by any stretch, but you believed in my ability to do justice to your narrative. As I listened more, I found my own traumatic past reflecting yours in some of the most heart-wrenching ways. To that end, you'll find a few surprises that we can discuss after you watch it. I hope I did not let you down. Your friend, Max. The comments were filled with valid criticism, causing them to be turned off entirely. The next day, the aforementioned podcast was posted to a channel owned by Spencer. It's a 5-hour interview in which Max asks Spencer about the cult at length. Now, just a heads up, I'm not going to talk much about those accusations today, but I do have a separate video about the cult on the way, which will investigate the allegations against Camden Gerard Davis in depth. The biggest takeaway most had is that, once again, there were no receipts. While most believed her story, the interview doesn't provide actionable evidence. In fact, it may have hurt the cause, as part of her testimony includes admitting to several crimes.
There was one time he did have me lure a girl, like, physically. We got an Uber and went and picked this girl up from, like, 30 minutes away from us, and she was, like, 13 or 14, and he kept trying to convince me to convince her to have sex with him.
There is one specific story I should bring up for reasons that'll become obvious later. The podcast isn't just Spencer's testimony, but 4 other survivors who provided written statements to be read out loud. The only other accuser without a pseudonym was Michaela Staton, referred to as Kai and Kayla. In her retelling, Spencer claims she left the cult after Camden allegedly S.A'd Michaela behind a church.
Was there a specific moment that led to your decision to escape?
Kayla getting sexually assaulted by him. like literally in a ditch outside of a church.
Michaela reported this to the authorities, apparently providing photo evidence and a threatening conversation she had with him. In fact, she even claims Michaela had gotten pregnant, and when she'd told that to a detective, he outright ghosted her. Eventually, Michaela would allegedly have a miscarriage. The video offered a harrowing and far more complete picture of how severe these allegations were. But they were just that, allegations, and you need a lot more to call someone an evil cult leader. And most people simply didn't have the time or ability to piece together the story from a 5-hour podcast with no proof. It didn't get the attention Max desired, as the next day he went live with Spencer reacting to the video.
Influencers, even if they're not destructive, being inactive to injustice, I feel, is in of itself harmful. People don't care until it affects them. And I know this is shitty, but if they don't cover it, I'm going to make it affect them.
On November 11th, Max released This Is What Happened to Mama Max. The video starts with Max addressing the overall change in his content. He explains his journey from the early days of his channel back in 2016. Eventually, his productions turned more serious when he found his calling making predator hunting content. That's when Max gives a rather startling admission. He reveals that every single hunt video, while fundamentally based in reality, took place in a larger fictional universe where such behavior is normalized.
The Mama Max universe was a cautionary tale that takes place in a dystopian future where child predators have seized global power, exploiting the digital landscape to entrench their rule. Rising from the ashes of a society that failed to protect its most vulnerable, the children emerged. A covert network of vigilantes inspired by the style of Hotline Miami. Once victims, they are now hunters of the monsters who hurt children.
Amusingly, he describes this as too obtuse for YouTube, complaining it led to a steep drop in viewership. He even goes on to say the YouTube audience may not be ready for this kind of content. On that note, he also defends himself from accusations of clout chasing by saying that if he really wanted to get views, he'd picked a terrible grift for YouTube. He does not bring up his Patreon numbers, mind you, which, while diminished at this point, was still netting him up to $9 grand a month. He then responds to comments that call him either a grifter or point out he wasn't treating the situation seriously enough. For example, this is his response to a user accusing him of using the topic as window dressing to boost his relevancy.
Comparing crucial issues like child abuse, human trafficking, and pedophilia as window dressing for YouTube relevancy says far more about you than you realize. Your choice to overlook these details and instead diminish this work is a telling revelation of your own character.
For the most part, this is the general stance he takes throughout the video, using the seriousness of the topic as a shield from any and all criticism. He defends the overt flashiness by saying it was the only way he thought it could get some attention. He argues that doing things the regular way, by showing all the facts, simply wasn't enough. It necessitated cult-like tactics to get people to connect with the message. This is also how he justifies calling out specific YouTubers. Max argues that if they had any sort of moral backbone, they would push his video unconditionally. He shames all the YouTubers he reached out to in private, albeit with the courtesy to not name anyone in particular. But that was very short-lived as Max became agitated behind the scenes.
Max, have you personally reached out to any YouTubers about this? Yes, I have reached out to multiple. They are all apprehensive. I don't want to say I don't blame them. I think the YouTubers I reached out to should be covering the story regardless, because it could make a huge impact and potentially save children's lives. And I've made that clear with them, but they are apprehensive. My current solution is make the follow-up video and discuss it further in a way that's more accessible. Talk to Charlie. Deadmau5, I did talk to Charlie. I will still be talking to him.
This can be seen in his DMs to Charlie, which he leaked in his next video. The first shown is dated October 23rd. It seems Charlie turned him down, stating he was moving away from React content. Max acknowledges this before adding him to a group chat. There is absolutely no expectation for you to react or cover the video. Max bothers him for several days, begging him to review the video. The brainwashing vid is released on October 27th. Then on November 6th, Max tags everyone stating the video didn't meet expectations and they didn't make enough to start a full legal suit. I've sent the survivors my own income to hopefully make up for this. Max also sends Charlie a DM asking for a 15-minute call. Before long, he was shaming them for their silence to get them to attend his meetings.
Hello, my name is Max Stryker. I'm a filmmaker dedicated to empowering children. You are invited to a mass call between many high-profile YouTubers and the survivors of a destructive sex cult that has victimized hundreds of children.
The idea Max didn't expect them to cover the story was a lie, evident by a DM he sent to Nicholas Diorio around the same time. Your response, or lack thereof, will not go unnoticed. We are determined to be heard, and we hope to count you among those who stand for what is right. Max was gearing up for his next big stunt, which came just 4 days after his last. It was on November 25th, 2023, that Max uploaded, "This is the cancellation of all time, Penguin Zero, #WeAreReal." In addition to the title, the thumbnail put Charlie front and center. The video begins with Max helpfully explaining it was clickbait for another call to action. He follows this with a brief segment mocking the outrage surrounding Sniper Wolf and juxtaposing it against what he deems a far more serious issue. While Max claims it isn't a call-out, he does levy several criticisms against Charlie. Footage of his channel plays in the background while Max rants about the apathy of creators. There's even a section where he shows all of their DMs before looking down solemnly as the survivors flash on screen. This is all preceded by a quote stating his silence would lead to the triumph of evil.
The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing.
Following this montage, Max addresses Charlie directly while claiming he's not trying to corner him. This is largely what he spends the last 10 minutes discussing, once again distracting from what he supposedly cared about.
Charlie, I hold on to the hope that you'll act in accordance with the integrity and goodness I've always known you to possess. I realize that centering this part of the video around you might feel imposing, and for that I extend my sincere apologies. To offer a gesture of goodwill, here are my dogs, hoping it brings a moment of joy amidst these heavy topics.
Max finally provides evidence in this video, but they're spliced in between the borderline seizure-inducing edits and flash on screen for only a second. They're also completely without context. The montage includes a picture of Spencer and Camden together, as well as some seemingly innocuous posts. They do very little to further our understanding of the case, but hey, at least it's something, I guess. He also plays a video with the survivors, including both Spencer and Michaela.
My name is Spencer, and I am a survivor of Camden Davis, the leader of a destructive cult that has victimized hundreds of minors. This video is our screen grab.
The video drags on for a while, adding really nothing worth of substance to the overall investigation. Pretty much the universal impression from creators and viewers alike was that it was just another call for attention. In the end, this video was received the worst, with an overwhelmingly negative comment section. Everyone from CSA victims to supposed lawyers came out of the woodwork to criticize him, pointing out the over-reliance on flowery prose and the obvious attempt at emotionally blackmailing Charlie. This continues even into the description where he admits to using ChatGPT-4 and cult psychology. Whatever goodwill he had from over the years was quickly evaporating, as even his own fans were skeptical. I mean, we're a whole 3 videos in with over 50 minutes of content, and Max had still done absolutely nothing to explain the whole story or provide actionable proof. The video inevitably reached Charlie, who was asked on stream to address the situation. He was not impressed, calling the move slimy, and giving a brief explanation of why he stopped replying in the first place.
We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation, and then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it, and now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission, and it really rubs me the wrong way. He's jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it, which is really fucking cringe. I had COVID and I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with, and then I spent 12 days not doing anything online in bed, and during that time apparently it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical because he didn't respond to my messages.
After getting backlash over the title and thumbnail, Max renamed it Reacting to the Reactions of SS Sniper Wolf's Actions. But even though the criticism was getting harsher, he once again doubled down on his method of investigation. On the 26th, Max fired up a live stream titled Fight Me to argue with his chat and the comment section. Most of the criticism centered around his targeting of Charlie, as well as his dismissal of the Sniper Wolf drama. Bear in mind, she had just doxed and went to the house of another YouTuber. He angrily clarifies that while this was in fact important, in comparison to trafficking around the world, it should hardly be a blip on the radar.
And people are still bringing it to, oh, but drama. Oh, but Charlie harassment. Oh, but Sniper Wolf, let's defend the Sniper Wolf mass coverage. How about we take it to human trafficking and global child exploitation, guys? How's that sound?
This is largely what the stream boils down to, without much in the way of substance. Max continues to insist on the importance of his mission, while dismissing any idea he wasn't going about it correctly. He went live again a few days later, this time with Spencer. On this stream, there was a little more of a dialogue going on, with people coming in and out to voice their criticism. He speaks to a YouTuber named Larix, who grills him on trying to guilt trip Charlie into speaking out. Max defends himself by claiming it wasn't his intent, and that he only singled him out because he likes him.
I think you're trying to force him in a sense, or try to like use this moral superiority, the guilt, like to guilt trip him into covering it at this point.
At least I have your eyes, though.
Larix also mocks aspects of Spencer's story to her face, like the fact that she sincerely believed Camden's supernatural image.
Wait, so what did he convince you to be?
He convinced me that I was a vampire, and then later on, after he quote-unquote broke up with me, I was a hybrid of a werewolf and a vampire.
Oh, a hybrid. Okay. You know, I saw your video. You put on a pretty convincing performance, you know, with those like fake teeth and everything. Like he had me sold, you know. I probably would have got Grim too. He could have got me if he would have just like had his eyes on the little boys, you know.
While he doesn't provide good answers, Max is at least pretty amicable. He has a chat with Mutahar, and in fairness, seems receptive to his criticism.
When you present a case well, when you tell them exactly the beginning, middle, and a potential end of a story, then they have to be actionable. I mean, they're very compelled to be actionable, more so than they were if your story is a little haphazard at the beginning, right? That's the only real criticism I have to offer.
I appreciate the feedback, man. So actually, the whole reason why I made the group chat was because I needed this feedback. I needed to know what direction to go with this because it is such a huge case, and I'm already too close to it. Like, I already know like all the details. I don't know what other people need to know, and I just assumed everyone would go to the podcast.
This stream is also when we learn about a few concerning details about his plan. He reveals that he's contractually obligated to see the whole case through, but doesn't explain what that means. He also says he's in charge of making sure Spencer is financially taken care of and housed, which resulted in her moving in with him.
Why we're doing donations through my Patreon rather than a GoFundMe, that is because I'm contractually obligated to see this case through and make sure Spencer is taken care of. Spencer is moving over to me in a couple of days, actually, and we're gonna find her own place, and I will be paying for all of it.
This would raise a lot of questions later down the line, but for now, it's just something to keep in mind. The final point worth mentioning is when Max invites a person named Spider. Spider brings up something that frankly should have been brought up long before the case got to this point, which is the statute of limitations. When Spider asks what the statute of limitations is on cases like this, both Spencer and Max admit they don't know the answer.
I don't personally know the statutes. Max, do you have an idea?
The statute of limitations, I personally don't care. I think Camden deserves to be behind bars no matter what.
I mean, this is a huge red flag considering we'd later learn he'd been in contact with the victims for 2.5 years, and it only gets more ridiculous from there. Max accuses Camden of preying on hundreds of kids before asserting that some of those cases should be within the statute of limitations. He consults ChatGPT for an answer, which only becomes more funny when Spider shows actual legal documents that detail the laws.
I don't think the statute of limitation. Let me ask ChatGPT actually. Let's get this cool guy involved.
I have like an article about this. There's one for 2018 and there's one for 2023, but the laws, at least the statute of limitation laws for both articles, have not changed.
If you could send me that information, or did you already send it to me?
It's rather odd this didn't get more attention, with the comments being a lot nicer to him than before. The live chat is also fairly warm to Max, largely composed of fans supportive of him and Spencer. However, even though the stream was not too badly received, the exact same complaint that had been plaguing Max since the beginning would come to cause trouble. It was still way too vague, with very little in the way of specific details being given, and nothing in the way of actual proof about Camden's cult. While this first stream didn't go down too badly, things very quickly got worse. Max did a second stream about the topic a day later, titled "A New Survivor Speaks Out." As the title suggests, the stream starts off with an introduction to Michaela in her first proper public appearance. During this, Max and Spencer would jointly ask questions of her. Michaela explains that she went to school with Camden and met him when she was somewhere between 14 and 15. They began dating near the end of the school year, which is allegedly when he began assaulting her.
He would frequently force me to do sexual things with him that I didn't really want to do, but I didn't feel like I could tell him no, you know, because we were together at the time. And I didn't realize that until like much later. There were a few things he did that, you know, was probably sexual assault, but being a kid and being, you know, what I thought was in love, I didn't ever say anything.
Michaela claims he went on to threaten her and her family, which forced her to escape to Kansas to interrupt a pregnancy. This stream is important because it confirms Michaela filed a police report and did a rape kit.
Especially with the fact that there was an actual kit with Kai's. Like, there was solid evidence, and they just completely ghosted her, the detectives.
Unfortunately, just like before, no actual evidence is provided whatsoever, leaving us with yet another unconfirmed story. Max justifies the withholding of evidence by stating it was necessary for the legal case against Camden. He also states he was waiting for this speculative, nebulous, hundreds of victims to contact him.
There were hundreds of minors that we are trying to bring together, which was the point of reaching out to Charlie, a reminder to everyone.
Just like last time, Max took time to invite random people on stream and talk to them. It's during one of these chats that we find out Max had been working on this case for 2.5 years. Spencer claims to have contacted him after filing a report to the authorities. They had yet to file another report since then, with Spencer arguing it was unrealistic without more survivors.
When's the last time that any of this has been brought to any authorities, like FBI or police?
Probably about 3 years ago.
How long have you guys been sort of talking to Mama Max?
For like 2.5 years.
Well, now that you guys are sort of getting a case together, don't you think it'd be a better idea to, before the video, to give it to the authorities again, now that you're like all together and you can sort of go as a collective to the police?
I mean, we could have done that, but at the same time, with the track record that we've already seen, it just didn't really seem realistic without having more of us survivors to do this.
Things become more questionable when Max makes it seem like they're pursuing a lawsuit against both Camden and the authorities.
I don't want to wait for the bureaucracy of law enforcement to take their time, and it's already been 7 years with multiple reports. Like, that's ridiculous, and that's also why we're taking them to court as well, because this is absurd.
There are no real details given on how he actually plans to approach it, mind you. He does, however, promise to release a video detailing the full timeline of events, helped by Spencer, even going as far as to say it's his #1 priority. Besides this, we also find out that the entire legal fund for the victim was being handled directly by Spencer.
Where's the donations going towards? Not that I doubt it won't be going to a good cause for survivors.
Welcome
it's going
to
to the
my
legal
channel.
case. Spencer's handling all the money. I am sending it to her. She is the financial manager of the legal case.
By now, the number of people actually taking this seriously continued to dip lower. While the chat was supportive, the comments after were largely negative. This only worsened as people began to scrutinize Michaela's story, finding contradictions between the two versions presented. I mentioned before that Michaela's testimony was first read out as part of Spencer's podcast. While you can fill in some details without contradicting anything, Spencer claimed it was a miscarriage, while Michaela says it was deliberate.
When she messaged the detective and was like, hey, he got me pregnant, the detectives never responded ever again. And she ended up miscarrying, so she didn't have that baby, and honestly, I think that she believes that was for the best.
He kept threatening me and threatening to kill my family, so I up and moved to Kansas, where I met somebody and they helped me get an abortion for that.
Without going into what this means for the actual story being told, this is one of the best examples of just how poorly conceived Max's way of doing things really was. It's sort of expected that if you're live streaming, you're gonna mess up and misspeak. This is fine when the stakes are low, but when the point is to deliver potentially damning testimony, you better make sure everything lines up, especially when your testimony is the only thing we can go off of. Needless to say, putting trauma victims in front of a mic on a live broadcast is not a good way to do that. This oversight was enough for Max to break out of his stupor, at least slightly. He pinned a comment under one of the videos promising to address some of the complaints. By then, his own subreddit was turning on him, questioning why Max would even bother instead of focusing on the timeline and actually getting a video out that proved that this cult even existed. So up until this point, there's something I've neglected to mention. Michaela is a single mother. If you'll recall, Max claimed all of the proceeds from his Patreon and the 3 videos would go to the victims. In spite of this, on November 19th, Michaela made a troubling post on Facebook begging for $20. This was so she could afford baby wipes, diapers, and eggs for her child. This opened up a lot of questions about how that money was being distributed. I mean, Max went out of his way to give Spencer money and a place to stay. We also know that Spencer herself was now in charge of the money, which suggests she was responsible for distributing it to the other victims. So for one of the key victims to be left financially destitute is not exactly a good look, no matter how you slice it. Then, a few days later, another bombshell bombshell dropped. Michaela's original police report was obtained and released on Kiwi Farms. It contradicted her on-stream account completely. It was filed in May of 2017 when she was 18 years old. There was a kit, but police concluded there was no physical evidence to support the suspect was at the house the night of the incident. Now, to be clear, it does align closer with her account from the podcast, but there are still major discrepancies, such as 2 other alleged assaults going completely unmentioned. They are supposed to have occurred outside of a church in December of 2016.
In December of 2016, a week after my birthday, and then again on Christmas Eve, I met him in a church parking lot in the middle of the night under the pretenses of he wanted to talk about some things that were going on within the group. Both times he ended up me in that church parking lot.
With no real evidence provided to police, the investigation was suspended on July 13th, 2017. There was now verifiable proof that at least some of what Max presented was just outright false. This report was picked up by a streamer named Chud Logic, who was actually one of the first to make content criticizing Max's investigation. At this point, pretty much nothing Max released could be taken seriously without proof. This led a lot of people to start viewing his prior catalog with a critical lens. They were re-examining his previous attempts at hunting, looking for any discrepancies. The result was a now rather infamous Reddit post by Maximum Platypus 69 on December 17th. This guy goes in depth about how he believes that 3 of Max's most popular videos had actually been faked. In Cartoon Incorporated, he noticed the supposed Frozen 3 video uses a distinct font called Pixter Granular. Pixter Granular is a unique font type that appears in Max's later videos. It's not available by default in Windows or Adobe, which meant it had to be searched for and purchased. While not exactly bulletproof, the coincidence is rather interesting. He also points out the supposed arrest from his My Lol video. I already covered these discrepancies earlier, but the third and most damning in this section is about imvu.exe. This is a story I left out earlier because it's genuinely fucking insane. In the video, Max discovers an account named Casey, whose only friend is Pablo Sunny. Max uses this to infer she was exploited by him. Max then claims to have reverse image searched her Naruto profile picture to find a YouTube channel. This YouTube channel has unlisted videos, which he somehow gained access to. He then discovers a video titled, "This is where you went and killed me," depicting a bloody white sheet in the woods. Many interpreted this as meaning she had either died or unalived herself. This led to an extremely awkward moment in a Discord Q&A where he claims Casey is actually alive.
Is there an update on Casey? Can you talk about how you got into the channel and how you found it?
I can't talk too much about Casey. I don't know what I can and can't say. I will tell you that, yes, she's okay. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, thank God. I didn't even know that. Holy shit. That's something I wanted to actually jump in GC with you about at some point. Thank God.
I'm gonna stop talking about it. There's a lot I want to say about it, but I can't. I can't fucking talk about it.
Yeah, we'll respect her privacy too. We'll respect the secret for now. Thank you, Max, for that very relieving update, because that's a fucking haunting part of the video, I tell you.
To date, there is no real evidence that Casey ever actually existed. This post heightened the tension felt within Max's community, with much of his audience feeling betrayed. Even though it wasn't definitive, there really shouldn't be this many questions. It led people to actively question if there was any truth in his current case. I mean, that's what happens when you so heavily fictionize your predator hunting videos. If all of that wasn't bad enough, it was about to get a whole lot worse. The following is a clip many overlooked from the You Can't Hurt Me podcast.
The FBI investigation. That's interesting. I literally got a card on my front fence from the FBI. They didn't even bother contacting you.
No.
For context, Max often referenced paste bins in the description of his videos. It was where he'd store evidence and other material from his investigation. The files were hosted on the file sharing site called Mega. It was through this that a user discovered his Mega account had been closed. Not only that, but the notice claimed it had been reported to the authorities for objectionable content. This folder or file was reported to contain objectionable content, such as CSA, violent extremism, or bestiality. The link creator's account has been closed and their full details, including IP addresses, has been provided to the authorities. Now, the first response that comes to mind is that it simply contained proof of people being creeps. But from everything I've seen, that doesn't really make sense. Mega uses a similar method as a lot of sites in detecting illegal content. Basically, illegal stuff is stored in hashes to avoid retaining the original. This allows them to identify material by checking against a database of known hashes. This isn't to say a false positive isn't possible, but it's very rare. Mega, in particular, is quite limited in its appeals, with very few accounts ever being reinstated.
The appeals are very interesting. When an account gets hit, they can appeal, but the appeals are so limited that I'm not joking. In certain quarters, they have literally allowed 0 appeals to go through. In fact, their highest appeals were 10 appeals. And this is obviously thousands of accounts being taken down, very, very few accounts ever get reinstated, which I, as mentioned, is most likely because of a possible false positive.
This suggests that Max's account may have possibly, allegedly, according to some people's subjective opinions, had this kind of content uploaded on his profile. Without making any unsubstantiated claims, this was further proof Max was not cut out for this sort of investigation. In light of all this, Max broke his promise and went live again on January 5th, 2024, which will go down as perhaps his greatest mistake throughout this entire investigation. The stream's main focus was, presumably, to try and quell some of the heat Max had been receiving. He once again invited people on to talk about the case with the likes of Mudahar, Larix, and Xylee. Before we get to that though, Max starts addressing the mega controversy. He speculates it was flagged due to the videos of my LOL predators pleasuring themselves to him being in that folder.
Was all of the evidence we got from our pedo hunts, specifically I think it was my LOL, since there were so many predators and so much stuff we documented, we put it in the Mega Drive links. This included like videos of them feeding off to me saying I'm a 14-year-old. I assume Mega just saw it and was like, okay, this is child exploitation material, let's forward it to the police, which means it served its intended purpose.
Max and Spencer then claim to have found where Camden lives, filing a police report with local authorities. If you're wondering whether something has changed since the time when they claimed they were only doing a civil suit, trust me, this'll get weirder. For now though, we get introduced to yet another supposed survivor of Camden's escapades, codenamed Survivor A, with the name given to us being Ishmael. She recounts her experiences with the cult when she was 13 years old at length and in detail. The most relevant thing here, as usual, is that no actual proof is given to us, and the statement is completely off the cuff. The same issues emerged with yet another survivor, for whom we are given the name Eli. Eventually, after hours of questions and testimony, Max started inviting guests.
As you can tell, I'm very autistic. I just want to let you guys know that if I slip up and say the R word, I have the pass. So just so we're all clear on that.
All right.
The first one to come on is Larix, who became a very outspoken critic. The conversation starts off with Larix talking about their first conversation and how Max sent his viewers to spam Camden's mom and brother. Not only was it scummy, but it didn't even make sense, as Spencer admitted they were both unaware and no longer lived with him. Max responds by arguing that, while he can understand how being blown up like that may be annoying, it is nonetheless something his family should be notified of. The topic then shifts to a discussion about Max's own personal drama regarding his accusers and Haley's boyfriend. Larix points out that he accused Magnetar of being a PDF file based on very flimsy evidence. The only evidence was anonymous, unverified messages from a supposed victim. They're shown in his video, but end with the person admitting they no longer had the alleged conversation. Rather tellingly, Max acknowledges this, but continues to insist that Anthony is a PDF file.
He is a file.
Okay.
He is verifiably a file.
Okay, I'm curious because I just talked to Magnetar on my stream just like an hour ago, and he told me that he didn't know what you were talking about at all. I don't even know what happened. I'm just curious because I haven't seen evidence on both sides. So do you have any evidence proving he's a pedophile? Because you didn't show it in your video.
What do you want? His pic?
No. What? I want evidence proving he's a pedophile.
I think his behaviors prove that he is a pedophile.
What is his behavior? That's what I'm asking you.
I mean, Spencer talked on stream a little bit about what she saw. We all went to the same high school. I'll let her speak about that if she wants to. From what the person he sent his pic to when she was 15 said, I mean, she verified Anthony Field sent her pic when she was like 14 or 15.
How did she verify?
It's in the video.
Well, I mean, you just like scroll through a whole bunch of DMs, playing devil's advocate, fake those DMs, and I'm talking to Magnetar, and he says those DMs are fake.
Welcome to my
Oh,
channel.
welcome and good morning.
The other evidence is testimony from Max's own sister and Spencer. Yes, if this couldn't get any
Good
more
night.
convenient, Spencer
If
is
it's
now
night for
here
you.
to back him up with her own story.
I actually went to the same in high school, and he was graduated, over 18, and sneaking into the school wearing polo shirts because we had uniforms so that he could eat lunch with freshman girls. And I saw that multiple times when I myself was a freshman.
I don't think I need to explain to you the implication this has for his entire channel. It really highlights just how unprofessional Max really is, not to mention hypocritical. He's perfectly willing to give massive leeway to his accusers when he's not the one being accused. Max also claims on numerous occasions reasons that revealing Magnetar's full name isn't doxing, as it isn't personally identifiable information. Somehow he believes this, I guess. He then tries to Google this, only to have the first result contradict him. The reason I'm mentioning this now is because it'll become really funny later on. This is when we learn Max's plan for the legal fund has completely changed. Apparently, he spoke to a lawyer who advised them not to pursue a civil suit. He also changes his story to imply police were involved in some capacity since the beginning.
To everyone who keeps saying you can't sue someone into prison, we know that. We spoke to a lawyer. They recommended that we don't even pursue a civil suit. So we will be using the money to bring everyone to Georgia to report Camden to his district attorney. Just so that's clear, because we do want him behind bars.
Is the police involved now with this Camden Gerard Davis case?
I mean, they've been involved from the beginning. Well, involved is an exaggeration, but we are involving them now, yes.
Larix is then unceremoniously kicked out after he asks about Max's ex, Olivia, with Max painting it as an effort to protect her privacy. Whether there's any truth to that is anyone's guess, though to his credit, the original video was now unlisted. But things get even more interesting when Max invites Muda on stream. It was already apparent that Muda was following the situation, but as Larix tried to give his closing statements, Max name drops him to lend himself credibility.
We have evidence in a Discord server. You can ask Mudahar if he's seen some of the evidence.
This basically forced Mudahar to elaborate on his thoughts publicly. Muda brings up the same complaints he had before, calling out Max for providing little to no proof. He confirms he saw some of the proof, but was not allowed to talk about it due to an NDA. This is while implying, as best he could, the evidence wasn't all there yet.
I know that you feel you have the evidence and you feel like you know what you're doing is the right thing. But the thing about it is, like, if you want people to take this as seriously as you guys are taking it, you need to start providing that evidence to the public and provide, like, an actual story, you know? Like, I've seen the evidence that you posted, and obviously there's an NDA signed, so I can't publicly discuss this with anyone. But I can say, obviously, it, like, you know, it contains one side of the events, and obviously, you know, my thing on screenshots is that unless I refresh something from a server myself, I never usually believe it or jump on the gun. Okay, this is what we talked about, though, like a month ago. It's like, if we're gonna make a PSA and we're gonna talk about it, we need to make sure the story... I'm not saying 100% bulletproof. I don't live in that world, right? Like, obviously, you can't have 100% evidence of something, but I'm saying very, like, very ironclad almost, as close as you can fucking get, right?
Perplexingly, Max tells us that the reason he's not shown any proof so far is because his lawyer had advised him it would hurt the investigation.
You don't think we should protect that first to see if the police are going to do anything?
I mean, what you have right now, is it going to be something that, like, what is it? Is the evidence, do you believe, is going to be invalidated the moment you release it out in the public, like a message or something?
Correct. Is that not the case?
I mean, your lawyer should be the one discussing it. What did your lawyer say?
I mean, they said first thing we should do is all go to Georgia and make an accounting, but that's going to take a little bit of time just because we have to get all of the survivors on board and a date and time to do it.
I would say sit down with your lawyer again, because I've never heard any lawyer that would say that to me.
But of all the guests during the podcast, it's the one at the tail end of the stream that's the most gruesome. Xylee has been an ardent critic of Max's conduct throughout the entire case pretty much since the beginning. Amusingly, as soon as she comes on, Max leaves to use the bathroom, saying he'd rather wait for her to go off before coming back. Once that fails, they get to have a rather heated discussion where Xylee reiterates many of the same criticisms we've been over many times before. It's pretty cathartic as Max just sits there helplessly, completely unable to respond.
What are you trying to say, Xylee?
What I'm trying to say is, if they have a case, again, I haven't seen the proof, so I'm saying if, okay? If they have a case, you are f***ing it up by these live streams.
I don't think that's true.
No, I think it is. Because let me tell you something. You sent your audience to go hunting for this dude and his mother. If something would have happened to them, that would have been on your ass. And then it would have been on their ass for saying the damn name and having these people in the chat hunting his ass down like he's a fucking deer. They can pull these live streams for court. You do know that, right?
We are not going to court, Xylee.
So what are you doing? Just hunting them down like a deer? Is that what we're doing? So you do plan to go to police, right?
Of course.
What's the point past that? Because then you're talking court. So then if you go to police and they say, okay, yay, we're going to go get him or whatever, I don't know, live in a dreamland, whatever you want to feel. Are you going to court after that?
I'm unsure about the entire process. I think that's the job of the district attorney, but the survivors would likely appear as witnesses.
What bothers me is your answer right there. You've been doing this for 5 years and you don't know how the process goes?
I've never been to court.
Oh, well then that makes sense then. There you go, folks. You're a vigilante for views only. Bro! No! Are you serious?
He's toast, he's owned, he's destroyed, he's pwned, he's...
Game over.
We also get full confirmation that a civil case is no longer being pursued at all. This is because their lawyer plainly told them there would be no point as Camden doesn't have substantial enough assets. Yeah, I know, it took him this long to figure that out. Like, Max is genuinely just retarded. As interesting as these discussions are, there's one detail I've neglected to mention that turns this whole case on its head. In response to his chat calling Spencer living with Max exploitative, they reveal that they've actually known each other since they were kids.
Oh, it's so exploitative that I moved in with a friend. Oh, boo-hoo. What?
Spencer has known my family her whole life. She was in the same kindergarten class as my sister.
Yeah.
I don't think y'all understand, like, the relationship here.
Like, my aunt literally knows his mom.
Yeah, like, we were friends before we were, like, actually on a case.
To clarify, that means that Spencer, the one at the center of this whole controversy, whom Max had chosen as the representative of all of Camden's victims, whom Max had decided to shelter and support financially, and to whom he gave the responsibility of handling these finances, is actually someone who's been close to Max years and even decades before this case ever came to light. By all accounts, this would make Max completely ineligible to handle a case like this in the first place, which, given how poorly it's gone since then, is perhaps no surprise. The stream would end on a rather sour note, with the last thing Max says on stream being this.
Thank you all for joining the stream and participating in this conversation. We'll see you probably never again.
This would end up being rather prophetic, as the massive 8-hour VOD was promptly deleted. Of all the streams, this one contains the most evidence of Max's clear unprofessionalism, which no one paying any attention could really deny. This is the last piece of content that Max would produce regarding this saga, at least insofar as trying to detail the case. And I do dare say it will stay the last. As for the reasons we're yet to get into, it's unlikely he'll ever actually stay true to his promise of delivering that timeline video. The next day, Lyrix tweeted out a series of DMs sent by Max after their debate. It starts off with a legitimate concern. Lyrix apparently leaked one of the survivors' names by mistake. Max asked for the VOD's removal before threatening to involve his YouTube partner manager. Yes, the same one he got from Pick Aside YouTube. Lyrix complied but clarified it'd be re-uploaded with her name censored. This led Max to heavily imply he'd have Lyrix's channel terminated for bullying. If you don't want to get striked, I must express my concerns regarding the patterns we've observed in your behavior and the nature of the community you are cultivating. Your channel is at risk of being terminated if these issues persist. Max issued his own statement on Patreon, reiterating the stream was removed for privacy concerns. He announced he would be taking a break until everything was handled legally. Backlash against Max was hitting a fever pitch as viewers and creators alike dropped him. Max started bleeding subscribers right when this fiasco began, and by January, he'd lost over 11,000 subs. Channels big and small came out aggressively, with the criticism only mounting against him. Even Mudahar, who tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, could no longer explain his actions away. Muda distanced himself from Max and reached out to another creator who became essential to this drama moving forward. Nicholas Diorio began covering the story in a two-part livestream. The first took place before the disastrous 8-hour VOD and was much more charitable. The second took place after, with Nick calling his downfall an unforgivable failure. Muda called in to explain his disillusionment while trying to reconcile his own responsibility.
Did I call him a cover?
Well, he seems to think he did. I don't know for a matter of fact if that's the case. My question is, do you look at what was said in that video the same way, knowing that Max is not being super truthful here?
I mean, yeah, probably not. And if, honestly, if I don't remember exactly calling him that, I feel like I should, but if I did, I definitely owe Magnetar an apology. If I did, I 100% apologize.
This was a massive blow to Max's credibility, given it was his proximity to respected creators that got him this far. It wasn't just Muda's name that he invoked to try and build credibility, but Nexpo as well. In a Reddit comment left by Spencer, she name-dropped both of them. Muda is already in the evidence server, and Nexpo will be joining before the new year. That same day, Max began copyright striking archives of his recent streams. He was furious, demanding Nick in private to platform the survivors. Nick refused because, well, his show was called review, and it didn't seem appropriate. The two of them, along with Muda, got into a call off-stream on January 11th. This call, which remained private at the time, would destroy Max's career. Muda alluded to this on stream, revealing he'd completely severed ties.
The relationship's already dead, like the bridge is burned. We ended that call on stream, so that call ended up with yelling between each other. I'll give you one hint from that call. When I asked for legal definitions, he printed out a ChatGPT prompt and gave it to me, and it blew me away because in his words he said ChatGPT can give competent legal advice, and at that point I will say, like, I lost my shit on both Spencer and Max, and that was it, you know?
On January 13th, Nick began tweeting publicly about their videos. They were to be released in conjunction with each other and contain portions of the call. In light of this, Max attempted to once again threaten them in private. He claimed that within the next few years, the case was going to blow up. He warned about being on the wrong side of history and that he was just looking out for them. He claimed the survivors wanted an apology from them before promising it would get very ugly for you and your brand. Hey guys, just wanted to remind you I'll be covering the Camden Gerard Davis case myself, so be sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn notifications on.
Or else.
In the meantime, FPS Diesel uploaded a video about Max with a complete retrospective of his past. The script was written by Matt Pitt, who deserves a shout out actually for letting us reference his script and notes in this video, so thank you very much, Matt. Meanwhile, Magnetar opened up about how the accusations ruined his life. His job was flooded with harassment from Max's fans calling him a PDF file. That's without mentioning the numerous posts declaring him to be one publicly using his full name. For unknown reasons, Max quietly relisted all of his videos, including Believe All Abusers. I guess he didn't really care about his ex's privacy that much, huh? At this point, he couldn't do much beyond simply doing what he had promised people to do. So of course, he did the exact opposite, releasing a video titled, "I Place Accountability in My Own Hands" on January 16th. Max starts off by telling us about another video he made and chose not to release due to criticisms from people close to him. He follows that with a mournful lament about how sad he is to see the situation devolve so much, telling us how his intention from the start had just been to show stories of these people, and that he finds the fact people have been so critical of him very bothersome. Amid that little rant, he also gives us this this little gem.
And when people do talk to the survivors, they're getting attacked just because they're transgender.
As amusing as this aside is, I think the best way to exemplify just how ridiculous Max has been throughout this whole charade comes slightly later. He talks about the process of how this case got started many years ago. He then explains that when he finally started working with Spencer, his plan was to give as many of the survivors as possible a platform to tell their story. He takes time to lament how that's just not possible because you need evidence to make claims.
Originally, I just wanted to do a podcast where we platform survivors and they tell their story. But you can't just tell your story anymore. Now you need concrete evidence. Now you need to go to law enforcement multiple times. Now you need to consult with lawyers. Like, you can't just listen to survivors when they're screaming for help. And that's why I've been taking all of these creative, experimental approaches to try to bolster their voice.
I don't think anything in this video quite exemplifies how bad of a job he's done as much as him whining about the fact that you need evidence for people to believe someone's committed a crime. Like, yeah, obviously, dude. That's how it works. After this, Max says he wants to start everything over. He assures us there's still a documentary being made, and after playing clips of some testimonies, he reads out a plain text reiterating who Camden is, what this cult is about, and telling us that they're working closely with law enforcement, including a unit specializing in cults and cult behavior. One look at the like and dislike ratio should give you just a good enough idea of how poorly this video went for Max. His fan base, if he can even claim there still is one, has completely turned on him, with not a single positive comment to be seen anywhere underneath this video. And trust me, I scrolled for quite a while. The next day, on January 17th, Nick uploaded his highly anticipated video on Mama Max. The video begins with Nick summarizing many of the revelations up until this point. He points out blatant ethical issues and his general mishandling of the case. He also discusses Max's old content, highlighting the absurdity of things like the Casey story. Most important is his re-examination of the Magnetar case. He rightfully points out the lack of evidence and how Max had every reason to slander him. It was necessary, given just how much damage they'd done to his life. Max even reaffirms part of Haley's story is true, like sending self videos because he was obsessed with her.
There was evidence in the other one too, right? You did go on her Facebook and post the self stuff. You did like all those social media messages and stuff like that. That was you, right? Be it not the most important part of the story, clearly, but like, it's not like they just lied about you.
Oh yes, that was real.
This serves as the foundation for the aforementioned call, which contains quite a few bombshells. The first is a startling admission that his videos are mostly fake.
The IMVU thing, I wasn't... like, it's a film. Like, I am presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that. Like,
but wait, you hunt files. You don't think that people are going to think your videos are real?
That's the thing. So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show up people's face and what they're doing, because obviously that's all. And that's why we include like Mega Drive links to show like this is the full evidence. This is all real. Everything else should be considered fake, whether it's real or not. Like if I'm sending viruses to a whether that's fake or real, that's on purpose, because I don't want people to know if I'm actually sending viruses to those, because that's implicating myself.
The next staggering revelation is that Max had never gotten anyone arrested. That's despite claiming otherwise for years prior. Nick confronts him on this, even having a clip of such on hand.
What is the most substantial outcome of a predator hunt that you've done? What is the final nail in the coffin? You're like, if you had to go tell somebody, oh, what do you do? What does Max Stryker do? What's your proudest moment?
Honestly, the hunting pedos isn't my proudest aspect. The thing I'm proud of is inspiring those who are CSA survivors to fight back. That is my goal.
Have you ever gotten someone arrested?
If I have, then I don't know it.
You went on my podcast to tell me that you've got someone arrested and it was because of your video, just to be clear. Would you like to re-answer that question?
I've been emailed stuff like, hey, you got this guy arrested, congratulations.
You went on and you said, this guy was arrested, it was because of me, it was because of my video. And you told me that 2 years ago.
It's kind of egotistical of me to say that it was my video that did it. I don't know that for sure.
So you lied.
So that was what I was told through Instagram posts when I was in contact with his friends.
You didn't remember that until I showed you the clip? You didn't remember that, like, this is your biggest crown achievement, that you got a pedophile arrested?
I didn't remember the details, no. I just remember he fled to Mexico. All the police custody, that was only I was told. I couldn't verify any of that.
So you just got on stream and told everybody it was me, I did it, Mama Max, #1.
Yeah, that's not cool. You can let people know I think that.
So you've never actually gotten a
not to my knowledge.
So your content is just making fun of pedophiles online?
I suppose, like I said, my biggest goal is to inspire survivors to fight back. If I can do that, then I feel like I've done an adequate job.
Max's behavior in this call sheds a lot of insight to his character. For example, refusing to accept responsibility for muddying the case, even though he took this role on himself.
Yeah, why are you putting it all on me?
Because it's your case!
One bringing it. Why are you?
Absolutely, I am the first one.
You are the only one. You haven't convinced anyone to come on board yet.
You haven't convinced exactly.
That's
you haven't
because you haven't been listening to them.
That's because you haven't been giving anybody anything to work with.
The next is Max using these survivors as human shields, a tactic he'd used before but was now doing in real time.
Well, I'm asking why you did not directly contact me, but contact us only in public streams.
Let's see, I contacted you November 27th. Max, I've seen your latest video. I've caught up with this whole situation. I have texted you.
What it felt like seeing him on streams.
You went on with Tommy and Lyrics and are sitting there talking to them when you literally haven't spoken to the other survivors.
Hold on, can you put Max on for a second?
I'm right here.
That was snaky as fuck, dude. Oh, I'm coming after you, Mudahar. Stand back, stand back. Spencer, can you tell him what you felt?
Finally, claiming an allegation in and of itself was enough to levy life-ruining accusations.
I addressed him as a cult leader and sexual predator because that's how he has been described by the survivors, and even testimonials themselves serve as evidence in a court of law. So to me, that is all of the evidence I need to say this man is a sexual predator and cult leader.
You see the fallacy in that? Like, imagine if I said, Max, you're a rapist, and Nick was to say, oh, well, that's a statement of fact because Muda made this statement, and that.
You don't have to say Muda made this statement. Say 5 girls said it.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened.
Well,
5 girls said it.
Well,
yes,
you.
After they were in a group chat together for 3 months, after changing their allegations.
Wait, I'm
multiple
sorry.
times.
What group chat are you in? The evidence server with all of the girls?
The video ends with a parody of Max's call to actions, starring many of Max's critics, as well as Keemstar, Shoe Nice, me, and the Foodie Beauty for some reason. Nick's video was followed by Muda's later that day, which contained even more excerpts of the call. It was here that we learned Max didn't even vet all of the evidence against Camden Gerard Davis.
Welcome
I guess
to my
the
channel.
challenge for me with showing the evidence is I personally have not been walked through the evidence besides Spencer.
Remember when Max used ChatGPT on stream to try and figure out the statute of limitations? Well, here we get a pretty blunt confirmation that Max doesn't just use it for some quick info, he actively uses it for legal advice.
Oh, not ChatGPT, bro.
Okay, so look at what I just sent you.
Yeah, you sent me a ChatGPT prompt, not a fucking legal definition.
We can argue legal semantics all we
No,
want.
we're
We are
not arguing
lawyers.
semantics. We have to look at exact definition, Max.
ChatGPT understands the legal system.
It goes without saying that these videos added even more fuel to the fire. They showed Max's gross mishandling of the case to a much wider audience than it had reached prior. Muda's video amassed nearly 1.7 million views, causing Max to lose 10,000 subs in a single day. Max wasn't going to take this lying down, as within 24 hours, he tried to talk the survivors into taking legal action against Mudahar. Muda lives in Canada, which means he was suggesting they waste resources on an international lawsuit, when, keep in mind, Camden Gerard Davis is still out there, not in jail. Spencer was all on board, with the two expressing curious motives. Spencer and I are considering a class action lawsuit against Mudahar for breaching our non-disclosure agreement and citing harassment on live streams, defamation, and causing emotional distress. He's extremely rich, so the lawsuit seeks $1 million in damages to be distributed between all of you. All you would have to do is testify against him, particularly regarding his actions, like not speaking to any of you about the evidence and the impact his behavior has had on you. Spencer has agreed to be the lead plaintiff, and I'll do all the hard work. Please let us know if you are interested. This could have a huge impact on the case against Camden. The first response in this leaked screenshot says it all. Dude, no. Can this stop? Eli, one of the survivors, reacted to Nick's video on livestream. Eli agreed with his points while giving insight to what things were like behind the scenes. Eli admitted the evidence so far wouldn't hold up in court. She also felt it was unprofessional for Max to move Spencer into his house. She had no idea what Max meant when he says he's contractually obligated to see the case through. There was no unanimity in their opinions, as Max had claimed. In fact, at one point, a survivor asked Max to stop streaming, as the lawyer said to wait. Now, at the end of it all, she felt directionless, stating Max made the victims look like a joke. That same day, Max uploaded a teaser for yet another video, Silence All Survivors. Now, I forgot to mention this, but his preemptive response was accompanied by a GoFundMe on behalf of Spencer. It failed to solicit any donations other than a single contribution by Max himself for 10 grand. Now, I don't really get what the point of his donation was. He could have just walked over to the next room and given it to her himself, but the campaign was flagged down, which is where this new video starts. The video is without substance, though there is a crazy shot where he shows this meme of Nick kneeling on his neck, it's superimposed over a very infamous image of a unfortunate altercation involving an African-American male and a member of our Shining Boys in Blue. I don't even know what this, I can't fathom why this is here. For all intents and purposes, his investigation was dead in the water. Still, this wasn't quite the end of his incompetence. With his credibility completely destroyed, his closest allies left one by one. That included his editor Slug, who began leaking a ton of material. This includes an uncut version of his critical call-out, which showed him threatening to cancel Charlie.
But I am being the nicest I could be. I could literally cancel you, Sean. I could literally cancel you, and I choose not to. It's true, though. It's the truth. I'm the friggin' pedo hunter.
The supposed NDA leaked, which amounted to a Discord message with no legal standing in court. But this paled in comparison to what happened next. If you'll recall, Max had called the victims of Camden to step forward. It turns out there was little to no verification for this, as some random guy was able to easily infiltrate the evidence server. I mean, that alone should say it all. The fact it was so easy for someone to join, jeopardizing the safety of the people he was supposed to protect, is unforgivable. But the user started leaking as much evidence as he could to the public. I'm not going to discuss their contents at length, as I'm saving that for my follow-up video where I try to figure out if there actually was a cult at all that Camden was running. But there are a few leaks worth talking about unrelated to the actual case. First, we learned just how irresponsible both Max and Spencer are in letting this very, very obvious infiltrator in without any sort of background check. The leaker refuses to provide any identifying information, so Max just has him sign the NDA. Next, we get to see some of the reactions to his recent drama. The biggest revelation is that several of the survivors staged an intervention behind the scenes. They regret going public in the first place instead of taking the evidence to the police. Now, with all of the survivors' safety put at risk, Max deleted all of his content related to Camden, save for a few shorts. But it was too little too late, with his malignant narcissism leaving a permanent stain on the public's view of the case. This is where that particular saga ends for now, but it certainly doesn't mark the end of Mama Max's story. You see, Max's true colors were felt a lot more by those who considered him a longtime friend. It wasn't just a betrayal, but a full disillusionment, which Muda expressed in a subsequent update.
This is a former friend of mine, and honestly, this is probably one of the most painful things for me to read, because this is somebody that I sat down, had a drink with, had a talk to, gave a heart-to-heart to, and now, within 24 hours, I basically realized that this person wants to effectively sue me for a large chunk of money, okay? An obscene amount of money. Why? Because to me, all this appears is all I ever was to this man was an extremely rich friend who had enough social media clout for him to piggyback his stupid case off. This, to me, is quite possibly one of the worst internet betrayals I ever had. And if anything, it's the one thing that has pushed me severely away from everybody on YouTube in the last week or two. I really feel like I have no friends on this platform. And I know that's dramatic of me to say, but reading this kind of stuff is just incredibly painful.
This sentiment was echoed by Nexpo, who shared a statement disavowing Max on Twitter. The situation with him has admittedly been an absolute mess, and I've tried to give him advice on how to navigate through it properly, yet it's gone ignored at every turn. I've since cut ties with Max completely. Someone who I thought I knew and once considered a friend, unfortunately, isn't who I thought he was at all, and it's fucking heartbreaking, but it is what it is. I cannot stand by someone who acts the way he does with handling such a delicate situation without any sense of tact. I'm quite frankly embarrassed I ever stood up for him in the past, and while I can't take that part back, I can at least move forward without any further support. To any of you affected by my friendship with and support of Max in the past, I sincerely apologize. I typically am better than this at vetting who I associate with. However, after this storm, I feel like I've never really known Max at all. It was only the beginning, as Nexpo also began speaking with many of Max's critics directly. It became increasingly clear that his friends weren't very familiar with his actual content. They relied on the image he projected and trusted him because he was their friend.
I don't know anything about kids chat. That
Did he mention
I believe is
IMVU?
real. The what?
IMVU.
That I did not ask him about that because I didn't really catch it
Do you
until
remember-
all this shit came out.
Do you remember My Law?
Yes, I think so.
Did he say it was fake?
He hasn't mentioned anything about my law because I haven't asked him about anything about that. Puppy Stomp? No, I actually haven't even really watched that video all the way through.
And then lastly, the Wayne. This is what happened to a child predator on TikTok.
So Wayne, okay, so I have seen that one because he sat me down and made me watch it. I don't know anything about Wayne. I believed him on that one.
There is, at least from my understanding, I personally do believe that he's more malicious than he initially was when I was looking into it.
What no one realized is just how much Max took advantage of that behind the scenes. As his ex-friends started to question their years of supposed friendship, they started to realize how deep the manipulation went. This led them to scrutinize a previous situation that at this point was completely unknown to the public. It once again concerned baseless, life-ruining allegations, but this time, it wasn't against a random guy. It was against another creator and a mutual friend. They began speaking with Nick Diorio behind the scenes, who came forward with the story on February 3rd, 2024. This was the final nail in the coffin, revealing to the public for the first time what happened to Night Docs. Night Docs, also known as Jim, was once a long-form documentary channel. He was part of horror YouTube, even appearing throughout this video to defend Max, but his uploads slowed in the recent years, with his last made nearly 2 years ago. This, as it turns out, was the direct result of drama behind the scenes. The story goes that a few years ago, Jim and Max began living together. Max was looking to move, so Jim let him stay in his guest bedroom rent-free.
I opened my home to this guy. I let him live not paying a dime in rent. He didn't do any chores. He didn't pay any rent. He really didn't do anything. So like if he's complaining about how one time he fed my kids breakfast or whatever, he owed my kids breakfast, lunch, and dinner every time I had them. And he never once offered to compensate me or do anything in return.
In spite of that, there weren't really any issues during his stay, but once Max left, he began spreading rumors about Jim to their mutual friends. In particular, Max claims that Jim creeped on women, didn't feed his daughters, and sexted a minor.
His allegations against me range from I'm a neglectful parent to I am a creep, that I'm a pedophile. Essentially, the one that I was most bothered by really was when he was calling me a pedophile. He wasn't saying it publicly. None of the allegations he had against me were said publicly. He was doing it all behind the scenes with the people that I was closest to.
Now, Jim wasn't aware of this for quite some time. The rumors were spread in private instead, behind his back, and only to his closest friends and peers. That included Nexpo, who was told it's only a matter of time until he's canceled. This particular comment was part of a long rant insisting Jim must be cut off. Even though Max didn't have evidence, he was able to bolster this narrative with various stories. They took it at face value because of his unearned credibility. Max was ultimately successful, with Jim's former friends turning on him one by one. Now, there's a key issue with all of this, which is that these conversations happened in person. There isn't much in the way of actual evidence, but Nick was able to obtain an on-the-record statement from Nexpo recounting his side of events.
Regarding Jim, there were two specific stories that Max really harped on when it came to Night Docs, at least whenever we had our little, I guess, falling out. So Max was convinced that Jim was this pedophile creep, and he backed up this claim with firstly a story about an inappropriate conversation that he claimed Jim had with a minor. As it turned out, this person was not a minor at all. They had told Jim their age at one point, which I believe was like 25. That's that whole story that Max always referred to back whenever he would call Jim a predator. There was another story that led to more of Max believing Jim to be, I guess, a creep. and it involved one trip to a
Oagabuga
restaurant
BG.
that he and
Welcome
Jim
to my
had
channel.
way back
Sayın
when Max
Boris.
was living with Jim. Apparently, Jim was, making moves on the waitress and, continuously hitting on her, and he just wouldn't stop. And it made this, I guess, situation or this dinner that they were at very tense and awkward. Basically, every single time that I was with Max during the time when we had our, I guess, falling out, I guess
Ti ne nadeš uvijek drži taocem onaj account.
Jim was this pedo creep, and he would always refer back to these two stories. And I guess I just never really vetted them because Max kind of planted this idea in my head that, oh my god, we're associated with Jim. We have to cut Jim. We cannot be associated with someone like this. He's a pedo, he's a creep, he's all of these things, and we can't associate with this guy. In hindsight, it's silly. It's silly to just listen to this, especially with this track record of just throwing out allegations without any evidence. But yeah, that was the, I guess, narrative that Max was running with. I guess I didn't realize that he could have been, embellishing some details. Jim, I know you're watching this. To you, man, I want to say that I'm sorry. I know I've been talking to you privately behind the scenes about all this, but again, I'd like to go on the record here and just say that I'm sorry, man. I should have handled this better, and I should not have listened to what Max was saying.
The second on-the-record recount comes from Mudahar, who learned of the accusations indirectly. He would actually end up confronting Jim, which he recounts within his statement.
In regards to Jim or Night Docs, there were two allegations. One of them which had come from Max, allegedly, in amongst a friend group, about him not being necessarily the best dad. There were two key things. One of them was him being asleep most days, and then the other was that Max would have to step in and feed his children cereal or whatever else was in the house. This is something that I heard, again, not from Max, but through our internal friend group. And while this one definitely raised some questions about, okay, gotta be attentive if you're the dad, it wasn't necessarily the most serious thing. However, what was more serious was the allegation where he had allegedly started unzipping himself in front of a minor, exposing himself over a Discord video call. Now, I actually confronted Jim about this one specifically because I wasn't exactly, I needed to know the bottom of this truth, or I need to understand or at least get his side, because obviously I met the person in reality. Me and my wife confronted him, and in this situation, Jim obviously categorically denied that he had done anything, but I didn't have any evidence for or against Jim, and in spite of all that, I still decided to hold back my connection, not talk as much anymore. We weren't necessarily the most talkative people anyways, but this absolutely sealed the deal, and that's just because I don't really like to interact with somebody that even has that kind of an ick on them or that stain, because again, I don't know what's true or what isn't. In this situation, I just decided to dial back the friendship that I had. Obviously, considering everything now, I'm more inclined to believe Jim at his word, given the other party. But yeah, those were the two big allegations. Well, at least one of them were the most serious allegations, that being of the minor and him exposing himself over Discord. The other one about him being a father coming into question, I don't think I ever really questioned that. I think obviously when it comes to him and his interaction with kids, again, in comparison to him interacting in a weird way with potentially a minor or any woman on the internet, was something that raised more red flags.
After all this, Nick emphasizes how important it is that Max never made these accusations public. This is a predator hunter who apparently lived with a predator rent-free for months. Keep in mind, Jim has 2 children of his own that Max was accusing him of neglecting. If Max believed Jim was so dangerous, why did he never involve anyone who could help Jim's children? If Jim was guilty, he protected him throughout the years of silence while claiming to protect the kids. The only people Max made aware of this were their peers, which implies some kind of business motive. Nick rightfully points out there's no way Max could have made this palatable to the general public. His actions do not seem to reflect an actual belief that Jim was guilty. And if he didn't believe Jim was guilty, then it was just another example of weaponizing allegations, this time against a business competitor.
I just lost all of my self-esteem. I just felt like I was irredeemable. There was something wrong with me that nobody would ever want to be around me, and I had no idea what it was that I did, but I was like, I'm obviously just a piece of shit. I completely fell off. I genuinely ended up hospitalized. I came within hours of doing something very permanent and very stupid. It was the last straw, and essentially on top of a period of about 3 or 4 years of one traumatic incident after another.
But thankfully, if there's any good to come out of Max's mishandling of these various cases, it's that the people he misused his position against finally get to have their say. It should be clear by now that Max is not just incompetent, which is what I thought he was at the start of this video. He's malicious, weaponizing his image as the predator hunter to insulate himself from criticism. It's almost unbelievable how shameless it truly was, using predator hunting as a medium for filmmaking. For years, he fabricated entire storylines while his audience, who were often survivors, believed him and even became patrons. When that wasn't enough, he'd manipulate them to further his own interests with call to action after call to action after call to action. Not only did he use the subject matter as a shield, but he also used his reputation to substantiate the unsubstantiated. His position always changes to whatever is most convenient. It'd be easy to say he had a fall from grace, but truthfully, Max was always this way. There was never a point where he was fit for this role. It was always only a matter of time before he was shown to be a fraud. Unfortunately, it only came after he ruined not only his own credibility, but also the accusers of Camden Gerard Davis. While it's unlikely we'll ever know the full story of the alleged vampire werewolf cult, there does appear to be something there. It can't be understated how much damage Max did, from all the CSA victims he gave a false sense of hope, to all of the people he baselessly accused. It's been a long and exhausting journey up until this point, and yet with all of this, there's still more to discuss. I'll be discussing that in the second part of this video, which is dedicated to the accusations against Camden Gerard Davis, and it will be released in a week or two from when I'm dropping this one. But until then, I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Welcome to the stage of history retold.
I love fighting games, and it's amazing to see the genre's popularity return in recent years, especially following the releases of new games like Street Fighter 6, Guilty Gear Strive, and Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising, as well as the epic rise of my current favorite, Tekken 7, which may change soon, since I'm having so much fun with Tekken 8 right now. Currently, Tekken is the only popular 3D fighting game series in the market, and as someone who grew up on 3D fighters, I can't help but want to see more of them strike in the same way. How has this come to be, when we've had so many great titles show up in the past? Today, I'm here to explore the history of one of my favorite series that has sadly faded into the background over the years.
Soul Calibur.
Unlucky, they don't go getting yourself killed.
Transcending history as a world, a tale of soul and swords, eternally retold.
At the very beginning of it all, in 1996, Soul Edge was introduced to arcades in Japan by Namco, led by its creator, Hiroaki Toriyama. This fresh new 3D fighting game introduced characters wielding weapons this time, similar to Battle Arena Toshinden, offering a different experience from their other new game, Tekken. A unique introduction to this game was the guard impact system, allowing players to reflect opponents, catching them off guard and leaving them open to a counterattack. I would assume this was received well back then, but it wasn't the original idea. That That feature, along with a few other things prevalent in the games today, were only added into new arcade versions months after the game came out, following a lot of complaints about difficulty raised by players.
I never had such an easy victory.
The story was based back in 1583 and revolved around a demonic blade called Soul Edge, focusing on each character's lives in relation to it, especially the series' main character, Siegfried. This proved to be a great stepping stone to create unique and interesting characters from many different backgrounds, which is something I always appreciate about the Soul series, and fighting games in general. It also included a unique story mode called Edgemaster mode, where you would go on an adventure traveling around the world with a single character, following them on a quest to find Soul Edge, collecting different weapons along the way. This would become something unique to the series, and go through many iterations in newer games. For this video, I played through the whole thing, and Cervantes and Soul Edge were no joke. The game also introduced original fighting game concepts that never made it into following games, like being able to disarm opponents with enough attacks, forcing them to fight barehanded, or locking blades when both players strike at exactly the same time. These were some cool ideas, but competitively I can see how that may not have worked out too well going forward. A year later, the latest version of the game was released on PlayStation in Japan, and released to the rest of the world in 1997 under the name Soul Blade, with a roster of 10 characters, featuring a few of my personal favorites today, Taki, Mitsurugi, and Songmina, as well as Siegfried, Sophitia, Boldo, Twang, Cervantes, Rock, and Li Long, the original nunchaku ruler before Maxi.
Take care.
The home release also featured 5 unlockable characters, the main antagonist Soul Edge, Song Han Myung, 2 different outfit variants for Sophitia for reasons I'm sure we all know, and a possessed Siegfried, which obviously was a sign of what was to come in later games, building the foundation to creating one of the most iconic characters in the series. I never played this game growing up, but its essence and style was continued on through future games in the series, so it's always nice to look back on early ideas that blossomed in later games, making it fun to play around with now, just to see how far things have come. And that opening is legendary. My introduction to the series was with the new revamped version of Soul Edge, renamed Soul Calibur, which is a mix of the old title and the name of King Arthur's sword of Excalibur. This would become the weapon introduced in this game as the ultimate counter to the evil Soul Edge. The game was released in arcades in 1998 and as a home release in 1999, Sega's brand new console and one of my favorite consoles of all time. Before this time, arcade machines usually ran superior versions of games in terms of graphics and performance, but in Soul Calibur's case, the Dreamcast version completely eclipsed what was in arcades. The difference here is incredible, and I can't imagine what it would have been like playing this game. For as long as I can remember, I always preferred modern or sci-fi settings, but with Soul Calibur, that will never happen. I was hooked by the music and the design. Of course, it's natural for characters in fighting games to differ in fighting styles, but something about having different weapon styles in the game is so interesting, especially since the weapons themselves come with all different tools inside, adding even more personality to the characters using them. Playing this game again felt amazing. All the nostalgia rushed back to me as I went through unlocking all the different artwork for the museum, and got swept up in the world and characters again. I loved watching the characters' martial arts demonstrations with the characters at the start, which were also unlockable to view at any time. I'd never seen anything like that at the time. I thought it was such a cool idea having each character show off their signature style with such great animation. Killick became a character I was very fond of for his overall design and fighting, along with Song Nina, they shared a lot of names. Back in the day, this is around the time I really started to get into Kung Fu movies, and it reminded me of the fighters I saw. This game again was led by Hiroaki Yotoriyama, he, along with his team, reportedly worked very closely with the Tekken dev team, who recently released the legendary Tekken 3 a year prior, sharing all their ideas in order to craft the best game they could find. Looking back, it's definitely great. The major new introduction to this game that set it apart from Solo and other fights like Virtual Fire and Tekken was the 8-way run, a stable feature in Soul Calibur series games. Instead of the usual movement players have seen in other games, where characters commonly move forward, backwards, step in, Soul Calibur introduced the ability to freely move in any direction at the point of the joystick, giving a much more fluid feel to movement. I love this aspect of the game, and I'm sure a lot of players did at the time too, seeing as it gave a unique approach to positioning your character strategically, and feel a larger sense of realism in combat. They also revamped the guard impact ability, adding a more offensive way to use it by parrying your opponent as opposed to deflecting. Again, adding more depth to the combat. Instead of Edge Master, Soul Calibur featured a mission mode, which operated in the same way, but instead of collecting different weapons, you unlock points to buy all the beautiful artwork in the game, and in turn,
versus Inferno.
The mode starts off with a tutorial for all the game's mechanics, with a very interesting character called Edgemon, who was said to be someone who collected and mastered a wide variety of weapons. Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Fight!
This was the start of a new age in the series, adding new characters to the mix, like Shanghua, Maxi, Ivy, Astaroth, Killick, Nightmare, Edgemaster, and Lizardman, who were either closely or loosely based on existing characters from the previous game.
Transcending history and the world, a tale of souls and swords, eternally retold.
After 3 amazing years of Soul Calibur, it was time for Namco to unveil their new sequel to the series, Soul Calibur 2. This game unexpectedly leaped to a whole new level of popularity among players, after the negative reception of Namco's latest major title, Tekken 4. Tekken 4 was Namco's newfound direction for the series, ushering in a darker, more mature tone. These changes were not just aesthetic eyesore, as they overhauled a lot of the game's core systems. This wasn't something a lot of Tekken fans appreciated at the time, so many stopped playing the game.
Game over.
Now with no Tekken to play, players started to look elsewhere for another fighting game to enjoy. And Soul Calibur 2 couldn't have been released at a better time.
Haven't you had
It was with this legendary game that my love for Soul Calibur solidified. Soul Calibur 2 is the pinnacle of the series for me, as it was one of those games where the developers got just the right balance of gameplay, characters, and presentation, encased in one perfect package. I still remember the days of me running through the arcade game non-stop, trying out every single character in the game and discovering what I was while appreciating the game's beautiful graphics and animation. This time round, Maxi became someone I easily gravitated to, with his simple yet cool design and eccentric voice lines. I didn't play her much at the time compared to now, but I also took an interest in Taki, for the simple fact she was a cool looking ninja, like my favorites in other fighting games, Kage from Virtual Fire, and Hayabusa from Dead or Alive. As well as adding 5 more original characters, Necris, Cassandra, Vincent, Raphael, and Talon, Soul Calibur 2 was the first game to introduce guest characters, with each console version getting a new character. I had the PS2 version of Heihachi, which is funny now because I didn't know much about the character at the time, since I somehow didn't grow up playing with Tekken. What's even more interesting about the PS2 version though, is according to some reports, Heihachi was a late decision close to the game's release, as initially Namco planned to add Cloud from Final Fantasy VII into the game. For a now huge FF7 fan like me, that would have been incredible. But who knows, see a character from FF7 you want to find out about this title. The Xbox version included the comic book character Spawn, and the GameCube version topped even that by introducing Link from the Zelda version of the game. What a time to be alive. What really made Soul Calibur 2 stand out from everything else, however, was just how good the game felt to play. Hiroaki Toriyama and his team absolutely hit the sweet spot with this game, making the balance between offense and defense equally as fun for both casual and hardcore players. Some things in the game that pro players utilize you could say were bugs, like 2G, step guard, and a few other techniques. But at the end of the day, it's what added to the nuance of the combat for them. And I don't see that as an issue at all, especially if it created depth in the gameplay people could buy into. I didn't know a thing about these advanced techniques, but even at that point, I couldn't get enough of trying out all the characters and their unique weapon systems throughout all of the matches.
Easy.
Speaking of different modes, there was a lot of similar content between this game and the first Soul Calibur, although the version in this game is very grindy and not nearly as fun to play as Soul Calibur 1 in my opinion. I preferred the other way of simply watching artwork in the previous game, but this version had a larger variety of mission structures and objectives to play through, so there was still a lot of fun to be had. All in all, Soul Calibur 2 was a major success, and would stood the test of time even till today with its unique and nuanced combat system, cementing itself in the competitive scene and creating long-time fans of the series like myself.
Out of my way!
It truly is one of the greatest side games. But from this point on, how did things come to change?
Soul Calibur 3.
This is when things started to go south, as the series began to slowly fade away from the main stage and drift to the state it's in today. Starting off with a genuinely great game, Soul Calibur 3 in 2005. After the boom of Soul Calibur 2, we would expect the series to kick on from there, but unfortunately, this wasn't the case. Content-wise,
Feel
Soul Calibur
mercy.
3 was one of the best.
Welcome to my channel.
Offering a generous amount of solo content. Instead of arcade mode, Soul Calibur 3 had Tales of Souls, a mode pretty much like arcade in previous games, with a little extra, featuring fights against enemies not on the character roster, and even quick time events at several points during the run. I did like the ending cutscenes for a lot of the characters too, where it's easy and fun and do a nice job adding a lot of personality to each character, something this game did especially best. It also featured a completely new game mode called Chronicles of the Sword, which was a strategy mode where you control a trade character and allies to seize all enemy bases. Personally, it wasn't anything amazing, but it's a decent change of pace from other things. It doesn't end there with the content either, as there was also a tournament mode and a solo arena, which was a game mode full of all kinds of mission-based battles, similar to what was in the RPG mode of the last two games. Kang and Li Long from earlier games were brought back, and new characters Zasalaman, Tira, Amy, and Setsuka were added to the game too, who I think were fantastic additions in both their look and the unique weapons they wielded. Okadan and Abyss were also new characters, but Okadan used everyone's fighting style, just like Edgemont in previous games, and Abyss fought exactly like Zasalaman, with just a handful of new moves. Soul Calibur 3 was also the first game in the franchise with character creation, where you could create a new character entirely, as opposed to other fighting games with character creation entirely, like Virtual Fire 4 and Tekken 5. This went on to become one of the biggest and well-received features in the franchise. Soul Calibur 3 also swayed away from guest characters and the roster, but added clothing items and a customization to the game instead, giving players a chance to design Pulsar in the Xenosaga series, which was very cool. At first glance, you could easily say Soul Calibur 3 was almost the same as 2, with even more content, which in many ways would be the best possible sequel, but that changed following the game's release, as things slowly started to take a turn for the worst. A contributing factor to the game's downfall seems to have been a lack of an arcade version. In that era of gaming, you could say the beta testing grounds for fighting games were the arcade, as many games received several updates based on player feedback, before finally porting the games in their best versions to consoles. Had Soul Calibur 3 hit arcades and faced the criticism of the hardcore audience in response to its fighting system, The devs may have made some changes to the home release that could have changed this game's fate. After playing this game myself, I noticed it didn't feel the same way as Soul Calibur 2. I know this is a very vague way to describe it, but I'm sure people could understand. It may also be down to the character balance and moveset changes, but overall the game lacks the same magic. This is really weird as the lead producer behind all the games so far, Hiroaki Toriyama, worked on it. You could say the two games aren't vastly different on the surface, but the differences that are there pulled this game away and made Soul Calibur 2 so great. Even though Soul Calibur 3 had a mountain of content to casual players have fun with, there were changes made to the game that made it quite unattractive. To name a few things, Soul Calibur 3 removed techniques like advancement on screen guard, step guarding, and guard impact 9 games surrounding the 2G technique. In addition to all those changes, it was specific bugs and glitches in the game that ultimately destroyed its reputation in the eyes of some casual players and most competitive players for both completely different reasons. For the home release, there was a massive memory glitch that would corrupt all player data, causing the player to lose everything, from their progress in all modes down to all their saved and traded characters. I didn't have the game back then to experience something, but I can imagine it would have been extremely annoying. As for the competitive players, they found a bug later known as the variable cancel, or VC for short, that was similar to 2G in Soul Calibur 2, which was a technique to cancel certain moves into a guard state, but completely broken this time, allowing players to cancel out of pretty much any animation at any time for any reason. It was clearly a problem, and it wasn't the only one. Surprisingly, Namco finally released an arcade version of the game 6 months later, fixing the VC bug, tweaking the overall gameplay feel, and rebalancing a lot of characters.
Not happening.
Even with all their efforts to rebuild the reputation of the game at the time, the release didn't amount to much, and with the home console version only being on the PS2 right before the release of the PS3 and Xbox 360, the game was doomed, and the start of Soul Calibur began.
That future starts right here, right now.
Despite all these issues, the game is still a lot of fun to play, especially with all its single-player content, with many people claiming it as their favorite in the series, even coming up against Soul Calibur 2. But with the next game, I couldn't say that. 3 years later, Soul Calibur 4 was released, and with the game being the first in the franchise on next-gen hardware, we all saw a massive upgrade in the graphics. But in my opinion, even more.
I'm not afraid anymore.
On a positive note, Soul Calibur 4 was the first with the armor break system, which was cool to see the battle damage mid-fight, adding to the improved visuals of the game. And the character customization was really fleshed out, along with all the weapons having different stats and buffs on single-player modes that allowed them, which was similar to how different weapons were in Soul Calibur 2 and 3, but more developed this time. You could even unlock a few pre-made custom characters designed by several guest artists, although they shared the same movesets with already existing characters.
Save the formalities. Let's fight.
Even more new characters were added here, this time being Aldol and Hilda, both with completely unique fighting styles. Unlike Soul Calibur 3, this game brought back guests, somehow featuring characters from Star Wars this time. At the time I couldn't actually believe it, and it's still crazy to see Darth Vader, Yoda, and Starkiller in a fighting game. The story mode here was basically arcade mode with a few cutscenes, somewhat concluding the Soul Edge saga that had been built up over all the previous games, with Siegfried finally defeating Nightmare and completely destroying Soul Edge. It still stayed true to the series' idea of sticking with one character at a time, and seeing how Soul Edge affected their lives in one way or another.
Not ever again.
The only other single-player mode here was the Tower mode, similar to what you would find in a Mortal Kombat game, with different missions to complete when fights on one floor. These were cool, But again, I wasn't a big fan of the way the game felt to play, so it didn't grab my attention for long.
Ring out.
Another big addition was the inclusion of online versus modes, catching up to other games like Mortal Kombat Deception and Dead or Alive Ultimate for the Xbox that had online functionality in the tail end of the previous generation. As for this game's unique mechanics, they didn't impress me either. Like I mentioned before, this game featured an armor system, but they also added a new technique, the critical finish.
Might have to drop something.
Prepare to die. Be gone.
Critical finish was an interesting concept, but I think it was poorly executed. While I played, it almost never happened, and the animations for them weren't amazing enough for them to be so rare during gameplay.
Another opponent unworthy of my blade.
Although I could forgive a lot of these shortcomings, one thing I couldn't get over is how sluggish Soul Calibur 4 felt. Earlier I praised Soul Calibur 2 for its fast and fluid gameplay, and even though it wasn't exactly the same, Soul Calibur 3 somewhat continued that, and still remained a very fun game to fight in. But with Soul Calibur 4, they completely changed things, and I didn't like it. The direction this game went in seemed to focus more on attacking to break your opponent's guard, rather than using the 8-way run, or walk in this game's case, to position yourself well enough to evade attacks while being able to land your pokes. It's much more aggressive in the sense that you throw out more attacks naturally, but the action isn't as fluid as previous games. Also, Soul Calibur 4 took out being able to make the characters say something before fights started. I don't know why, because that was always a funny and unique thing the games had going. Soul Calibur 4 was generally received well, mostly getting praise for the Star Wars collaboration and online functionality. But I personally feel like this is the worst entry to the series yet after looking at the bigger picture. If the series continued like this gameplay-wise, I think it would be in a much darker place. Having said that though, the next game may have tried even harder to alienate the fans of earlier games. 4 years later, Soul Calibur 5 was introduced, and this was a really, really weird one. I never got to play the game at the time, so I didn't know much about it until playing recently. I was so shocked after going straight to the character select screen to try out how different Taki was in this game, only to find out she was a completely different character altogether, replaced with a newer generation ninja called Natsu. It wasn't just her too. Songmina, Changhua, Sophitia, Cassandra, Zasalamel, Talim, and Yunsung were all missing.
Alyssa,
The game was clearly trying
welcome
to
to
bring
my
in a new
channel.
generation, but only replaced some of the characters? Strange. These new characters played the same as the ones they replaced, with some changes, which isn't entirely uncommon. But I like seeing my favorite characters progress through each game, receiving fun and exciting new changes to their designs, along with adding new layers to their personality.
Are you ready to die?
I don't think the idea of introducing Sophitia's children, Patroclus and Pyrrha, as new characters was a bad idea.
Not
But they
happening.
could have stood alongside the rest of the iconic cast. The idea of them having different forms as completely new characters was cool too, but lacked the same impact the duo of Siegfried and Nightmare brought to the table.
Not happening.
Back with Tekken 3, Namco made the bold decision to directly replace the main character Kazuya with his son, Jin. But in this case, it went extremely well, because Jin stood on his own as a new protagonist, with a familiar yet different iconic style and silhouette, separate from Kazuya, something Soul Calibur 5 completely missed the mark on with the new characters. As for other characters, I thought Viola and her crystal ball style was an interesting concept that could be expanded on in the future, but on the other hand, Zwei, to me, was such a bland character. It almost felt like I wasn't even looking at Soul Calibur anymore with the direction they went in with some of these characters. What's funny is, gameplay-wise, I think the game felt better than Soul Calibur 4, with a noticeable increase in speed and the removal of critical finishes in favor of a flashy ultimate move called Critical Edge. It was a lot like what we see in 2D fighting games, and similar to Rage Arts in Tekken 7.
The battle rages on. Stand up and show your strength.
For anyone wondering, that is Devil Jin from Tekken. but not exactly him. In Soul Calibur 5, his fighting style was available for created characters, so you could say that technically he was the game's guest character, alongside Ezio Auditore, the protagonist introduced in Assassin's Creed 2, a fan favorite. I actually liked playing with Ezio in this game. He had fun little gimmicks in his moveset that were great to play around with, and he just looks cool, which is all I need.
Requiescat in pace.
The game had some very nice stages too, some that I wish came back in Soul Calibur 6.
Not happening.
Graphics-wise, this wasn't a massive jump from the last game, but they added some nice effects to movements and attacks that I enjoyed seeing, as well as some dynamic stages like the cage that unfolded as you slammed your opponents into the wall. Similar to the one in Soul Calibur 4, just better looking. One thing I didn't like about the gameplay was the decision to make guard impact something you needed meter to use. It really limited how often you could use it, and as a major feature in the Soul Calibur series, it was really weird to not have it available to use at any opportunity. I don't know how things went down in the professional scene, but I'm sure this made matches a lot less exciting, as it easily brings down the mind games that came out of fast exchanges of guard impacts in earlier games. As for the story, Soul Calibur 5 took a different approach in its focus, following both Pyrrha and Patroclus on their twisted journey. It's mainly told through a slideshow of images, which isn't great, but there are some cutscenes here and there. It isn't memorable and doesn't do any of the characters any favors in terms of making them interesting to follow.
Kali Yuga's owner is waiting outside.
In the end,
Not
this
happening.
game didn't deliver, and faded into obscurity along with the Soul Calibur name for quite some time. Outside of the mainline games, the Soul Calibur series has seen a few other titles, some being fighting games and the others being a different genre entirely. It goes without saying that most of these didn't go well, but it's interesting to have a look at what Bandai Namco were trying to do back then. There was a period where every fighting game had a weird trend of doing solo action and adventure games. Some were great, and some weren't. Mortal Kombat had Shaolin monks, Tekken had Death by Degrees, Dead or Alive eventually gave us Ninja Gaiden's reboot with a great trilogy, and Soul Calibur gave us Legend. This game played like your typical hack and slash adventure, only this time the controls were tied to motion controls, as it was a game released on Nintendo's extremely popular console, the Wii. Surprisingly, this game also featured a guest character, and this time it was Lloyd Irving from Tales of Symphonia, which was nice to see, and very fitting actually. The game didn't score too well with reviewers though, as the controls were seen as very janky, and the story was nothing to write home about. After playing it for a while myself, I actually thought the game wasn't that bad. Each character had unique strengths and abilities picked out of their movesets from the main games, which was cool to see. However, it didn't help it from eventually getting monotonous, and the motion controls didn't work too well at the time. But I could see a younger me having a good amount of fun with it. The story though was definitely something not even worth talking about, but someone out there might like seeing an expansion of the Soul Calibur lore. Also, the music was really good in this game. It sounds familiar to Soul Calibur 2 and 3 songs, but with enough of a difference to stand on its own. Above all else, this actually made me want another action-adventure spin-off from that Soul Calibur series, but done well this time, like a Ninja Gaiden game with Taki as the main character. Soul Calibur Broken Destiny, probably the biggest spin-off title, was released in the year 2009 for the PSP. This game also featured a new character alongside its guest for the game, unlike the other spin-offs. This new character was an eccentric man named Dampier, who had a unique clown-like fighting style that could be used to catch opponents completely off guard with his tricks. As for the guest, the game featured Kratos from the God of War series, which again was such a great idea as a guest character in Soul Calibur. His moves were all nods to the techniques and weapons he's used in several games, and it's so great to see. However, what let this game down for me was its framework. It's derived from Soul Calibur 4, which obviously carried over the weird, sluggish movement from the game that I'm not a fan of personally, and the game had no multiplayer functionality. 2012 saw the release of Soul Calibur Mobile, a Java game based around Soul Calibur 4. This was a 2D sprite-based game that still kind of used 3D mechanics to move left, right, up and down on the stage, but had watered-down movesets to fit the mobile gameplay, and had a limited character roster. I downloaded the game and gave it a try myself,
it's
and
time
as
for
you
the
would
heart.
expect
The
from a
oracle's
mobile
a
Java
guarded
game
woman.
in 2012.
The way
I
to
still
her
felt
is
compelled to
sealed
beat the
by
arcade
4 sigils,
and mash my way
each
towards
one
the end.
signifying one
I'm
of the
not too sure how this game was
Old
received,
The oracle
but it's
told
just a
me where
harmless
the
game to
sigils were
distract
hidden,
you for a
but
few minutes with a
hey
shorter
now,
version of Soul Calibur.
I've seen how you handle
coupled
yourself.
with a surprising
All
amount
you
of
need to
effort
do
put into
is
the
clear
movesets
a
and
path.
animations. In 2013, to many people's surprise, Soul Calibur 2 HD Online was released. As the title suggests, it was an HD version of the critically acclaimed original, released on PS3 and Xbox 360. This time, with online functionality. The game was received relatively well, and although being the same Soul Calibur series is loved, and even the inclusion of both Heihachi and Spawn in the same version, it was let down by its sometimes laggy new online features. Unfortunately, the game is no longer available as it was removed from the PlayStation Store in 2021 and delisted from the Xbox Marketplace in May 2022. Just a year later, in 2014, Soul Calibur Lost Souls was released for the PlayStation 3, a free-to-play fighting game based off of Soul Calibur 5. Oddly enough, it was single-player only, with no multiplayer features, for a fighting game in 2014. This game had you choose between either Mitsubishi, C3, and Sofita, and began a journey collecting new weapons and materials for crafting. During this adventure, you also had the opportunity to unlock a healthy amount of characters to use later on. It's clear to see as a free-to-play game it was focused around microtransactions, mainly around the customization options you could purchase for your character. With its removal of core systems like multiplayer modes or even ring-outs, it's no surprise this game was hit with a barrage of negative reviews, and was subsequently closed down. Within the same year, Soul Calibur Unbreakable Soul was released, and this time Soul Calibur fans were greeted with a card game released exclusively on iOS. I couldn't try this game out at all, but it seems like players didn't take too kindly to this title after looking for multiplayer, with some saying it was dull and disappointing.
Just as shadows are cast where there is light, history hides away ahead.
6 years after the release of Soul Calibur 5, the longest gap between two online games, Soul Calibur 6 was introduced to the world. Using Unreal Engine 4, the game boasted graphics on a level even better than the current most popular 3D title at the time, Tekken 7.
Sister! Why are you here? Enough. Let's go back home.
Instead of carrying on from the lore introduced in Soul Calibur 5, Soul Calibur 6 acted as a reboot in the series, taking us back to the events between Soul Edge and the first Soul Calibur, which, after seeing how Soul Calibur 5 went down, was a great idea. A reason for the longer wait this time could have been because Bandai Namco were mostly against releasing another game for the series after Soul Calibur 5 completely failed in terms of sales. However, Soul Calibur 6 was championed by its new lead producer, Motohiro Okubo, a former Tekken 7 producer who strived to bring the franchise back to its former glory, along with the backing of current director and chief producer of the Tekken series, Katsuhiro Harada. Okubo even stated that the game's codename was Loxu, due to his and the rest of the team's intentions to bring the series back to the look and feel of the first Soul Calibur.
Battle 1. Fight!
I hoped this game would be the one to revitalize the series, taking advantage of the road Tekken 7 paved for 3D fighting games in this current generation. And after playing it when it finally released, I was happy to see the game was fun, and was the closest thing gameplay-wise to Soul Calibur 2, especially in terms of movement for me. Going back to this game after playing 4 and 5 recently for this video was like finally being let free to move around exactly without being consumed. Outside of the regular online and versus games, the The game featured 2 story modes like many games in the past. One following your created character on an adventure through the world of Soul Calibur, getting stronger along the way, and the other for playing through the main story, mostly featuring the trio of Killick, Changhua, and Maxi, with standalone stories for every character on a journey surrounding the hunt for soul for several years. It brought back that RPG aspect of Soul Calibur 5 completely loud.
Whatever we do, our paths will cross at some point.
These modes aren't crazy and didn't capture my attention long, but one thing that did was the game's character creation. It's very similar to what you can find in Soul Calibur 3, 4, and 5, but compared to current games like Tekken 7 at the time, it still boasted the best you could find in my opinion, and should be praised more for it. I didn't make too many custom characters myself, since I had more fun creating new costumes for some of my favorite characters in the series. As usual, with the new game came new characters, and at launch, the game introduced 3, Ro, Aswell, and a surprising but again very fitting guest character, from the Witcher series. Ro was a cool looking character to me in terms of his weapons, but ultimately he seemed out of place with his design. So with the game being well made on the technical side of things, and ticking most of the right boxes for fans of the series, what went wrong? Why are we not seeing anything to do with this game anymore? I believe this game was a victim of pure coincidences, some being at no fault of its own. Evo is the largest fighting game company in the world, with the last one in the summer of 2023 hosting over 9,000 million matches. Eager to compete and enjoy what is now a convention. Soul Calibur 6 only managed to feature in one Evo as a main stage title since its release in 2018, that being just a few months after it released. It would have featured again in the 2020 Evo, as it was announced in the lineup for main stage games, but the current state of the world at the time didn't allow for things to return to normal. The pandemic caused the world to pause, and most people spent a long period of time at home. Evo never gave up on holding the tournament at this time, and proposed an online event instead, which was great for players, but wasn't in Soul Calibur 6's favor, since the delay-based netcode the game was released with just wasn't reliable enough to play a large-scale tournament on, or even good enough for many players to be attracted to play on during lockdown. Going forward, things snowballed from there, seeing Soul Calibur 6 move down the pecking order in favor for newer games. Throughout this time, the game did still receive several new patches and very exciting characters throughout its season pass, like Tira, Amy, Cassandra, Hilda, Setsuka, and Huang, who hadn't been featured in the game for many years, as well as 2 amazing guest characters, Haomaru from Samurai Shodown, and everyone's favorite, 2B, who is a beloved character among many video game fans, but was polarizing when it came to her balance in the game.
Initiating attack program.
Will continue to fight.
As an overall package for a fighting game, it wasn't the greatest, especially in comparison to titles before it in the series. But what it was to me was a massive step in the right direction for the series, and a game I always had fun playing. Although despite the efforts from Okubo and his team, it seems the damage to the series Soul Calibur 5 made especially couldn't have been overcome with a game like this. The game went on to sell 2 million copies worldwide, as reported by Bandai Namco, which was labeled successful, but the game received no support past that point, and the lead producer, Motohiro Okubo, announced he'd be leaving Bandai Namco just a month later. It's clear the game wasn't successful enough for Bandai to continue to work on in the same way they did for Tekken 7, and I fear they may not return to the series for a very long time, especially after seeing someone so enthusiastic about treating the reputation of the franchise in the future. Even with the series in the state it's in today, I can't imagine this is truly the end. Somewhere, somehow, there's an idea for Soul Calibur 7 just waiting to be realized, and I'm waiting for the day that comes. But what could the game look like? What direction would they take the story? I would like to think Bandai would continue off the back of the framework Soul Calibur 6 introduced, as it brought back that free-flowing and fast gameplay a lot of players longed for. This coupled with rollback netcode and improved character creation will definitely be a great start. However, how far they go with anything else may hinge on how much the game is backed by Bandai. Tekken 8 is here, and it seems like easily the most expensive Tekken game we've ever seen, with a wealth of content both online and offline for players to enjoy. This was well deserved, and logically speaking the natural next step for Tekken, seeing how well Tekken 7 did both in sales and popularity amongst the FGC. Unfortunately, you can't say the same for Soul Calibur 6, so I highly doubt a sequel would get even half as much backing. But let's dream a little, and talk about what I'd really love to see in Soul Calibur 7. First off, from a visual standpoint, I would love for the graphics to evolve again, but more importantly, I would love a rework of the art style. Although I think the current style is nice, I think it'll be nice to try a different look, moving away from the big-eyed anime look into something similar to what we saw in Soul Calibur 1, 2, and 3, or even something close to what we're seeing in Tekken 8. As for gameplay, I like more of what I mentioned before, that fast, free-flowing gameplay Soul Calibur 6 brought back, which was the closest thing the series felt like since Soul Calibur 2. As for all the system mechanics 6 brought along too, I wouldn't mind seeing it, although Reversal Edge could be swapped out for a new mechanic, in order to change up the formula for a new game in a fun and interesting way. As for single-player content, I of course would like the return of RPG-like modes present in older titles, with more fun and unique minigames and missions. But I still would like to see a story similar to what Soul Calibur 5 and 6 did, but fun this time, including all characters on the roster. Pretty much like what we're seeing with Tekken 8.
Excellent.
I feel like that's one aspect the Soul Calibur series lacked. Those interactions between all the characters in the game that really bring out their personality and appeal to all kinds of players, making them fall in love with the roster. Of course, there's a massive difference in the setting between Tekken and Soul Calibur, but there are ways to really hone in on the character's personality in any story. Soul Calibur's story could easily fit in an RPG, and I think giving a new Soul Calibur game a proper overarching story, jumping from character to character while they form alliances and rivalries, would be really fun.
What was that for?
It's not like they haven't tried to do this either. Like I've shown earlier in this video, the story modes in most of the games actually do attempt it, but they either don't focus on the characters themselves enough in favor of a variety of missions and weapon collection, or simply on the story. These are fine games, but great story mode content isn't that common in the genre. But nowadays, more and more titles are putting in a big effort when it comes to diving deep into the lore they built up over the years, in order to showcase their characters in many fun ways, even outside the fight. So that's it, the story of Soul Calibur so far. Over the years, these games have given me so many great experiences that have become memories I'll never forget, and I would hate to see it all. I hope one day we can take to a new stage and ignite our souls once again.
3, no, 4 layers of arcane walls.
Are you guys ready? Yeah, let's go.
Hope it's enough.
Hey.
I'm not gonna give up on you that easily.
Ruby Nagasa, I didn't expect this. But it's one step closer to giving her a piece of my mind.
Fueling a power struggle between the two men. Eventually, George forcibly expelled Howell and his followers from Mount Carmel at gunpoint, prompting them to relocate to Palestine, Texas.
Hey, I have a question. Like, is that significant enough? Using that word, it's so over the top for what we're describing as well. Like,
yeah,
even
no,
like
it's perfect.
MI6 or something.
Like for example, Charlie and I starting a union is a clandestine operation of this podcast. Fueling, fueling a power struggle between the two men. Eventually, George forcibly expelled Howell and his followers from Mount Carmel at gunpoint, prompting them to relocate to Palestine, Texas.
Hey, I have a question. Like, is that significant at all? Like, that it's called Palestine? Like, was that a place beforehand, or was that another?
Palestine's a fairly, like, maybe not large, but well-known city, like, decent population, so it's probably just, I'm sure it's just coincidence.
Okay.
George subsequently renamed Mount Carmel to Rodenville, which also just, as soon as the cult leader names the city after them, get out. That has never
sounds like an
ended well.
amusement park. That's hype.
Rodenville. Charlie would be there like, let's hear him out. That sounds kind of cool.
Wait a minute, I like what he's cooking up there, guys.
As long as he puts in a roller coaster, Charlie's happy. That's fine.
Charlie sitting in the back of sermons with like the little spinning wheel hat, like a lollipop in his hand. He renamed Mount Carmel to Rodenville. And for a period, the two groups resided in separate areas of the town. However, in 1987, issues arose regarding unpaid back taxes on the Mount Carmel/Rodenville property, totaling over $62,000 dating back to 1968.
A lot of money.
And it is a whole lot of money, especially for back then. County officials threatened to seize the property and auction it off, leading George to take legal action. During the proceedings, he made inflammatory remarks to the justices, including a veiled threat invoking biblical plagues, stating, quote, "Maybe God will make it up to you in the end and send you herpes and AIDS, the 7 last plagues."
An interesting interpretation of how that goes.
Yep. I love his picture, by the way, every time I see it. It's such a good... the cowboy hat with the flag. Oh my god.
Very patriotic, man.
In response to a deed filed by Vernon Howell that ousted George Roden as president of the Branch Davidian Seventh-day Adventism and named himself, Roden allegedly took drastic action. He reportedly exhumed the body of former Branch Davidian Anna Hughes from the Center Cemetery and challenged Vernon to a macabre contest. Whoever could raise a soul from the dead would be deemed the true leader.
What a psychopath.
I know. Could you imagine, like, you're having a legal dispute with someone, and they're like, you know what? See this? See this body? I bet you can't bring it back. I bet you can't.
But wait, why is he bluffing? He can't, like, surely he knows he can't bring it back
No,
either, right?
he's very clearly mentally unwell. I bet he thinks he can by, like, doing some kind of, like, Tai Chi maneuvers over her body and fucking putting the soul back in it.
I thought you were gonna say, like, you fucking Weekend at Bernie's. Like, he's got a whole string, like, puppeteering contraption set up.
Yeah. Ventriloquist sit. That'd be huge.
However, instead, this is such a funny phrase sentence. However, instead of engaging in this challenge, Vernon reported the incident to the police. Like, he was there. Yeah, he was there, and he's just like, okay. Just like drives down the road. I'm not touching that. I'm not dealing with this guy. I'm going immediately to the cops.
We're gonna go on to find out that David Koresh or what was his other name? Vernon Howell.
Vernon
at this
Howell.
point, like, not a very bad person as well, and very mentally unstable as well. And even he was like, "Holy shit, this guy's fucked up. I gotta go to the police about this."
Yeah,
like, that's how bad it was.
I'm out.
Yeah.
The authorities, citing the need for concrete proof, declined to take immediate action based solely on Vernon's word. Undeterred.
Yeah, I guess it is possible, because it's very clear that David Koresh or Vernon Howell was trying to take over, take as much power as they could. It's entirely possible that a lot of this is made up by Vernon Howell, like David Koresh, as a means to undermine him. But we also have other, like, first-hand accounts, like the quote with the justices about the AIDS and the herpes. So I think that
apparently, like, he was so crude that judges remarked, like, it was the most despicable, like, case they've ever dealt with. That, like, killers aren't as mean as this guy was from the stance. Like, everyone hated this guy, so it's not out of the realm of reason to do something insane.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah. Also, just to keep up, this is now 4 degrees removed. If we're on, if we're on our main man over here. Undeterred, Vernon and 7 followers secretly infiltrated Mount Carmel on November 3rd, 1987, in an attempt to photograph Anna Hughes' casket. Their mission, however, ended in a shootout with Roden, resulting in the arrest of the 8 men. Subsequently, they were acquitted and charges were dropped. Meanwhile, George Roden found himself in legal trouble as well. He was sentenced to 6 months in prison for contempt of court stemming from threatening language he used during the tax battle. So this guy goes to jail for words. That's how annoying he was.
For saying that you'll get AIDS or whatever, the 7 lost plagues will visit your household. But with the David Koresh plan to sneak in and photograph Anna Hughes' casket, I don't really get what they were intending to do there.
It was for the concrete proof that they had exhumed the body and that this guy is a danger.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, how do they prove that he was trying to like bring Anna Hughes back from the dead? I thought it was like a necromancy kind of case where they're trying to prove that he was trying to bring her back. But yeah, I guess I'm assuming exhuming a body is illegal as well. So yeah.
Yeah, that's already a crime in and of itself.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There is
necromancy a crime? Is that codified?
That's probably in the book somewhere. You can't try and perform necromancy, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
There is one more detail I want to mention there. So in 1989, shortly after this whole contempt of court thing, all that happened. When he got out, Roden still maintained some leadership for a time. He actually goes back to jail when he's declared insane and all that for killing a man. So
he killed a man.
In October of 1989, he killed someone named Waymondale Adair. Basically, to tell you like the level of insanity Roden had built up, Adair came to Roden. I believe it was at the trailer Roden was living in, or maybe his house. And he tells Roden that he's having visions from God. And Roden is convinced that this is one of David Koresh's people that has been planted, because he's so paranoid about Vernon doing something that he takes an axe and kills him right there.
Holy shit.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, just axe murdered someone. So he goes to jail for that, and then the part about the escape and death and all that. So Vernon had got in his head so much that he just killed a guy who he thought maybe might be related to Vernon.
Yeah, that is crazy. It's very obvious then why he was eventually declared insane in 1989 and sentenced to treatment, I guess, at Big Spring State Hospital. But almost a decade later, in 1998, he managed to escape from the hospital, and he was later found deceased on the north side of the hospital grounds, with indications suggesting he had succumbed to a heart attack. So he escaped and then died from a heart attack on the escape, I guess.
That sounds like the work of Vernon Howell yet again.
Yeah. Probably. We can assume.
No, it was the ghost of Anna Hughes that got revenge. She popped up out of nowhere and gave him a heart attack.
I also wanted to be appreciated that, like, there was a period of time before Vernon got kicked out where they both lived in Mount Carmel with their own groups, and they were like having what can only be described as like prank wars with each other. Like, maybe like Roden would be like, "Oh, sorry, you all can't use that room today, we're painting it," and you know, Vernon's like, "Well, where do we go?" And Roden's like, "I don't know, you just can't be here." So then in response, Vernon would like throw a shirt away of his or whatever, and then the event that got him kicked out is a fire started in like on like Roden's side of the building, I think from a microwave, or not a microwave, like a stovetop or whatever. And then as soon as Vernon Howell found out, he's like, "Huh, maybe God did that. Maybe maybe God wants your oven on fire. Who knows?"
To be fair,
So, like,
in my opinion, David Koresh started this all by fucking his mum. I mean, that's starting this shit.
That's a good way to start a fight with a man.
That's a compelling argument.
Yeah, I feel like there was maybe some resentment there from like, yo, this dude's banging my mom. I don't like this.
Yeah, maybe he's the reason that Roden's insane. Maybe Roden was right. Maybe that guy who he killed was sent by Vernon to
Seriously, imagine being, I guess, George Roden in this situation and having this kind of cult or this religion that you were you felt like you were destined to eventually take over because it was your birthright or whatever, and then some super hot, well, attractive, charismatic individual shows up, pipes your mum down, and then takes over your cult. Like, I'm sure there was a lot of deep-rooted resentment there from the very beginning.
That'd lead anyone to axe murder. You're right.
Well, no, I didn't say that. Clearly,
No,
he's insane.
I think Jackson's saying what we're all thinking. It's okay to axe murder some people if they, they lead into it. And Jackson's very brave for saying that, I think.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Well, let's dive into David Koresh now. I'll take this one.
It's time.
Yeah, go for it.
So he was born Vernon Howell on August 17th, 1959 in Houston, Texas. His mother was only 15 when she had him. He never knew his father, was raised by his grandparents. He had a lonely childhood. He wasn't great at school and was dyslexic. But besides this, he had great musical ability and interest in the Bible. By 12 years old...
That was a really mean sentence, Jackson.
I don't like him. I'm not a fan.
You're just ganging up on this kid.
I'm not a fan.
Sorry, Charlie, go ahead.
By 12 years old, he had memorized large chunks of it, and David Koresh turned to the Seventh-day Adventist Church when he was 20. At 18, he made just enough money working in construction to put a down payment on a Silverado, which he kept filled with rock tapes. During this time, he would practice playing guitar for hours and was idolized by a lot of younger guys around him in the community. He wanted to be respected by them. Debbie Owens, his 16-year-old girlfriend at the time, is quoted saying, "He was a typical teenager, a rocker who carried his guitar wherever he went." George probably just thought this guy was so fucking cool and he was having sex with his mom.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He shows up in his fucking pickup truck, blasting music, comes in, bangs his mom, and leaves. Like, come on.
Yo, I'm gonna start preaching here. Is that cool, man? Like, it's my church now.
I'm gonna take over, and everyone fucking idolizes him and shit. Like, come on.
As he returned to religion, Koresh at first seemed to express guilt over his past, his sexual activity, and playing rock and roll. Similar to past moments in his life, he started to gain attention of younger members in the church and would engross them in conversation. During this time, Koresh saw revelation seminars conducted by evangelist Jim Gilly. Koresh was convinced that Gilly had a piece of the puzzle missing, the seventh seal. As described in the book of Revelation, the seventh deal binds a scroll held in God's right hand that prophesies the calamities that precede the apocalypse. He was convinced it was time to have a new prophet and a new light in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and he could be just that. With the church disinterested in his ideas, Koresh then made a move to the Branch Davidians. He began to claim the gift of prophecy and started to teach his own message called The Serpent's Roots.
Sorry, yeah, go on.
Which gained a small following in the group. Jackson, was there...
I'm saying go on. I'm sorry, go on. I'm saying continue.
So you stopped me to just remind me to continue?
Okay, so Discord cut out there. There was silence, so I started talking, and then you cut in, and then I said continue.
Okay. Interesting, very interesting. It also caused immediate contention. David, who had been having an affair with Lois Roden, the leader at the time, who was in her late 60s. When Lois died, there was a power struggle between her son George and David. After George Roden had forced David and his followers out of Mount Carmel by gunpoint, they returned in late 1987. They carried assault rifles, high-caliber rifles, shotguns, and nearly 400 rounds of ammunition. And during the following fight, George Roden was shot in the chest. David Koresh went on trial for attempted murder. I mean, that's just, it made me giggle that George Roden caught a fucking mean one. He ate some lead.
It wasn't like he was in his home in his room doing homework or anything like that. He was in the fight. He was like, like a. So it's not like an unlucky moment for George. Like, this was a.
After everything that's been established, it's funny that David has sex with his mom, plays rock music, then shoots him.
George cannot catch a W at all.
So when he was on trial for the attempted murder, it ended in a mistrial, and then Koresh became the leader of the Branch Davidians in the late 1980s.
It gets even worse for George. Like, this guy shoots you in the chest, it goes to court, and they're like, nah, he's fine.
Oh, he shoots you in the chest on your property, and he just walks out. Oh, it's another funny detail about that. Apparently, Koresh was or Howell at the time, he hadn't changed his name yet. Vernon Howell was so friendly with, like, the court that after the trial, he had members of the jury over for an ice cream party.
Nice. That mistrial sounding real normal.
How is that not a, like, what do you call it? Like a, mistrial. Like what?
Well, the trial's over, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The trial's over. Yeah, there's a word for it. You're not supposed to mess with it, whatever it is, but it's over. So, well, let's have ice cream. Yeah.
Yeah, is it tampering? I don't know. It's a conflict of interest for the jury.
Yeah,
surely.
yeah. But they already decided he's a good guy. He's okay. We can let him go. Yeah.
Well, it's easy to hate George, but this guy plays rock and roll.
Yeah. we don't know if that like he promised the ice cream party in advance. If they like.
That's
gave him
true.
what he wanted.
We never thought of it that way.
You don't know for sure.
It was rigged from the start.
Yeah.
So
I feel like it did just end up in a mistrial because they just decided that David Koresh was just so much cooler than George.
Yeah.
And George was a fucking like he was coming in ranting
Which
about
so
giving
did we.
everyone AIDS
So
and
did
stuff
we,
like
to be
that.
fair.
Yeah. I'm fine with how it's progressing currently. Continue.
So after Roden was sentenced to prison, being declared mentally insane in 1989, Koresh legally changed his name from Vernon Howell to David Koresh. And now we get into the explanation for this new branch Davidians that have formed. So it's a belief system that stems from the mainstream Seventh-day Adventism, but the specific beliefs and practices diverge significantly. Prophetic leadership and visions. The branch Davidians believed they were led by individuals who experienced prophetic visions and direct revelations from God. For example, David Koresh claimed to be the final prophet and the Lamb of God. The apocalyptic emphasis. Both groups have a strong focus on the end times, but the branch Davidians took this to an extreme, with a particular emphasis on preparing for an imminent apocalyptic confrontation between God's chosen people and the forces of evil. Koresh's teachings included detailed interpretations of the Book of Revelations, claiming that he and his followers played a central role in the end times. This level of specificity and the centrality of the armed conflict in their eschatology are not found in mainstream Seventh-day Adventism. Theological interpretations. The branch Davidians held unique interpretations of the Bible, particularly the prophetic books. Koresh taught that he was entitled to take multiple wives to bear children who would be important to the end times and practice an interpretation not supported or recognized by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. That seems to be super common in cults where, hey, God told me I get to fuck a lot and have a lot of kids, so don't know what to tell you.
Just picture David Koresh playing the guitar up there, like with this new cult. Like, oh yeah, by the way, I get to sleep with your wives. Like it goes like
yeah, he just hits like a fucking pinch harmonic.
What if he just completely fucking sucked at guitar as well? Like, was the most
I bet he was
dog shit ever.
There's videos of it. There's videos of it, of him performing at like bars and stuff like that. He's actually pretty good.
Son of a bitch.
God damn it, he's so cool.
I can't keep getting away with this.
The final thing that was very different was the isolation in community life. So while Seventh-day Adventists are encouraged to engage with and evangelize to the broader community, the branch Davidians under Koresh became increasingly isolated, forming a tight-knit community that lived apart from society. The isolation was partly due to their belief in the imminent end of the world and needed to prepare without outside interference.
Yeah, so they were like just a more cult-centric version of Seventh-day Adventism, really.
Now, one thing I will mention is, well, they also had beliefs that were very different from Seventh-day Adventism, of course. It's, you know, it's not like Seventh-day Adventists are like, I get to sleep with all your wives, right? Like, like there's differences. And Seventh-day Adventists don't believe in like continuous revelations and visions and stuff like that. But what is interesting about Koresh is like all the members of the community would have jobs. The kids would attend, older students would attend like local schools and stuff like that. Like they could leave. Also, one of the things they did to raise money is they would go to gun shows and sell guns a lot, and they would also go perform at like local bars and stuff like that. Which it's weird for a hyper-religious cult to go to bars and play like rock music of the time. Like, it's very strange, but that's what they would do a lot for money or fun. They would drink beer, stuff like that. Like a lot of stuff you wouldn't think they do. Koresh was like, no, it's chill. Who cares?
Yeah, it's less of a religious cult and more of a sexual one, it seems.
Yeah, or a charismatic leader just taking over and giving whatever, or offloading whatever beliefs he has. for his own like. It's kind of like what's it called, like Charles, kind of like Charles Manson a little bit.
A bit. Yeah. That's a pretty good thing. Like, they're obviously their objectives were different, but it's similar, and it's a cult of personality more than anything else.
Yeah, well, definitely at this point, like you said, this is like 6 branches deep at this point, 6 offshoots.
Yeah.
So it started as a religious sect, and it slowly over time just became a cult of personality. That's my analysis of the situation anyway. And then we continue on, Charlie, with David Koresh using the Bible in a very interesting way.
Yeah, so David Koresh used the Bible to justify a romantic relationship with a 14-year-old girl, the daughter of one of the church members, and insisted that the girl was given to him by God, and in the biblical sense was already his wife. Koresh legally only had one wife, named Rachel Jones, and they married when she was 14 with her parents' consent. They had 2 children, Cyrus and Star, and Rachel rarely argued against her husband and let Koresh do what he wanted without hassle. According to lawyer Jack Zimmerman, who spoke with Koresh during the siege, she was polite, pleasant, and very quiet. Koresh is said to have fathered 16 children with multiple women. And then in an interview with A Current Affair, he said, "I failed school. I quit in 9th grade because I had other things I had to do. I had to learn things. I'm a student, you see. I learned about people. That's what I do. I learn about people. I learn about myself."
Yeah, it's interesting that he said, "I failed school, I quit in 9th grade because I had other things I had to do." And then the interviewer says, "Like what?" And he just says, "I had to learn some things. I'm a student, you see." You just quit, you just said you quit school. What do you mean? It seems like he was grasping at straws there, if you have to ask me. I just love that quote. I think that's a very funny quote. Anyway, so after that, let's talk about life in Carmel under Koresh, because this is kind of where the whole crux of the story is, really. So if you would like to take this one, Wendigoon.
Absolutely. So when David Koresh returned to Mount Carmel after George Roden had been removed, he found it a mess. In the small frame homes that George had been renting to outsiders to assist in paying overdue property taxes, a large amount of pornography was found and destroyed. They also had lab equipment, which appeared to be used to make meth. David called the authorities to come and remove the illegal equipment.
So George was looking at porno and cooking up meth in his little shacks.
Yeah, I wonder if, like, I've wondered that about the meth thing too, if that was George, or if, like, the place was just kind of abandoned and he let whoever wanted, because at the time he left, like, he had a few followers, like, he was really at his end. So maybe it's funnier to think it was George, but I don't know. Could have just been abandoned too. Like a place for, you know, high school kids to go hang out, get high or whatever.
Yeah, make meth.
Yeah, make meth, you know, like you do.
David and his followers began clearing up and renovating. They tore down the 18-frame houses and built a massive 43,000 square foot facility. And I'm going to show this picture of it on screen right now. It's a pretty, like, modern looking facility.
It's a big building.
Really, like,
Very
at the
big
time,
building,
it's like, it's in the middle of a fucking field of, like, debris, like a war zone, and then it's just like this really nice complex. The building itself was L-shaped and included a kitchen, chapel, gymnasium, pool, and even a water tower. And although it didn't have indoor plumbing or running water except for the kitchen sink, most rooms also didn't have electricity. They had to use chamber pots in their bedrooms and kerosene lamps for light, and had a few space heaters and fans to help keep them warm or cool in summer and winter. So that's, like, super interesting that it's like this really nice looking complex, and then it's just got no power, running water, or anything like that. It's just I guess they spent all their money just building this, maybe, as a really nice attraction. Yeah. It's got a nice looking pool as well. Former followers have said that Koresh didn't allow women to wear makeup or jewelry. Jesus. And long blouses had to be worn. He also chose where followers would sleep and what food they could and couldn't eat. Things like dairy processed flour and sugar were not allowed. David Koresh organized movie nights and occasionally took young women to the local pub for casual gatherings. He and the other members formed a band and performed rock music at various local bars. The Branch Davidians maintained an open-door policy, welcoming locals to attend teachings or socialize at Mount Carmel. Additionally, many members held jobs within the community, actively participating in local activities and events. So it's kind of just like a cool place to come hang out, it sounds like.
Yeah, that was kind of the idea. Like, you make it appealing to just anyone to come check out. Hence the pool, hence the music, stuff like that.
Kind of like a youth center in a way. Like it looks like it would.
There were a lot of people who later, after everything went down, said that they would go just like hang out there in the evenings and stuff, and then just go back home. Like they would. It was just a place to stay.
Yeah. In 1992, Child Protective Services started to investigate allegations of child abuse at the compound. It was alleged that children as young as 6 months old were disciplined with spanking using a wooden spoon. Later, adults admitted to spanking their children but denied it ever reached the severe level where the children were seriously harmed. After a 9-week investigation of the compound, including interviewing children and adults, the Child Protective Services closed their case, unable to obtain enough evidence to support the abuse claims. Joanne Vega was a member of the Branch Davidians when she was a child, and she said that she remembers being hit regularly while living at the compound. As a kid, being disciplined was a 24/7 thing. After the CPS investigation, the local community opinion started to turn on the Branch Davidians. And in an interview with the Australian television series A Current Affair, a reporter asked Koresh if the rumors of sleeping with multiple women at the compound and underage girls were true. He denied the accusation. Former followers say he admitted to having intercourse with Michelle Jones, the younger sister of his wife Rachel, when Michelle was 12. Koresh had claimed that he had received instructions from God to do so, and also claimed that all the women at the compound were his and all marriages besides his were annulled. After this, all men other than David Koresh were forbidden to engage in sexual activity. Many followers believed that Koresh carried God's seed and believed that not every woman was worthy of Koresh's loin. He had his so-called House of David, which was Koresh's own personal harem. Inclusion in the House of David was made out to be a privilege. New members of the House of David would receive a gold-plated Star of David to wear around their necks, and girls were groomed from a young age in preparation for this.
I mean, so okay, terrible person, like
obviously
a very sick individual, a monster even. I thought you'd get more excitement out of A Current Affair being brought up again.
Oh,
Charlie.
I thought it was great to see them here, but it's not exactly like, yeah, A Current Affair. It's one of those things where it's like, this is an evil guy. I'm not gonna really get super excited about the silly broadcast.
Pump your fist about A Current Affair, but look at them. You like, I remember when you go through your Current Affair stage, which for those of you that don't know, it's an investigative series over in Australia. Kind of cringe, honestly, to Australians because it's mostly just fluff pieces. But sometimes they go out of their way to track down these individuals. Like they flew all the way over to Texas from Australia to investigate David Koresh before the siege and stuff like that, and had a one-on-one interview where all this information was divulged. So,
which is crazy for them because they really only handle like local nothing burgers. Like when I was watching A Current Affair, like one of the stories was about a snail that one of the employees accused the manager of releasing in the shop, and they're like, "This is just unacceptable behavior. Why would you release a snail?" And they do a whole story on that kind of shit.
Like tracking down, they had a snail expert on to look at the snail slime left behind to make sure that it was the correct spot, like the correct snail.
So it's either that or the Branch Davidians.
Yeah. No, a lot of it is
they
like,
go from like this local nothing garbage to like interviewing a fucking evil monster.
Most of like 90% of the stuff on A Current Affair is just like I said, fluff pieces or advertisements. Like they did a whole segment on how Vegemite was like changing their recipe or whatever, and it was just like 30 minutes of saying Vegemites taste so good, you should buy it. They now come in cans where your name is on it and stuff like that. It's just an advertisement. They do a lot of stuff like that, but I mean sometimes they go out of the way to fly all the way to America to track down just an awful person. So good on them for this one, honestly.
So then, moving forward from that, guns played a significant role in the life at Mount Carmel, according to firearms dealer Henry McMahon. David Koresh had a keen interest in firearms, enjoying the process of disassembling, cleaning, and reassembling them as a tactile pleasure. Koresh primarily acquired guns as investments for resale rather than personal use. And the Branch Davidians became regular attendees at gun shows. This is what you mentioned earlier, Isaiah, where they sold a lot of firearms and related gear, including Russian AK-47s, Israeli Uzis, gas masks, ammo vests, and hunting jackets. Basically, they were just selling this massive fucking arsenal. And that's seemingly where like they made most of their money. Member Paul Fata held a federal firearms license, which he utilized to attend the gun shows and generate revenue for them, all conducted legally.
Yep. It was like kind of like a gun making little hustle in the compound. Many men at the compound engagement building registering and selling the rifles as a hobby, so that's where they made most of their money, right, Isaiah?
That's where they made a lot of it, yeah. It was also just a hobby. All the men enjoyed firearms, it seems, from what we know. They used to have, like, police officers and local people from the area come out to have range days, like shoot all their cool imports and stuff like that. I will say, so both of those last paragraphs had a couple of important points. The mention, like, obviously David Koresh is a monster. We all agree with that. But what happened after this is a bunch of members who became displeased with Koresh, one, I forget his name, who said that he tried to take leadership of the Branch Davidians and left. He went out to say that every member of the community was engaging in child abuse in the same way Koresh was.
Yeah, that's coming up.
Okay, all right, good point. I'll shut up.
Yeah, you didn't have to say that, Jackson. He was educating us. You shut him down.
Basically, like, while David Koresh is an evil man, it kind of got rolled into this idea, well, everyone in there's evil, which shaped a lot of the ideas of the media going forward in the case. Also, the very important note that everything that was done with the firearms was done legally should be mentioned, because that is not what the ATF said. But yeah, we're about to get into that.
Yeah, I mean, he is a monster, but it's hard to know to the scale that he, like most of these actions or whatever, extend to the group itself.
I will say this, I watched a lot of when I made my video about it, I watched a lot of interviews with Koresh. I read a lot of testimonial stuff like that. I do think that there was some level of mental illness involved. Like, I do think, to a degree, he thought he was telling the truth. Not entirely. Obviously, I think he used it for a lot of evil actions and stuff. But I don't think it was something like Jim Jones, where he's like, I can abuse and get whatever I want out of this. I think he was insane, and I think a lot of people went along with that. But basically, the idea that we put forward eventually, when this gets where it gets, is every adult in that building needs to be killed.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to know, though, because, like, there has to be some level of awareness.
It is hard. It is hard to know, yeah.
Within the group itself, if David Koresh has, like, a harem called the House of David and stuff like that, and,
according
and the 12-year-old... Okay, just for an example, though, the 12-year-old bride, that had to be co-signed by her parents and stuff like that. There had to be some level of awareness.
According to, like, I think his name was David Thibodeau, if I remember right. Thibodeau said that, or like, and several other members who came out of the Branch Davidians said that he, like, yes, he would sleep with a lot of the wives, but they were never underage, and then other members said they were underage, so there's a lot of he said, she said with all of that. Regardless, the one we know to be true, without a doubt, is the 14-year-old girl he took as his bride. That was done legally because her dad signed off on it for some reason, right? Or like signed off on them going together. He did some loophole to make it legal, I remember. But like, so that alone qualifies him as a monster, right? The question is, how much did people around know about it? Because by the time he comes to the Branch Davidians and becomes their leader, that 14-year-old girl's grown up, right? You know, so it's like, oh, well, maybe then, but not now. So, like, a bunch of the members claim ignorance to that stuff. Others say it happened. Who knows? But basically, the only thing I mean to say is that, like, every adult in there probably wasn't evil, even though Koresh was. And I wonder how much of that evil was insanity. I don't know. I still don't know.
I guess it's a very hard thing to prove one way or the other at this point. I think, especially with how this whole situation ended, we're not able to talk to a lot of these individuals now. So it is hard to kind of, prove how evil individuals were. All we can really say for sure at this point is David Koresh is a very evil,
he's a monster.
Sick individual.
Yeah, they should have shot that guy. Been done with it. easy, clean, all good. Yeah. All right, I can take the next section if you'd like, because we're getting into my favorite people in the world, the ATF.
Yep.
All right, so the ATF in Mount Carmel. Old members of the Branch Davidians who had departed the organization, who were possibly upset and resentful towards Koresh, began to tell media and the police that there were serious child abuse situations happening at Mount Carmel. The allegations were incredibly troubling and disturbing and included the proven claims that David had a 14-year-old wife and extended to claims that multiple group members were abusing children as young as 8 years old. An example of this is an individual by the name of Mark Brolt. Okay, yeah, I keep saying stuff right before Jackson has it typed up.
We can just skip over it. If we've already talked about it, you can skip over it. It's fine.
All right, yeah, he was a self-proclaimed prophet. We get the vibe, right? He claimed Koresh did things like adultery, child abuse, and gun stockpiling. So let's get a brief little conversation as to what the ATF is for those at home who are innocent. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco... Aw, that's so cute. Okay. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, or full name, the BATFE, is a crucial federal law enforcement agency within the United States Department of Justice. Tasked with regulating and enforcing laws pertaining to alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives, and arson, the ATF play a pivotal role in combating violent crime and protecting the public. In truth, its responsibilities extend beyond mere law enforcement, encompassing regulatory duties to ensure compliance with federal statutes regarding the manufacturing, sale, and possession of firearms and explosives. During the Waco siege in 1993, the Bureau was led by Director Stephen E. Higgins. Higgins served as the director from 1983 until his retirement in 1993. At the time, the ATF was battling a PR nightmare after a horrific Ruby Ridge incident where the ATF raid resulted in the death of a mother and son. This is likely why the ATF was so eager to try to get a quick and easy victory against what they perceived as a child molesting cult leader.
That was my read on the situation anyway. I'm not sure about you.
I'll make the addendum that I personally don't like the ATF, and I'm not just saying that as someone who's like, oh, the government's evil or whatever. Like, the ATF was established in response to like crime waves in the 1930s. And it was put together to kind of combat everything that there were being new taxes being placed around. So like moonshine for bootleggers, stuff like that, firearm, short-barreled stuff, all that. Yeah. So what they do in practice is they're more of a regulatory tax service. Because all the stuff the ATF regulates, you can get around if you pay the right taxes. They're more so just checking that you have all the boxes ticked in the right place. And they are hyper aggressive on issues, like obviously as we're going to talk about, but they continue to this day. If they hear word that you may not be paying like the tax on something or dotting your I's in the right place, they'll just do a raid. They'll just kick down a door, you know, get it going. A bunch of people like disagree with the way they do stuff. Not only that, but a lot of the times they will make jurisdiction calls when they're not supposed to. Like if there's some ruling around, like, is this firearm legal or not? It won't go through legal channels. The ATF will just make an internal decision, and that's the law now.
At their discretion, yeah. That's what is usually meant by they're a common proponent of like government overreach, right? They're just kind of it's at their discretion what they choose.
And
to do.
no one can really challenge it because the way the government sees it, it's like, oh, it's the ATF's job to figure that out. So however strict they want to make something, that's as strict as it's going to be. Yeah. So. Yeah, I've had a lot of really annoying experiences with them. I worked at a gun shop for a few years, and they're just that I've actually, I'll take that back. There was one ATF agent lady who was very kind. Other than that, they all hated me for like just existing. Like I said, just bad interactions. Not a fan.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway. Sorry, that was unnecessary, but
That's fine.
I'm getting mad.
Get all the hate out. Yeah.
I'm getting riled up. Yeah. In May of 1992, a UPS driver reported delivering big shipments of weapons to Mount Carmel, and a package apparently fell open, and he saw grenades and black powder inside. ATF investigators concluded that the group was amassing an arsenal and making illegal weapons. I also want to clarify, as mentioned earlier by Jackson's writing, we know that the Branch Davidians were selling things like fake grenades at gun shows, right? That's a common thing you'll see at a gun show too. They drill out the bottom of the grenade so it can't be used, and you use them as like a prop or whatever, right? I've got one in my closet that I just use as a joke. You know, I'll walk in a room, throw a grenade on the floor, whatever. Like
what a prank.
Yeah,
classic comedy.
It's a real
Run for your life.
So for like 2 seconds, it's pretty funny for me. But like that's just a common thing, right? There is no way, I promise you, that people who actually get hand grenades, there is no way they are ordering them through UPS. Like you are not getting real explosives delivered through the mail. You get them through other channels. So what really happened is there was black powder in a crate, used for, you know, I've heard black powder / gunpowder, depending on who tells the report. If it's black powder, they couldn't even use that for like modern rifle reloading. It'd have to be for like muskets or whatever, right? Like, so it's black powder for like old muskets or whatever, and then fake grenades for gun shows. So some UPS drivers like, yeah, these guys are building bombs. I found it. I found the stuff in my truck. And the ATF, who should know better and do know better, are like, oh, well, this seems like a problem. Let's make it into one.
Well, what if they were using revolutionary style weaponry to like take on the government?
That would
they
be
get their blunderbuss out and David Koresh is like, fire!
It's like a line of soldiers at the top of the fort. Like,
they've got
right,
a
reload for 20
drummer boy.
minutes now.
Dun, 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 dun. I do want to clarify before I like, because I'm going to get aggressive about the ATF for this. I just feel it coming. I want to clarify that because it sounds like I'm just on their side and I think the Branch Davidians do nothing wrong. I want to clarify. David Koresh was an evil person. I think he should have been shot. I have no remorse for, you know, hurting people like that. They need it.
Yeah.
The issue is David Koresh was an insane cult leader, and the ATF is a tax-funded government agency who's supposed to keep us safe. I'm not like mad over a cult leader being a bad guy. I'm mad over the people who are paid to protect us being bad guys, because they're supposed to be better. So that's when I get more upset about the ATF than Koresh, it's not because I think Koresh deserves any remorse. I would have killed that guy. I'm just saying that I think the ATF deserves more scrutiny than a cult leader,
I'm not
right?
like you said. I think that was a pretty good point. How they're paid by us to keep. Well, I'm not American, first of all, so I've got no skin in the game.
Yeah.
No, you pay them.
Okay, sweet.
Just for fun.
No, technically I do, right? Because anyway,
kinda.
Yeah, regardless. They're paid to keep us safe. I'm not fully convinced that storming the compound and killing a whole bunch of children, women, and stuff like the cult members per se was done in our best interest or for our safety. Like
Yes,
I said, totally fine with David Koresh dying. Like,
Absolutely, yeah.
That is
no
that is
question.
in our best interest, realistically, and for the public safety, 100%. Totally fine with that. I just think they overextended to kind of an insane degree. That's my personal feelings.
Their methods of going about a problem that they made much bigger than it actually was, but a problem that needed to be addressed. Their methods of going about it were far beyond the justification for what happened, right? Because like we'll talk about later as we get into the details.
Yeah,
but
so
yeah,
we can start getting there. Like we've got the catalyst for what it was. Like they now have this compelling evidence that they might be making bombs and fucking muskets out the wazoo or something. So the ATF's got like reasonable suspicion on them, and the ATF suspected they weren't paying their taxes, which was illegal. So they then put them in their crosshair, basically. So Koresh was aware that the ATF was investigating them, offered them to come and go through their paperwork. ATF declines. They then rent out one of the houses on the side of the road of the like near Mount Carmel undercover. Like they pretend to be college students, and one of the agents, Robert Rodriguez, took part in Branch Davidian's sermons, and Koresh was aware that Rodriguez was undercover, but decided to let him continue what he was doing for whatever fucking reason. And he wrote a findings report stating he had seen weapon parts that could indicate they were making illegal weapons. So that was used alongside a noise complaint from a neighbor to obtain a search warrant, and then listed in the report that they had seen that there was like child abuse and the possibility that the Branch Davidians were making drugs. And even though CPS had already investigated those claims and that the lab had been found on the property was taken away, they still claimed that they needed to raid Mount Carmel since David Koresh never came out of the property, which was untrue, as Koresh often left the compound to work, eat, and play with his band. The ATF received that warrant that they were looking for, and they were they received that warrant that they were legally required to have, and then carried it out on February 28th of 1993. So that gives us the groundwork for how they got to the raid.
Yeah. Also, so like it's important to mention that the initially, when they heard the ATF was investigating, the sheriff and Koresh offered the ATF agents to come investigate, and they said, no, we're not interested, and then they plant an undercover guy, which is why Koresh is like, okay, fine, like, you can stay, because he already invited them in once, right? Everything they were doing was above board. And then from there, the ATF just keeps lying. They're like, yeah, he never leaves the property. That's why we have to do it at the property with the women and children. Even though, again, that's a lie. He goes out to play with bands all the time. They could have just waited. They used when David Koresh called the police to come retrieve a meth lab he found on Mount Carmel, they used that as evidence that maybe Koresh is making meth. That report that was mentioned that Rodriguez sent in saying that there were illegal weapons is a horrific report. He literally gets facts wrong. Like, he says they had upper and lower receivers of AK-47s.
Yeah.
AK-47s don't have upper and lower receivers. It's just a one-piece receiver. Like, the ATF agent who's supposed to be investigating doesn't understand guns as he's riding in there. And his reason for saying he thinks they're building illegal weapons is that there were weapon parts. Like, yeah, it's so frustrating how many things were purposely overstepped or like ran through the ringer so that the ATF could get a publicity win after they shot a wife and child at Ruby Ridge. It's very frustrating.
Exactly. Yeah, it's also funny to me that they did the whole college student house rent out scheme. Like, like what
they
is
just
this,
put their hats on backwards, like, hey guys, we're
What?
kind of looking to rent this place out.
What's especially funny, apparently, according to members, all the agents were like 40 years old, and they never left the house. Like, so they're like, "Yo, we're college students, bro. What's good?" And then they sat in the house window for like hours on end. They know. So everyone's like, "Are those just feds?"
I mean, what if the inverse happened and they didn't even do the investigation? They just got so into character they were doing like keg stands out on the lawn and stuff like that. Just fucking going wild.
Blasting
like,
music. Fuck you, old man. We're free.
Stressing over their thesis papers and shit like that for a subject they're not even taking. I gotta get to school, man.
And then one day, one of them, Rodriguez, comes over, a 40-year-old man. He's like, "Yo, I'm from college. Can I sit in with you guys?"
What's up, dudes? Yeah.
What's up, bros?
This
How's
shit
the
is
day?
like
Yeah.
super rad. I'm looking to just kind of take a peeperooski in here.
Yeah, he's fucking like Stan from American Dad. He's wearing like a 3-piece suit with an American flag badge pin.
All right, so now we're getting to the depressing part. One thing I want to mention is the ATF in preparation for February 28th was running training grounds on a one-for-one recreation of the cult compound at a nearby military base. So they ran this drill on the compound over and over. Like how they were going to breach the windows, how they were going to get in. The day of the raid, they were so prepped for a gunfight that they wrote their blood type on their wrist and neck. That way, if they got shot and were unconscious, they could get hooked up real quick. Wouldn't
that be normal procedure for like raids though? Surely.
Not like it's not normal for like ATF or like police doing stuff. There's like some special ops guys who go to that level, like, you know, something like that will be done. But it's not normal for ATF. Especially keep in mind, this is a warrant. Right? They're not going in to be like, all right, we're going to kill everyone in the compound. This is, we're going to serve Koresh a warrant for his arrest. And we're also going to bring 40 ATF agents with rifles to do it. Like, okay, David Koresh left his property all the time. He offered to let the ATF come in, do what they want, and they're immediately jumping to the most militaristic action possible. On February the 28th, 1993, Jim Peeler, a cameraman for Waco's KWTX-TV, encountered a U.S. mail carrier named David Jones. Peeler was searching for the Davidian residence, aware that a raid was imminent that day. Unbeknownst to Peeler, Jones had a connection with Koresh and promptly rushed to inform him of the impending raid. Meanwhile, Robert Rodriguez, an undercover ATF agent, was present at the compound and was approached by David Koresh, who pleaded with him to call off the raid. Rodriguez attempted to relay this information to his superiors, urging them to reconsider, as Koresh had been alerted. However, his warnings were disregarded. It is reported that approximately 150 people, including women and children, were present at Mount Carmel at this time. So, you know, what that looked like, you have a cameraman who just asks a random mailman, like, do you know how to get to the compound? There's going to be a big ATF raid today. And then unbeknownst to the cameraman, or unbeknownst to the reporter, that mailman knows Koresh. So he goes and tells him, and then Koresh outs that he knows that Rodriguez is an undercover agent. And Rodriguez says that he played it down, that he was like, no, what do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. So that was the moment that it was found out that Koresh knew who Rodriguez was the whole time.
Yeah, I also found it strange that the news agency or the news media group or whatever had inside information. They knew that something was going to go down.
Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient that the ATF, who definitely doesn't need a publicity helping, told the local camera crews that they were going to be doing a big raid that day?
Like, hey, you're going to want to come see this shit. It's going to get wild. Like,
yeah,
come on.
Yeah. This definitely isn't a publicity stunt, guys. It's definitely not why we're going over the top. By the way, bring cameras. Yeah.
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 That's definitely not why we're endangering the lives of this many kids anyway, by putting them in the middle of what we expect to be a gunfight. At approximately 9:45 a.m., the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms initiated an operation to execute the arrest and search warrants against Koresh. Conflicting reports have emerged regarding the origins of the gunfire. Initially, ATF agents claimed that the Davidians fired the first shots. However, this narrative has since evolved. Two main theories have surfaced regarding the initial gunfire. Some suggest that an agent fired after spotting a Davidian in a window armed with a gun. Alternatively, it's proposed that an agent shot a dog belonging to the Branch Davidians, triggering a rapid exchange of gunfire. So, they pull up to the compound. Koresh steps out front with his hands above his head and says, "There's women and children in here." And then someone shoots. For years, the ATF and every agent that was there said that the Branch Davidians shot first. And then in recent years, they're like, actually, that was a lie. We shot first. Apparently, the Davidians had two, like, big huskies that ran out towards an agent. An agent just guns down the dogs, and then everyone opens fire. All the other agents start shooting just because they were, like, skittish and heard a gunshot.
Yeah.
So that's what likely triggered it. David Koresh was positioned outside the front door with his hands raised when the gunfire erupted. He sustained injuries to his stomach and hand before retreating inside and closing the door behind him. Evidence suggests that the ATF fired at the door, as multiple bullet holes were found. The disappearance of this front door raises suspicion, especially since the left door remained intact and held as evidence. There's direct testimony from an agent who contradicted his initial report, indicating that he witnessed other agents loading the right door into the back of a U-Haul. The door holds a lot of significance because David Koresh was only outside for like a second and a half when the gunshots were going. So if the gunshots started and there were a bunch of bullet holes in the right door, it would point to agents firing at Koresh, an unarmed man, as soon as the gunfire started, right? When the ATF's official story is that David Koresh was just caught in the crossfire. But if there's a bunch of bullet holes right behind him, then they were definitely gunning for him. And then the door just disappears, never shows up. Actually, as a matter of fact, I believe that door was actually found years later in an evidence lockup. I've seen a picture of what's supposedly the door, and it's full of bullet holes, if it is the door. I'll try to find a picture for you, Jackson, but,
okay.
Yeah, so, but it looks like they just got rid of evidence as soon as it was over.
Are you sure that's not the left door? Because I know the left door it exists currently and is still held as evidence.
The images I've seen have claimed it to be the right door, but again, I don't know if that's verified or not. It could be the left door, just people saying like, oh, this is the right door, aren't the ATF evil or whatever.
Why doesn't the government just tell us what happened to the door? Please.
What door? There was never a door. What are you talking about? You're crazy.
It was only a left door there to begin with.
Yeah, the Branch Davidians famously known for their one-door policy, Jackson. Come on.
Well, they do. It is said in my script even that they had an open door policy. So maybe they weren't even doors.
That was a good one. That was pretty good. All right. On the first day of the confrontation, Wayne Martin, a Branch Davidian, made a desperate call to the police, pleading with the agents to cease their gunfire due to the presence of women and children inside the building, who were at risk. Another member, Cooper, echoed Martin's sentiment, asserting his right to self-defense as the agents initiated the shooting. After an intense exchange lasting 2.5 hours, which only ceased because the agents ran out of ammunition. Despite the hostility, basically the ATF agents made their way up to the second floor windows, breached the windows, go inside. 2 ATF agents die up there, a couple more die on the ground. You can actually see on video of like bullets flying out of the wall along where an agent is, and he gets shot and falls off the roof. A few more Davidians died inside. There was a big gunfight inside, and then all the ATF agents evac'd, and like you mentioned, only quit firing because they ran out of bullets. Despite the
Yeah,
hostility,
there's
the Davidians...
footage of them carrying away their wounded and stuff like that, and yeah, very confronting.
It was all on
imagery.
TV, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it was.
wild. Despite the hostility, the Davidians allowed the ATF agents to retrieve their wounded and deceased comrades. However, as the Davidians returned inside after burying their dead in the Mount Carmel cemetery, an ATF agent fatally shot one of them. The circumstances surrounding this incident remain unconfirmed, with reports suggesting that the Davidian may have initiated gunfire toward the ATF. On the first day, 4 agents were killed and 16 were injured. Additionally, 6 Davidians reportedly lost their lives, with many more sustained injuries. Of course, the exact number is hard to know because of where the story ends up. So yeah, they had 6. So during this time, the Davidians buried 5 dead, and then an ATF agent shoots one of them. All the Davidians say that guy just was holding a shovel. ATF agent says it was a gun. You know, it's still argued. Obviously, the official report's still that he had a gun, but the FBI hostage rescue team assumed control of the situation following the initial ATF confrontation. David Koresh took to calling local news stations, granting interviews to... what is that word? Elucidate?
Elucidate. It just means educate.
That's a good word. That is a good word. All right. Granting interviews to elucidate the circumstances. He recounted how the ATF arrived at the property in heavily armed vehicles, shouting commands that he couldn't discern. Koresh emphasized that while his group possessed weapons, they had no intention of using them, but rather sought peaceful resolution. He asserted that the ATF's failure to comprehend their beliefs led to violent encounter. Koresh adamantly claimed that the ATF initiated the gunfire, prompting him to plead for dialogue and cessation of violence. Recordings of these interviews captured Koresh's cries of pain and insistence on his right to self-defense. Yeah, so he makes a bunch of videos to the news, basically explaining what happened. In response to Koresh's media outreach, the ATF severed phone lines and established a single communication channel between negotiators and Koresh. Over the ensuing hours, Koresh engaged in extensive discussions with FBI negotiators, delving into topics ranging from his family to religious beliefs and beyond. The ATF anticipated that the Branch Davidians would either resort to mass hang up, or exit Mount Carmel voluntarily. However, with their apocalyptic beliefs centered around the second coming of Christ, the Davidians had stocked ample supplies to endure a prolonged standoff.
Yeah, they were doomsday cold. Of course they were.
Yeah, and also, like, their whole thing is that they were afraid of the armies of Babylon. Like, Koresh had taught for years that one day the evil armies of the world will come to attack them, and they have to be ready. So guess what happens when 40 federal agents roll up and start shooting at them? Everyone's like, wow, Koresh was right. Yeah.
That's the most annoying thing about this situation is, like, you inadvertently kind of proved him right, at least to his followers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
There were right. FBI investigators after this was over that's like, maybe we are the armies of Babylon. Maybe that's what happened. In an attempt to negotiate surrender, David Koresh offered to turn himself in if the ATF broadcasted a 1-hour taped sermon of his on the radio. Despite complying with this request, Koresh then informed FBI that he had received divine guidance indicating that he was not yet meant to surrender. This move, by the way, would be the ATF's justification for a lot of what happened. They'd say, oh, well, he lied to us once, right?
Možda.
This decision frustrated the FBI.
Šta ima? Pošto ja znam. Moglo je biti toplije za početak.
Ma da, napolje je hladno, morao sam čak i da obučem danski trener kupak u majke. Kratke rukave.
Igramo ovaj Last Epoch. Ja te Nenad opet blokirao.
Kad radiš?
Ne radim.
Rečio si da ne radiš?
Da.
Milane, dili si.
Rešio sam da počnem da radim u petak.
Milane, dili si.
Ne, na godišnjem sam, plaćen, hvala. Ne, nego, to je plaćeni godišnji, toliko mi je stalo prošle godine. Pa ono, novi sam radnik 2 i onda nisam mogao baš da uzmem kako ja hoću. Tako. Si blokiran.
Gdje?
Pa na Nenadovom onom akauntu da igraš onaj Cyberpunch. Znači nije ostao ulogovano.
On ostane u igri. Ne, kad je ulogovan nije problem, nego što on ostavi igru upaljenu, znaš. Isto kad bi to i ja uradio, ni on ne bi mogao da igra.
Samo ostaneš u glavnom meniju, a?
Pa da. Samo da je upaljena igra, onda ja ne mogu. Ono je trik nekad, jebote, ono ne mogu veruje.
Mislim da to nije namerno, budući da već možete zajedno koristiti isti akaunt. Jednostavno sam sebe gura previše i dođe tu u situaciju da ostane ono kao neki to za vampir, razumeš? Do posle ponoći. Znaš?
Jedan čovjek je lud, ja jedno veće bilo mi društvo pre neki dan ovdje. Razmišlja mi se u pola 5. I ja sedem za kompjuter. I šta misliš šta sam vidio?
Ne znam, hentai neki.
Ne, vidio sam Nena da igra Last Epoch u pola 5 ujutro.
A to da, to su ti mogu ja reći.
I onda pitam se mi, majke, ti to buda? Da. Vidim igraš već 5 sati ovo. Nema se vremena, mora se. Dobiši na posao, čoveče. Život je kratak, mora se.
On je sebi napravio, da kažemo, obavezu.
Uče mi ne verujem šta mi čovjek govori. Majke mi ono. Pola 5 ujutru, ja tu dok sam se ituširao, pojao nešto bilo pola 6, on je dalje.
Nevjerojatan tip, a?
Mogu da kažem da malo počeo i da me zabrinjava. To baš i nije normalno.
Bit će to dobro. Jednog dana. To ti nije bio pre neki dan, to je bilo u subotu večer, ja mislim.
Ma nije, sreda, četvrtak,
Ne bih rekao. Zato što je update za igru izašao u četvrtak, petak.
To posle znam. Vozio sam manu i na stacionare. To jutro znam da je bio budan. Da je bio radni dan. Kontaš.
Razumiješ, kontaš, da.
Kontaš ti mene bola.
Kaže, razumeš ti mene? Kaže, razumem. Kurac, ti razumeš. Evo baš.
Jebate, ovaj Plague Tale nije ni malo lako se preći.
Niko nije ni rekao da jeste.
Mislim da je neko prvi put kad sam startovao, da mi misli neka glupost nebulozna, ali ono ima baš da možeš ono kad ti treba one čuvare da zaobiđe. Da bude silent jer je...
Silent Assassin.
Pa da im bacaš one posudice, one se razbiju samo da im skreći pažnje i ono, znaš.
Čudi me da nisi bio fan ovih Hitman igara, budući da je to moderni, ono, šuter.
Probao sam.
Koji si probao? Stari?
Sam prvi onaj legendarni.
Ej.
Probao sam ovaj najnoviji.
I? Najnoviji ti nije bio nešto šta? A znaš da ne moraš uopšte da se šunjaš, možeš da igraš vrlo agresivno.
Ma da uopšte mi nešto ne lebi, uopšte ne znam. To je toliko prezahtevan kad i grafički skok uopšte.
Zato što ima dosta NPC-eva. Evo, ja objasnim. Ima dosta AI-a koji se šećka. Zašto je Han Shodan toliko zahtjevan? Pa nije zato što je grafika nenormalno kao dobra. Nije toliko dobra. 5-6 puta su uništili grafički engine da bi igra ličao na ono što liči sad. Ne, zbog AI-a, zašto imaš u Han Shodanu mnogo AI-a. Zato je i Hitman zahtjevan isto. Zato više je ono CPU i taj intenziv nego što je GPU.
Rockin'. Welcome to my channel.
Dok izađemo odavde.
Not happening. Not happening.
Wow, ovo sam našao na kraju. Pa sam prošao čitavu tamnicu, našao sam ovo sranje. Ne verujem.
Not happening.
A ovo još ide. Ajajajajajajaj. Kolika je ovo tamnica.
Slučaju rasklopim ovaj ALC monitor da vidim da nema na matičnoj neki nabrekli kondenzator ili nešto. Međutim, na oko nije ništa vidljivo i jebeno. Evo kako brzo prođe ovaj vikend u pičku leće materije.
Istina. Velim istina.
Evo je ali ekspert to posle staviti. Ajde bre, pusti kurac. Kineska jedinica za novac, bilo tvoje.
Von, ja mislim.
Kako?
Von.
Ali ekspert bacaju u blokama koji. Znači, evo život ali sada i sad je jednovi bacaju u blokama.
Von ili Yuan. Sad.
Da li ima neku ideju?
A zašto ti izbacuje na recommended one manekinke, one dugonoge? Da mi to objasni.
A to mi na YouTube-u, ako da moram kliknuti na jedan od sada i...
Sad si se pretplatio praktično.
Meni u zlotama izbacuje.
To je češka ili poljska valuta?
Not happening.
Okay.
happening. Might have to drop something.
Brother. Tebe ni zovu nedelju? Kad radiš, a? Da, ti. Pa nema nikog bez ja i ti. I must be talking to ti.
Ovo je 3 dane. Jesi vidio juče skok, šut, headshot?
Mislim da jesam. Ima neka fora, kako beše, neko je to objašnjavao kad gađaš iz oružja. Možeš da pogodiš samo u trenutku dok ti je telo kao putuje u visu hantu. Kad počneš da padaš, accuracy ti opada na pola ili na trećinu normalno.
To drop something.
Ah.
Might have to drop something. Not happening.
Uff, dobre.
Not happening.
Can I help you? Can I help you? Stay safe, traveler.
telefon, nego šta je skrenuo da pričaš za onaj skok, shoot, headshot, nešto. Kad mi je zvonio telefon.
Ima veze sa skakanjem. Navodno, kad skočiš, preciznost je ista. Tu gde nišaniš, tu ćeš pogoditi dok si u vazduhu. Kad kreneš da padaš, preciznost ti također opada.
Da, nije to prvi put kao radi skok. Drugi put sam sad uvatio na streamu.
Okay.
A jednom sam lika sa Springfieldom, Marksmanom. Bio da 100 metara iz kakuće iza stene, isto to pokušava što je on, ja unutra bio u ovoj Brickworksu, znaš.
Da. I?
Virim iza onog dimnjaka, onako, tamo da vidim, znaš ona kapija tamo.
Dobro.
Ima skalu, pa ona kapija, pa iza ima ona šuma i ona stena. I lik tamo skakuće, a ja unutra. I skakuće, ja čučnem i nišanim sa Marksmanom i nišanim, jer o 7. put kad je skočio, znaš, očekivao sam da će da skoči, kako ti odlično.
Da.
Pukne mu napred i on skoči, headshot mu zapiše.
Zanimljivo. Nisam gledao, ali ono.
A si vidio ovaj klip? Okačio sam ovo 2, isklipovao sam. 25 sekundi. Ili ovaj short.
Aha, vidim. Headshot, vidim. Šta čovjek pokuša iza stene da skoči, šta?
Ne, to nisam uvatio, to je predio, nego to sam sa Marksmanom, sa Springfieldom, evo sam ga.
Ovo je bilo Winchesterkom. Šta ćeš, što bacaš pare na, pomozi mi reći, na Mosin Nagant? Snajper kad Winchester radi isti posao na istu distancu.
Još mi lakše s njom. Mosin Nagant jako uveličava, znači za moje prohtjeve mnogo mi uveličava, a ovo mi je taman, Marksman mi je onako... I Mosin i Sparks i onaj krag jako uveličavaju sa ovom dugačkom optikom.
A, snajperska optika. Pa imaš...
Ova Marksman mi je nekako najbolje.
Šta ima Marksman, ja mislim Berthier?
Berthier, Winchester,
Springfield.
Henry,
Label.
Springfield, Label i dodali su i na onaj Le Mans, onaj karabin produženi sistem, da njegu su dodali.
Sad da vidim, možda si stavio cheatera ovdje. To me zanima.
Da vidim šta sam dobio. Claymora. I noće spustio da ne vidim.
Ja sam dobio onog alkoholičara što nosi onu bocu.
Traktu i Psycho Ghost da bi treba čekati sve 3,5 sata. Biti još koji drop do 1. marta ili...
No, look, he's doing Mosin Obrez. This might be a new profile. This guy might have played... What is he staring at?
Ili ima pojma, će biti još neki drop?
Mislim da će biti još jedan. Mislim. Psycho Ghost je napravio klip o tome. 2 ili 3 dropa imaju. Ne znam šta je zadnji. Ako već nije bilo sva.
A ovo je bio drugi bio. Ali vidim da se završava 1. marta u 5.
Pa kuce samo Psycho Ghost, Twitch Drops 2024. On je napravio klip o tome.
Dude, that's a crazy, like...
Scarecrow dobio sam Scarecrow.
Strašilo. Ne vjerujem da si ga imao, to se plaćalo. Sa Blood Bounty.
So he gets him, he heals teammates on him, he's already out of Abdo, so he's got a Obrez. Choking, that's a great alternative to shooting. Or is this the event that's making the noise? Or is that a real event? Dude, he's just right on him every time.
He's cheating, but he's just so bad.
Dude, it seems like he's walling. He knows right where these fools are.
Oh yeah.
With the dog in the field with him, that's a great maneuver. Yeah, very clear he doesn't have aim lock because Abdo burst was horrendous. That is crazy. Dude, that is so bad. He doesn't care.
Kako reče mi ono Milan Beladonis, nema cheatera u Hand Shotgun. Ovaj lik gađe kroz maglu, ne može Kjera da ubode. Zombi ga razbiše.
Reload, just tried to shoot. Wait, who did he just try to shoot?
I don't know. There's a guy up. Yeah, what is going on? That's a real grenade, unless he's got... Is he gonna disarm that? Or does he know it's not real? What is fucking happening? Really? That looks very locked. Come on, get him. Get him, he literally does... Use the nitro.
Ne znam šta si pitao. A to si dobio na kraju event, hvala.
Use the nitro. Shoot through the smoke. Hit him through the smoke. Hit him. Dude, that's locked!
To ti bio zadnji event.
That's right on him!
Drago mi je što ti igrati Hand Shotgun svaki dan.
That's locked! It's locked on him!
Nemate pojma, niko ništa.
Oh my god.
Znam da igraš samo s jednim skinom, ali ono, znaš.
What are you doing, bruh? You're locking on through wall. There it is.
Imamo ovoga skida udavljenog
To znam. Ali kid se plaća za pariku, ja znam.
Njega sam dobio na onom sad skidi.
Aha. Fino.
His teammate hasn't hit a shot. That's locked on through the fucking staircase, bro. Who's that? What are you doing?
You thought you'd sneak up on him, motherfucker.
You're trying to... Oh my... Dude, come on.
Uzdrav.
That's disgusting.
Dude, there's so many people shooting, they might get outpaced here.
They're so bad. How are you literally are locking on, bro.
All you have to do is wait for the movement to stop into your gun and just shoot.
Nice shot from the bow guy. It's a good thing, dude, it's a good thing that the explosive rounds are so weak. You would have killed that guy.
Dude, he'd be fucking destroying these people. He would have wallbanged too if he had regular rounds in the goddamn nitro.
Yeah, right there. Exactly right there.
That one clump. No ammo again, dude. But if he runs out of ammo, now the teammate's got more ammo in his gun.
Nice.
Oh yes. Where'd that come from?
He's crossing.
Just destroy him through the bushes.
Some wacky shit. Get wacky, bro.
Oh my god, our hero.
Dude, that is so... Reload just for... grenade. Fucking happening.
leading to speculation during a press conference about Koresh's purported conversations with God. When asked if they believe Koresh was indeed communicating with God, FBI officials responded with a measured acknowledgement that Koresh likely believed he was, punctuated by audible laughter in the background. Yes.
Just fucking laughing at
Just
him.
laughing at him. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that video. Everyone's like, ha ha, the stupid little cult people. Ha,
Yeah, but he
ha."
does believe in it. What a fucking loser.
Yeah, which Koresh, very true, very accurate. The
Yeah,
children in the building,
Yeah,
not so. Yeah, yeah.
It was very clear that they had dehumanized every single
Yes.
individual in the building at this point.
Yeah, they kept saying like, oh, because of Jonestown, they kept being like, oh, everyone's gonna do it. They're all gonna drink the Kool-Aid any second now, like, or they're all gonna go out in a blaze of glory. There was no middle ground with them.
I do want to say though, if because they accepted the offer to tape or show his 1 hour tape sermon on the radio, I do think there was at least some effort from the FBI. I think
to end it, yeah.
Yeah, I think they had realized it at this point that they had already botched this up significantly. 4 agents were dead. And there was a lot of life lost, and they went into this thinking this was going to be an easy PR win, obviously, because they had sent the word to the media and stuff like that, and clearly
we saved the kids. Yeah,
clearly it's now turned into a multi-day siege. So they're probably regretting their decisions at this point. So I do think they were desperate to end this without further loss of life, but David Koresh, I think, made the fatal mistake of not giving himself up and instead reneging on their deal that they made. I think that was kind of a pivotal mistake in all of this, because I kind of get it from the FBI's point. Like, they're like, well, clearly this guy's not playing fair with us anymore, but they had put themselves in this situation, of course, as well. So it's hard to.
It's a question of how insane he is, right? Because if he's lucid of this, then yeah, absolutely, just evil, made a deal, didn't want to let his people go. Others argue that maybe he had some like episode in the midst of this and thought God was speaking to him again. I tend to go more so that he just didn't want to give up, didn't want to walk out. But yeah, that decision on both sides would lead to what comes shortly. As the standoff persisted at the compound, the FBI employed tactics such as cutting off power to the facility and engaging in confrontational behaviors towards Branch Davidians observing from windows. During a call with an FBI negotiator, Branch Davidian Steve Schneider expressed bewilderment, questioning who is in control of the individuals outside the compound. He described them engaging in lewd gestures, which made the Branch Davidians wary of surrendering to the FBI. Despite the tense situation, David Koresh expressed willingness to allow anyone who wished to leave the compound to do so. Several mothers and children took this opportunity to depart, but upon exiting, the women were promptly arrested and the children were separated for interrogation. So, the lewd gestures, apparently a bunch of ATF agents were like getting naked and like bending over in front of the windows.
What? Okay,
they were
I didn't read that. I
the
thought
agents were like pulling down their pants and spreading their butt cheeks to the windows and stuff like that.
What the fuck?
They were like hip
Taxpayer
thrusting
money
in the air.
spent well.
Someone got in the tank at one point and started driving over the graves they had just made. Of the 5 dead.
I did read that.
Yeah. So you've got this cult of like, comparatively conservative Christians, not the word for it, but they think they're Christian. They're sitting in the windows, and then they see a bunch of federal agents mooning them and driving over graves and stuff like that. And then a few of the women go out and they watch from the window as the moms are tackled and arrested and the kids taken away. And it's like, yeah, I'll surrender to those guys. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah.
Yeah, there's clearly not much good faith going on from the FBI side on the outside, like antagonizing them. Like, if you're that much of a believer and you look out and you believe that you're seeing the forces of the devil, the forces of Satan and stuff, and then they bend over and spread their butt cheeks at you, I kind of get it. I kind of get why you'd be apprehensive about going out there.
One of the most annoying things is there's a call between that call between Schneider and the FBI negotiator. He's on the phone and he's like, there's guys out here, showing their rear ends to the women and stuff like that. And the FBI's response, or the negotiator's response is he's like, oh, well, boys. Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
Who doesn't goat see a window during a very intense shootout occasionally? You know what I'm saying, gentlemen?
Yeah, we've all been there. Who among us is
Yeah.
innocent? Yeah.
It was a bonding exercise, goddammit.
We pop open the Budweiser and start looking at butt. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm getting at.
It's sounding more and more like these were actual college students. Like they weren't undercover. It's just a force of college students.
So on the ninth day of the standoff, David sought to provide the public with insight into the beliefs and values of the Branch Davidians. The FBI facilitated this by sending a video camera into Mount Carmel. In the recorded footage, David vehemently criticizes the ATF's actions, denouncing their intrusion into their home as un-American. He emphasizes his commitment to defending his family, showcasing the presence of young children in the room. Despite David's efforts to share these videos with the public, the FBI opted not to release them, fearing that they would generate sympathy and support for the Branch Davidians. I've seen the whole tape. It's David. I think I put the whole tape in my video, but it's David setting up there with a bunch of kids, and he's like, you know, you come at me, I'll meet you at the door any day, which is like, it's the kind of speak a bunch of like, you know, quote unquote red-blooded Americans would get behind. So the ATF saw that and were like, we're not gonna post that.
Yeah, it's a call to arms, basically.
Pretty much. As the siege dragged on, both sides felt increasingly trapped, with no sign of progress after a week and a half. While negotiators attempted to engage David Koresh and other Branch Davidian members in dialogue, the HRT hostage rescue team applied pressure to expedite the situation. The HRT resorted to aggressive tactics, including running takes over Branch Davidian vehicles, which resulted in the crushing of bodies previously slain. Additionally, they illuminated the building with spotlights throughout the night and blasted disturbing noises such as recordings of rabbits being murdered over loudspeakers. Yeah, so
just fucking lunatics.
They think this cult is like an insane group of people who are going to go crazy any minute, and their response is to point spotlights in their windows and play dolphin noises all night.
Run over the fucking corpses of their their friends and fellow cult members in their tanks.
This will calm it down. Yeah, like
this is the hostage rescue team, by the way.
Yes. Also, I want to for those. Don't worry, we'll get you out of there.
We're working on it, everybody. Check this out. I'm putting a firecracker up this corpse's butt.
And like the thing about rabbits being murdered is no joke. The audio is like horses neighing and dolphin noises and car crash sounds. Yeah, like at maximum volume. It's insane. Like these are the same guys who are flashing
Who wrote
women.
the textbook on this fucking hostage like strategy?
I also want to mention
this is by the book. I'll tell you right now. If I'm trying to rescue hostages, I gotta get them off their guards. So I gotta surprise them with fucking jump scares and horse noises.
The HRT team that was here was the same team that was at Ruby Ridge, by the way.
Oh, fantastic!
Yes,
fantastic.
The same shooter. His name was Lon Horiuchi. Who shot Vicky Weaver, the woman, at Ruby Ridge, the end of the standoff. He was posted up at a building down the road with a sniper rifle, and many say that he is the one who fired at that guy who was walking back in with the shovel.
From the funeral.
Yeah, no, actually, sorry, that was an ATF one. Later in the story, he's accused of shooting people at the end of everything that goes down. So they literally put the same people on the same guns as they did back at Ruby Ridge. They're like, yep, we'll just copy paste. What's the worst that could happen? And then you get stuff like this. Oh, play animal noises. That'll calm them down.
Again, they came here intending to like smooth over their reputational damage they suffered during the Ruby Ridge incident.
Yeah. Guys, news cameras. This will fix everything.
Quickly, spread your ass cheeks.
That it was around this point that they made the news crew stand like 3 miles back further up the road so they could just catch brief glimpses of this. Yeah.
They're like, this isn't going the way we planned. Get everyone out of here.
News cameras, come here. We're going to fix our reputation. All right, if you could stand 3 miles that way and listen to the goat noises all night, that'd be great.
News guys, come here. We're repairing the damage. And then they get naked and start like mooning the cameras and stuff.
Do you see
like
what
that.
I mean? That I get so upset with the ATF.
Yes,
like, how did it come to this? This is why I'm mad. Okay.
They're so out of touch. Like, I don't understand how much more out of touch you can be.
Oh, it gets worse. You're about to find out. Yeah, you did write this. Yeah. Despite objection, the theoretical you in the audience, you are going to find out. Despite objections from negotiators who warned against escalating tensions, these tactics were widely reported in the media. It appeared that the FBI strategy aimed to push the Branch Davidians to their breaking point, perhaps hoping to provoke a response that would justify a forceful intervention. In addition to cutting off power, water lines to Mount Carmel were also severed. Compounding the situation, 2 of the compound's water tanks were damaged during the initial gunfire, leaving the entire complex reliant on a single tank for survival. Yeah, starve them out, make them desperate, that'll end well.
Yeah. That was a strategy. It's a dumb strategy, but continue.
Oh, I will add, the night that they cut power, like totally to the compound, the reason they did is because to combat the noises, David Koresh set up a bunch of loudspeakers and started playing his guitar out of the top window.
He was playing on a rock show?
Yeah,
God,
to
that's so
combat
much
the
cooler.
Shit.
So imagine this: the ATF has like spotlights on them, playing like loud animal noises, and then you hear ba-da-da-da-da-da, like he was standing in the top window playing for all the news
that
cameras.
Smoke on the water.
Yeah. I've seen the recording. He was playing some old rock song. I forget which one it was. I think it was a Vietnam song, like All Around the Watchtower or something. If it's something like that, yeah, like
makes sense.
Which could you imagine? Like David Koresh, evil person, but objectively, that one moment is neat.
Well, yeah, what if he comes out and starts shredding and it brings everyone together? Like the ATF agents lay down their weapons.
It's like that Pepsi commercial. Yeah.
The power of rock unites us. But they cut the power when he started doing that. So anyway, the area surrounding the compound had transformed into something resembling a tourist attraction, with the FBI set up drawing crowds. Merchandise stalls, food vendors, and curious members of the public gathered, snapping photos and staging protests. I've seen pictures from that event. They had dogs wearing ATF uniforms. People were wearing shirts that's like kids were wearing t-shirts that said like please don't shoot me and stuff like that. They were selling hot dogs. It was so weird.
That is so America, by the way. There's a military raid going on, and they set up a little market at the front.
Yep.
Like,
there's people like getting photos in front of news crews. There were a bunch of people dressed up as ATF agents walking around like, see any dogs? I'm gonna shoot them. If you got a dog, I'm gonna shoot it. Like, yeah. Merchandise stalls, food vendors, and curious members of the public gathered, snapping photos and staging protests. However, amidst this spectacle, the FBI had effectively limited media access, pushing reporters back so they could see the compound but not hear the ongoing events. Despite the media blackout, public opinion on the situation was plentiful, with many expressing their views on how it should be resolved. U.S. Attorney Janet Reno urgently briefed President Bill Clinton on the escalating crisis at Waco, stressing the need for swift resolution and dismissing his suggestion to wait it out. Reno raised concerns about alleged child abuse occurring at the facility despite a lack of concrete evidence supporting these claims. Ultimately, she obtained approval to bring an end to the siege by any means necessary. It's also to be mentioned, the narrative that Reno pushed forward to Bill Clinton is that as the siege was going on, children were actively being like molested and abused inside of the at gunpoint. They were doing that. Yeah,
it's like we got to go in there and kill everyone. They're molesting children. Kill the children too, though. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's absurdist. But yeah, anyway, I could talk about it forever, but to continue. On April 14th, David Koresh penned a letter claiming to have received his final communication from God. He indicated that he was diligently working on interpreting the 7 seals and expressed optimism that the situation could be peacefully resolved without any loss of life. However, the FBI asserted during testimony that negotiations had reached a stalemate, viewing Koresh's letter and writings as a mere delaying tactic. Despite their awareness that Koresh had completed the interpretation of the first seal and even provided typewriter ribbons to corroborate this, they ultimately perceived his actions to be based around the stalling of the siege. So he's like, before I go to jail, I want to write my last statement basically about the Bible. And the FBI, which to their credit, he did lie once. He did say, if you put this out, I'll give up. But he started sending out pieces of the manuscript saying, when this manuscript's done, I'll come out. But the FBI said they don't believe him, which led to the events that followed. With a sense of urgency to conclude the now 51-day standoff, on April the 19th at 5:59 a.m., the FBI contacted the Davidians to notify them that an imminent tear gas assault, issuing a final warning. By 6:02, 2 FBI tanks forcefully rammed into the compound, deploying gas through spray nozzles into the building. At 6:04 a.m., the Davidians retaliated by opening fire, prompting women and children to seek refuge in a bunker within the structure, as the gas mask provided did not fit the children. Ah man. Meanwhile,
That
the
seems
men
like seems like such a big blunder that they didn't make child-sized gas masks. If they were end of the world kind of people.
Yeah, probably. I think they just bought surplus stuff, and you know, military surplus doesn't have child size. But yeah, it
Unfortunately.
I hate this part of it. Okay. Amidst the chaos, a white flag was raised upstairs with the banner requesting the repair of phone lines. In response, the FBI broadcasted an announcement urging the Davidians to surrender by exiting the compound. However, it later emerged that their attempt to contact the FBI was prompted by the destruction of the bunker's entrance by the tank.
Yeah, so they literally couldn't leave. They couldn't leave. They couldn't.
All of the women and children went into a bunker to escape the tear gas, and then a tank broke the entrance, so no one could get out. That's the reason that the men wouldn't leave the building in the midst of what happened, because they were trying to get the women out. As a matter of fact, most of the bodies that were recovered around the entrance to that door, as the men were trying to find a way to open it. It's, gosh, man. Around midday, Mount Carmel was engulfed in flames. Despite efforts by firefighters to reach the building, they were halted at the scene due to concerns of potential gunfire. The fire spread rapidly, consuming the structure entirely. In the aftermath, bodies recovered were largely unrecognizable, with indications suggesting that many men had attempted to save women and children sheltered in the bunker during their final moments. Women and children appeared to have succumbed to a combination of suffocation and poisoning from tear gas exposure. Some individuals bore gunshot wounds, suggesting possible acts of mercy killing. Several of the gas that was being burned in the air can cause like cyanide-like effects. A bunch of like the kids were found dead in states of convulsion and muscle tearing, as if like they were having violent like seizing and like very, very painful death.
Yeah, and remember the ATF was sending, but the ATF and FBI were there to save the children.
To save the kids, yeah. Yes. Save the kids resulted in every one of them dying. Yeah. Right before this happened, I think 8 people left the building, but other than that, everyone who was inside, well, other than the 9, but all the kids who were inside that bunker didn't make it. Gosh, it's evil. Also, if Koresh, well, you're gonna get sorry. Only 9 Branch Davidians managed to escape the fire, emerging as the final survivors of the siege. Among them, they carried fragments of David Koresh's unfinished transcript, a project he had been diligently working on. Koresh himself was discovered with a bullet wound, possibly inflicted by his assistant, Steve Schneider, who subsequently took his own life afterwards.
How do you think the ATF fucking how do you think the ATF and the FBI followed up with this just fucking awful situation where so many children, women died at their hands? Like how do you think they took this moment?
So if you watch like the Netflix series Waco, it ends with the ATF crying like, "What have I done? Oh, the humanity," type thing. This is how they actually responded. A total of 82 individuals perished in the blaze, including 23 children. Following the devastation, as the Davidians' flag fell to the ground, the ATF raised their own flag on the flagpole, a symbolic gesture of military triumph. Aware of the global scrutiny, this act signified the conclusion of the battle, declaring victory for the authorities. Additionally, ATF agents posed triumphantly amidst the debris of the burned building, even as the bodies of the deceased still lay amidst the ruins.
Actually infuriating. There's pictures of the flagpole with like the US flag and the ATF, flag and stuff like that, hoisted up on it with people like among the wreckage and stuff like that. Just sickening.
The snipers took pictures with their rifles over their backs in front of corpses, like as if this is some mighty military raid and not 23 kids that just died in a fire. Yeah, gosh, it makes me sick. And
your own citizens, by the way, your own citizens.
This is the part that makes me insane, right? Okay, so there's several points in history where we governments have screwed up, and hopefully they're later like, yeah, that was a bad point in history, right? Like, for example, let's take something like Vietnam, right? A lot of government officials now recognize a lot of what we did in Vietnam was bad, right? Whatever. To this day, the official report is that everything that went down at Waco was the heroic ATF slaughtering child molesters. And it's a shame some of them had to die, but really we saved the day at the end of it. One of the guys who posed in a picture there last year was up for being elected as head of the ATF. He was put forward by, I believe the Biden administration to be the head of the ATF. They still view all the agents who were there as heroes. In the press, in the news, they said that everything they did was justified. It's debated if the Branch Davidians ever even fired back at ATF agents, because the ATF, as soon as the fire, there was no evidence of gunshots being fired. There is some aerial footage that indicates maybe the ATF fired inside of the building. As soon as fire trucks showed up, they were like, no, they've got guns. You can't go in there. So they just let the building burn. Not only that, but like Lon Horiuchi, the sniper I mentioned earlier, he was accused of firing at the people who were running out of the building trying to get away. And then immediately after Waco, he rebarreled his rifle so that no forensics could be performed. It is so frustrating how they all got away with it, and to this day they're viewed as heroes. Every year, the ATF posts a remembrance post on the anniversary of Waco in dedication to the 4 brave agents who gave their lives fighting this evil cult. And every year they get clowned in the comments, rightfully so. But it infuriates me that it's still seen as a triumph, as a military conquest, when it was just people dying. It was a lot of people dying.
That is actually fucking insane. I didn't know that they still like celebrated it. I thought they were embarrassed by it as well because of how tragic it was and how horribly it was handled. I didn't know, like, even today, that it was viewed positively by
they should be embarrassed of it, right? It was clearly
that'd be one of the most shameful things. Yeah, it's a complete failure by every measurable metric.
You killed 23 children of your own country, your own fellow citizens, in a failed attempt to save them, like in the most excruciating way possible. By the way, probably like in a fire wreckage of your own making.
You burned women and children alive, and it's still a good thing. It's still looked back on as, yeah, we made the right call there. Good job, boys.
And you immediately celebrate by like raising your own flag and stuff like that, instead of taking like an honest moment of introspection to realize what you had done.
There's no level of, I hate we had to do this. I hate that it came down to this. It's just like, good job. We did
Government,
it.
fuck yeah. Like that kind of mood. Come on.
They just start fist bumping. Let's go, boys. And then we'll do it again, too.
And every, like, media whenever, like, for example, like, when you hear stuff talked about Ted Kaczynski, because Janet Reno was a part of that, too. Every time that they mention, like, Waco or whatever in media, they always have the FBI or ATF be like, yeah, that was a real tragic moment. I hate that had to happen. No, that's not what they talk about at all. It's still seen as, like, one of our wins. We did a good one there. Ruby Ridge, not so much, but we got him this time. This is our win.
And the final insult to this whole thing, the FBI later released public statements that they believed the Davidians that set the fires themselves as a mass unaliving. So it wasn't enough to have put them in this situation. It wasn't enough to crash tanks through their building and spray flammable gas into the building and stuff like that. They had to come out later and say, well, actually the Davidians did it themselves. Ridiculous.
Yeah, also for 4 years, several FBI agents, ATF agents would make statements in court in front of juries and say that they saw the individuals within the compound igniting the fire themselves. They saw them doing it. And that actually the gas they deployed inside the building isn't flammable, when it turns out it is flammable. They lied on the stand for a decade, and then they're like, actually, we made that up. We don't know how the fire started. But potentially pumping a building full of tear gas and then running a tank through it might cause something to spark.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
No, that's an unproven science that we can't possibly hope to understand.
Yeah, those crazy cultists must have done it themselves.
Isn't it like kind of a conflict of interest that the government is investigating itself in the first situation? Like, how do you know that they're being completely
thank
honest?
you. I feel insane. People are like, oh, well, they investigated it. The ATF. Like, thank you. That clears up everything for me.
Yeah.
Also,
the people fucking spraying their ass cheeks at children through the windows are the ones investigating if they did it right. Come on.
Another important thing to note is Janet Reno and everyone claimed for years that on the day of the fire, they never used any kind of incendiary or explosive device at all. And then in the wreckage, they found grenade launcher shells and stuff like that, or like they found ammo casings and stuff. And the ATF was like, huh, that's weird. Anyway, like they just talk over it.
Crazy cultists must have been eating grenades or something in there. Christ, weirdos.
Also, to drive the nail home, I found the ATF's tweet from the anniversary of Waco, where they post pictures of the 4 dead agents and say, on this day 26 years ago, 4 ATF agents were killed in the line of duty in a mission outside of Waco, Texas. We honor all the special agents present that day who persisted in the face of danger. Their bravery and brotherhood continues to unite our organization.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy that the
I'm
ATF
saluting.
agents. Well, I'm not happy that they died or anything like crazy.
I'm not happy they died either.
Well,
I'm not
obviously
either.
not.
To be clear.
Yeah. I just
Yeah,
want to make
but
that clear.
as organizational, like, decision making, the idea that everything that happened here is still an honorable line of duty instead of mistakes, something we should learn something we should work our way back from. Gosh, it eats me up. Are you mad too now, Jackson? Are you successfully
yeah.
upset? Okay.
Yeah,
all right,
I'm
good,
furious.
good.
That's such a ridiculous outcome to a situation that they had themselves created.
And like, again, to clarify, David Koresh is evil. This is his fault. But the solution to saving 23 kids is not to kill them. Like, call me crazy. I feel crazy, but
Like, just at a utilitarian angle, what did we actually accomplish here?
Well, the kids can't get molested anymore.
Yep. They put an end to the child abuse by taking away the children.
Like, it's just such a failure.
Another one for the books, boys.
It's not something that should be celebrated or remembered fondly by the ATF or anything of that caliber. It is an enormous government failure, and it should be remembered as such. Because even if they went in with good intentions, or if they acted with good intentions, at the end of the day, the outcome is this terrible, terrible loss of life from both sides. Nothing was gained. Nothing was gained. It was an enormous waste of life, and it's just shocking. Terrible.
Unfortunately, I've got to depart before the final conclusion, so I'll get my hot take out there. It's a bit brave. I think it was bad. I think what happened is a bad thing. I'll say it.
I'm pretty sure you started the episode by saying that, by the way. So 2.5 hours, nothing's changed.
My mind hasn't been changed. It's still bad.
Now he thinks it is extra bad, really bad even. Perhaps badly, one might say.
No, Charlie has to depart. He's got a thing on now, so sadly we didn't get to squeeze the entire episode in that time frame, so he's going to leave now. Thanks for joining us though, Charlie. We'll see you next time.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Talk to you later, man. Bye. Alright, so my friend Jackson, would you like to close us out with the ending here?
We'll end the episode talking about the fire itself, the investigation into the fire and the aftermath. So several surviving Branch Davidians maintain their innocence, denying any involvement in starting the fire. However, a panel of arson investigators contradicts this assertion, concluding that the Davidians ignited fires simultaneously at 3 different locations within the compound itself. Listening devices installed in the compound on April 19th captured members discussing phrases such as "spread the fuel" and "light it when the tanks get here," which was presented as evidence of their intent to start a fire. Survivors argued that these conversations likely pertained to the preparation of Molotov cocktails. During subsequent trials, juries struggled to discern the words captured by the audio recordings due to their muffled quality. So yeah, the jury couldn't determine whether or not those phrases were actually
I've heard the audio recordings, and you can hear the word. I think I could hear like tank and stuff, but it's very muffled. But the ATF presents it as, here is them saying spread the fuel and light it when the tank gets here. So like the jury was like, I guess, but it's hard to know. And also like I could see them making Molotov cocktails. Again, none of this would happen had the building not been full with CS gas and tanks rated to it. Like,
exactly. Like the strategy to ram the tanks into the building in the first place is such an I feel like it's just such a massive leap in aggression, you know, like to force tanks in. And at the end of the day, what would it have, like waiting a few more weeks or something like that, or employing some other tactic than just immediately forcing their hands?
Anything besides killing kids, right?
Yeah.
And like Koresh was sending out pieces of the manuscript. I think he had like 7 pages left of a 90-page thing or whatever when they brought it out to investigators. Koresh, right before, he had asked for 2 more weeks, 3 days before, right? So I think, you know, yes, he's lied to you before, sure. But maybe give it 10 more days before you kill 23 kids. Just a thought. You know?
Or even if it's not directly them killing the kids. Let's say that the Davidians did start the fire. Like 10 more days before forcing their hand or putting them in a position where they need to make that massive jump. I don't. Again, I just feel like there's so many different, but probably better ways to have ended this, even given the circumstances. The tear gas deployed by the FBI contained CS gas, which is flammable. Initially, the FBI vehemently denied the use of pyrotechnic grenades on that day. However, in 1999, the FBI reversed its stance and acknowledged the possibility that pyrotechnic devices were employed. So they were like, "Psych, we actually did."
The possibility.
Yeah, the possibility. What? How do
What
you
a
not
wild
know?
word.
How do you not know what equipment you're using? You do.
I don't know. Maybe there was some power. I don't know.
It's like, fucking Christ. Even if
also,
that,
again,
even if that is
I apologize
true
for
that you
saying-
didn't know, what a massive like self-report on your governmental quality.
Oops. Yeah. There's video footage. So there was a plane flying above it that day, getting video footage, and it had a thermal camera, and you can see like heat flashes by the ATF's tanks, implying the ATF agents were firing shots. Many think that the ATF were shooting people trying to leave the building. Which, like, my word, dude.
Yeah, shooting
Anyway.
retreating individuals. If that's true.
Yeah, shooting just people trying to get out of the fire.
I mean,
yeah.
that's a war crime.
Yes, it is. And not to mention, like I said, the same guy who shot Vicky Weaver,
So you're telling me Last Epoch has a secret game mode that is built into the starting cave that you can enable if you want to? Oh, that's crazy cool. So while live, I thought I was getting trolled because people kept telling me that there is a secret area near the start of the game when you create a new character that unlocks a harder difficulty mode. And I basically didn't believe this because this sounds exactly like the type of troll that would have me basic attacking a wall over and over again to try to get through. It's sort of like the Elden Rings, pointer where invisible bridge up ahead. But to my shock, it's actually true. Now, I guess what this actually is, and I'm going to show you actually how to do it, is a while ago they had a mode called Masochist mode. And during one of the podcasts I did with the live devs, they said they are not going to re-enable this mode. But I guess what they actually did is they made it into a secret area that allows you to optionally unlock it and have that mode enabled whenever you want it, or at least a version of it. Also, today is Twitch drops for what I think is the best out of all of these. You actually get an iguana pack, little pet here that follows you along with like a backpack and shit. Kind of cool. You can get that right now, and all you have to do in order to get it is come. By the live stream, I have drops enabled, hang out for 1 hour, find it. Now, speaking of find it, let me actually show you the process of me unlocking sort of this extra secret game mode thing that they have into the game, because I didn't know about this at all. Also, warning, you probably don't want to do this on hardcore. It's pretty difficult. Well, the mode itself, not unlocking it. Anyone can unlock it in like 10 seconds when you're playing the game. It's right at the start of the game. So at the start of the game, you're going to end up in a cave. It has a bear on the left-hand side, and then you want to do this. This is absolutely a troll. Yo, I'm Missy with the Prime and Darth with the Prime. Thank you. What am I? Oh. Wait, hold on. Oh, see, 1v1 a bear in here. Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, it's like a whole thing. There's some bears. Secret area unlocked? Cursed Veterans Boots. 50 to 75% less damage depending upon area level for you and your minions. 100 to 200% more damage taken depending upon the area level for you and... Wait. So this makes my character worse. So you're telling me Last Epoch has a secret game mode that is built into the starting cave that you can enable if you want to? Oh, that's crazy cool. That's actually hilarious, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see that coming. So it's basically a pair of boots that make you deal less damage and receive a ton more damage. So if you want to do some kind of like special difficulty run, see if you can do it, etc. They're called the Cursed Veterans Boots, and you get them, you'll basically be level 2, and that first cave you walk into with the bear, you're gonna go to the right, you're gonna break. When you get the bees unlocked, they have just notified everybody. So after they make sure the server
but had his rifle rebarreled right afterwards, so no one could tell what happened.
Yeah, there's just so many sketchy things about this whole ending part. Yeah. Additionally, 40mm grenade casings were discovered amidst the wreckage, further complicating the investigation. Investigations done by John Danforth, lawyer and former Republican, in 2000 found that the US government did not cause the fire, nor did it shoot at the compound. So, I mean, he's a government figure.
Investigations done by government agents says government agents did nothing wrong. Yeah, that's how that reads.
Even with these findings, some people are skeptical, including us, and view the siege as a government abuse of authority, which I think that's pretty obvious. It is, regardless.
And like, people try to make Waco a political thing all the time. They're like, oh, they had guns, so just right-wing people like them or whatever. I don't know how anyone from any part of the political spectrum could look at this and be like, well done, boys. good job. We did it, Patrick. We saved the city. Like. Yeah.
I think I summed it up pretty succinctly before. Even if they did have good intentions, the outcome itself is just so embarrassing.
Welcome
so
to
horrible.
my channel.
Yeah.
Questions swirled around the government's handling of the tragedy that happened at Mount Carmel. There were over 80 casualties from the raid, including women and children. So 80 people died for this fucking shit. Ridiculous. There was blame on both sides for the events that unfolded. I think that's fair to say. Well, at least there's blame on David Koresh's side and the government body's side. And after there were multiple investigations conducted in order to try and uncover details about the raid, standoff, and final assault on the compound by law enforcement, U.S. General Attorney Reno, who is a recurring figure, later expressed regret for authorizing the raid. Or at least she's expressing regret, I guess.
So the way she phrases it every time I've seen it, she's like, "We should have done something different."
You don't say.
Yeah. It's never an admittance of like we messed up. It's always like we could have employed better tactics to make it different. And like I've heard some people say after she left office that she expressed it, but I don't know, man. Like Reno did that stuff a couple times because like immediately after this was over, her and Clinton were like heading forward the assault weapons ban and using Waco as an example to push their political agenda. Like you can't capitalize off of something for years afterwards and then be remorseful after you've got your way from it. Like
that's fair. Maybe she later expressed regret. Maybe she wanted more bombs. Maybe she wanted like a tactical airstrike on the compound.
Maybe they didn't blow it up enough. 9 survivors. We can do better next time.
She's like, it took 50 days for it to happen. I wanted it done in the first week. Byron Sage, the lead FBI negotiator during the siege, has said the biggest problem we had was internal. You don't say.
Really?
Yeah, we brought it on ourselves. We created a crisis within a crisis. I mean,
something funny. A funny note I heard is a cult psychologist. He went on to do interviews for like documentaries about Waco and stuff. He was called to the site to do psychology about the people inside. Like, why are they crazy? What do they need to do? And he said shortly after arriving, I realized the real cult I should be analyzing was the HRT.
Yeah.
He said that immediately he was like, these guys are way too gung-ho. They want something to go down quick. So the cult psychologist began trying to talk down the FBI.
Oh, yeah. Well, I could absolutely see that. It definitely seems like a team of people who are very cultish in nature, especially in that.
And you know what I mean, man? Like, these are people that are supposed to have our best interest at heart. You know, they're supposed to make things go better. They're supposed to save those kids, right? And their solutions, like, we got to make this into a publicity stunt. We got to, you know, make it look good for the cameras and, like, something bombastic. And it's so depressing.
So depressing. So, obviously, there was significant public outcry and demand for accountability from people, still to this day. This led to a series of congressional hearings aimed at scrutinizing the actions and decisions of the ATF and the FBI during the siege. The hearings revealed a series of tactical mistakes, miscommunications, and underestimations of the Branch Davidians' resolve. Critics argued that the agencies had acted too aggressively and had failed to exhaust all options for a peaceful resolution. However, the official reports largely defended the actions of the federal agencies, citing the illegal weapons and the potential for mass unaliving within the compound as justification for their approach, which is, again, we're fearful that they might all unalive themselves, so let's beat them to the punch and kill them instead. Like, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. No criminal charges were brought against the federal agents involved, and indeed probably no internal, no internal punishments at all, or anything like that. Yeah. Like, again, you said there were figures from the Ruby Ridge incident active at Waco itself.
The HRT team, they were there.
Yeah, they clearly did not care about punishing their own individuals, and that's probably what led to them mooning and doing such, let's say, unprofessional actions during this raid. Like, just a crazy situation. And I totally understand how you could be, how you as an American citizen are able to be so mad about this situation. Because if this happened in Australia from an Australian governmental body, I would be beyond furious. There would be a ridiculous use of taxpayer money.
And you know what, man? Like, if the government now was like, we're sorry, you know, that was a mistake, it was clear bad, but it's the fact that it's still to this day like
so ingrained,
a a victory. It's so frustrating to be like, okay, I get it. Okay, I see where you're at. That's how you want to be treated. That is how I think of you now. That's what you're like. It just, man, it's, gosh, it makes me upset.
Yeah.
You're familiar with the Oklahoma City bombing, right?
Like briefly, not massively.
Basically, Timothy McVeigh blew up the ATF headquarters in Oklahoma City. And it was in 1995. It was 2 years after this, or like a year and a half after this. And he cited Waco and Ruby Ridge as being his reasons. Timothy McVeigh used to sit outside of court hearings for like Lon Horiuchi, and he was selling bumper stickers with the guy's home address on it.
So a lot of hatred across the country for the
There
ATF
was a lot of hatred, and like with the OKC bombing, like this event was used in people's minds to justify even more evil and violence and, you know, awful acts. It's just, gosh, it just keeps creating problems, both in like trust of government, both on more evil actions. Man,
the annoying part of it is like these are taxpayer-funded organizations, agencies. They should be working in the interest of your citizens. The most frustrating part for me is that they are entirely creating their own problems here. Like this is all actions that they have done by themselves. And like you said, they don't learn from it. They don't open up to the American people and say, yeah, this was a mistake. We fucked up. This was bad. We're taking measures to be an agency that you can be proud of, or we're trying to become an agency now that you can be happy for your taxpayer money to be sent towards. You know, there's none of that sort. It's just
like, think about it this way.
They want to be scary, I think.
They want it. You're right. They want to have that power. They want to be like, we can do what we want, and you're just gonna have to deal with it, right? We can be the big guys on the block. We don't like it when we're not treated like the military in an invading country, right? So think about it this way. There's a group in Texas that they've been investigated by CPS. All reports have turned out they can't find any evidence of child abuse, right? Again, David Koresh is a monster, but legally, like, you know, they can't get anything on him. So the ATF hears that they have grenades, even though the ATF knows better, knows those aren't actual grenades. But the ATF hears this, uses this as justification in their head for a PR campaign. So they decide to start staking out the property and getting a federal warrant to go just arrest a guy. They go in making, like, guns blazing as loud as they can, cause this big scene, and then they begin to stress out over how quickly they need the scene to end. Every step of the way, they set up a problem, and then they handled it poorly, over and over. It just, and it's still a victory. It's still, the ATF flag ran up on the flagpole. Like, it's...
It sounds like they could have, from the reports that I had read, it sounds like they could have very easily arrested him in an isolated way when he was outside of the compound.
This guy went to karaoke bars twice a week. And the federal agents across the street who have been watching him for half a year, or like 4 months, however long it was, they know that. So how about, rather than investing the supposed child molester in a doomsday cult, as you call it, with all the children, maybe wait for him to be alone, just arrest the guy, deal with it like normal people, or maybe take him and the sheriff up on their offer to investigate the property directly. Sure, you may not believe the child stuff, but you can see the gun operation, see that it's legitimate, right? Like, maybe do anything other than make a problem for yourself that you get to solve and seem like the superhero. And even when you don't, and even when you kill a lot of people, you'll just lie about the events and say that you were the good guys.
Yeah.
Man.
So annoying. I totally, the hate is justified.
Yeah, I didn't mean to get heated.
No. That's completely fine. And if there's people in the comments, or are there people out there that would disagree with this assessment? Are there like ATF defenders out there that you've seen?
There are. I've seen them a lot. I've seen guys who are like, you know, very, very pro-military, very pro-government. They're like, well, they're keeping us safe. And yes, this is David Koresh's fault. And I want to clarify, David Koresh is the villain here. He's the evil guy. But I am not disheartened by the evil of a cult leader. I'm disheartened by the evil of the people that's supposed to keep me safe. Like, I don't hold Koresh to the standard I hold our government to, obviously. So they get, I care more about scrutinizing them than a guy who thought he was like the Lamb of God or whatever. He was the returned Christ. So, but there are people out there who are like, well, it's so much so Koresh's fault that the ATF's justified in their actions because these guys were freakish. cult people that we just had to get rid of them, right? If you watch news reports from the time, there's people calling into news stations like, I
Odakle
think
se
they
vratim.
should just go in there and wipe them out. I think they should just take them out one by
Talking
one.
bio da radi, a?
children, the people that
Yeah.
are apparently being molested and victimize themselves, and you're talking about storming in there and just like gunning them down. That's actual psychopath analysis.
It's interesting how like people reacted to it too, because it was kind of like an early, you know, kind of proof of concept of what the internet would become. People get to watch things through a screen and say whatever they want about it, and it never affects them, right? There were people calling into news stations saying that they want the ATF to just blow the building up, stuff like that, which they did. They took the advice, I guess. But like gosh, it's so tragic that this is still acceptable operations, you know? And like, sure, I can't think of anything as large scale as this that has happened, but I mean, like, look at the news, man. There's always some story about like some raid that turned out they didn't really need to do the raid, and then people died and stuff like that. It really does break my heart. Yeah. We're supposed to be better than that, you know?
Yeah, and your government institutions should be held to a much higher standard than a cult leader. You should be actively scrutinizing them for their mistakes, because how are they meant to get better? I mean, it doesn't sound like they're taking the scrutinization.
Hmm?
Not happening. Not happening. Not happening.
Ti bio kuće da pošetaš? Mhm. Aha. Aha. Pa nisam, gledao sam ovi što su radili recenzije, kaže da je okej igra. Annihilation. Totalno razvaljenje.
Resistance. Terminator.
Dobro, ja sam siguran da je zauzet. Mi sad čeka da...
Mentalno gi zablokira, bre.
Not happening.
čudi me da jutros nije bio kod mene na kafu. Dobio bi kafu samo, možda ne onu koju on voli. Pa da, ako misliš da pravimo one sikter kafe, ne, to ne. Mislim ja bezobrazan to. To Skynet se budi, a? Treba mi krče da odladi. Oh my god. Štulu? Njet. To je veliki glavati demon. Ako misliš onu staru igru, to sam igrao. Sad pitanje koja je to stara igra, no?
Milica, zavjetnica se izgleda pogubila malo u svemu jedno.
Ko je zavjetnik?
Milica, zavjetnica, Milica Đurđević, stranka zavjetnici.
A na šta se oni zavjetuju?
I zavjetnica i svašta nešto. Obiva,
Oh my god. Oh your god.
Rockstar Smasher, zašto ja imam folder koji se zove Rockstar Smasher, sad to može biti.
GTA.
GTA ja nikad nisam instalirao niti igrao, tako da... Ima i kakve veze sto. Moj Milane. O moj Milane.
Tvoj Miljan.
Miljan. O Miljan. Anne. Passaporte, passaporte.
Paseporte?
Passaporte, passaporte. Passaporte. was this house? Yeah, man, stari kar. Terabajt. Kad ga zavodem USB, nisi li forum čitao, da vam krenuo. Izličaj polako. Šta mi ti je to, ja?
No daj hard.
Da, daj hard. Krenuo je, da... Daj hardware.
Right. I'm willing to take her on her word. What I'm not ready for are words alone. I'll use my portals to... There should be some aqueducts up ahead. If it weren't for you, I'd still be in the Dreadnought. Or worse, I'd be making friends with Zarek's victims.
Hmm.
Što ja ovdje mesta imam, aj, batom. A ovo može breći bacane tu da se da. I pamet pane, batom. Filmova ne pogledanih, joj bože, joj. Na 2 harda sam 200 filmova koje sam pogledao nazad 10 godina. Ali bitno da sam ih uspio.
Tako. Tako.
Jel tako? Tako je. Les Passengers.
Hmm.
Jesi malo kako sam vratio filmova, to je fantastično. Absolutely marvelous.
Slažem se s vama.
Take care.
What brings you here? May a Terra guide your travels.
Right. I'm willing... I'll use... There should be some aqueducts. If it weren't for you, I'd still be in the Dreadnought.
happening. Not happening. Not happening.
Ovo je vodovod, znači. Ti šta kazala?
Not happening.
Vodovodne cevi. Kao rimski onaj vodovod, akvadukt.
Not happening.
Milica zavetnica.
Not happening.
Tako tužan što se najbolji među najboljima sam izopštio i čuti, znači ja sam... Nema najboljeg. Isputo se. Što je Ivanović radio? Tamo cepa onaj PlayStation da troši, šta ne?
A igra je Skyrim ako ćeš verovati.
Ne znam šta je Skyrim, ali...
Elder Scrolls Skyrim.
Možda da je nešto fantastično umno. Znanje napravili s tim konzolama, gledam i ta Xbox, najnovije i PlayStation.
Not happening.
Ove nove igre jedno teraju u 30 frame-ova u 4K. A to ne.
Not happening.
Ti najbolji među najboljima je jebo majku. Najbolji među najboljima. Sub-Zero, najbolji učenik čuvene škole, Hattori Hanzo je.
Jeste.
Hattori Hanzo! Utero ti Sub-Zero! Brati mi je.
Malo je, evo, živote.
Šta je, Čale? Šta je?
Smrdi.
Od čega smrdi?
Nema vazduha.
Nema vazduha? Aha! Nema vazduha, nema problema. Nema problema. Neće dođe, neće mi što zaradi. Da zabiješ te kolče uzem, jel? Nemoj samo da kažeš dođi, nego objasni šta hoćeš. Ja nisam kjerče.
Zabio sam ove. Zaveš mi šijem i ovim dva.
Šta da prišiješ u šta? Hoćeš da pobiješ kolac uzazi?
Pobio sam počeo ovaj popret da prišijem. Da nakucam.
Karsai. Welcome to my channel. Azamramayu. Welcome to my channel. Markzink. Welcome to my channel.
samo pogled, uzlet bezbrojnih noći. Ljubav je to što voli, to se voli. To ljubav, to se voli. I kad naše suze može, i nešto kad se laže. To ljubav, to se voli. To ljubav, to se... Anyway, I'm really hungry. So... Idi ga ona, Milane. Šta me špioniraš? Nije zabranjeno, pošto ono... Nisam zabranjeno da me špioniraju. Ali... Oh my god. problem. Ventilation is fine. I am the man who walks alone when I'm sitting to the cloud, anxious on it. It's dark. In the dark. I have a phobia that something's wrong. Sneak.
私はこの世界を作っている。
Welcome to my channel.
Oh my god.
To much effect, really, but still you should be able to scrutinize them for their mistakes. And I don't see how this is anything other than an enormous mistake, an enormous blunder. And I'm sure you can rationalize it in any other way, like it had to happen, or they were forced to, or pressured to. But there has to, with all the money that the ATF.
Don't do it to me. I beg you. No. You have nothing to. Don't do it to me. I beg you. No. You have nothing to.
Has all the resources that the federal government has. There had to be a better way that minimized the amount of loss that was suffered during this situation. This can't be the best outcome. This can't have been the best outcome.
There was one interview I watched. He was a lawyer who was trying to. I don't think he was Koresh's lawyer. I think he was trying to get in contact with Koresh to be like legal representative. Anyway, during the siege, he gets Koresh's mother, and he drives her out to the compound. And when they get to the front, the ATF like waves him off or whatever to turn around. And as the lawyer turned around, he heard one of the ATF agents say to another, "I hope she had a chance to say goodbye." So like they're just gunning to kill this guy to make as much noise as they can from the get-go. There was no instance of we're doing a good thing, we're saving kids. It's just like let's be war heroes for a minute. Let's go in and play soldier.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. To be fair, like I'm trying to like give like a balanced view. It doesn't sound like we're being extremely
please
balanced
try.
right now.
I need.
Yeah,
I'm definitely getting this on. If there's a list I'm not already on, here we go. Yeah.
I'm trying to put myself in the position of like an ATF soldier, let's say, agent. And if I knew that the guy in there was like this monster that David Koresh was, where he was,
I get wanting to kill Koresh. Yeah, absolutely.
So if they're like, oh, I hope she had time to say goodbye to this child molesting fucking,
you know what?
Monster.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, that guy in there's. You're right. That guy in there's a pedo. Let's whack him. I'm down for that.
Do it after.
Yeah. It's just more so to me indicates that like violence was only. Yeah, Koresh totally fine, but as we found out, it was not just Koresh. It was not targeted, anywhere, right?
Yeah.
And again, all of this
widespread.
is David Koresh's fault. He's the one who didn't come out. He's the one who started this in the first place. He's the one that took a 14-year-old bride, right?
He's the one
all
that
of
kind of built
fault.
this into this cult of personality where
exactly
they were in this position in the first place. It absolutely lies at David Koresh's feet. He is a monster.
Think about it this way. A lot of women and children left, but David Koresh had such a hold on so many people that when the ATF said you can come out if you want, so many people stayed behind. Because they just wanted to stay with Koresh. Like, absolutely evil animal. And this is his fault. but the level that it was reached should not be reached by people who are supposed to be the good guys.
Yep, 100%. I think, yeah, it's hard to give like a very balanced approach here, given what our beliefs are or what we the conclusions that we come to. But I think it is important to really hammer home that there are no good guys here. There are no winners at the end of the day.
Yeah,
This is an awful situation, a horrible situation that should have never happened through multiple avenues of actions taken by different individuals. Something
From
just
humble
tragic and
beginnings,
calamitous
you have shown
happened that
remarkable growth.
It's just such a sad
Leave your
situation.
bronze for iron.
So sad.
And rule with horse
yeah,
and
it's
sword.
really tragic that the amount of people
The
that
sky
died
above
did
begins to reveal its
tragically
secrets.
die. So,
A collection
not a fan of
heaven
David Koresh and not a fan of
that
the actions. I
uplifts
think
our
that's
hearts.
just as best
You know
as we
what?
can sum it up.
Controversial take. David Koresh, don't like
You
it.
chose
not a
the
fan.
sunny
Not a-
ways,
not a fan,
Wilfred
not a fan,
Laurier,
yep.
and made
Man, Jackson
cheerfulness
really
and
laid down the hot
courtesy
ones today.
the character
This wouldn't have
of the
happened under
Canadian
George
people.
Roden. That's what I'm
Where
saying.
others look to divide and sow mistrust,
You know what? That guy
inspire
who axed that member to death, that was just one kill. Let's get him back. Let's get him back in the raid.
Really, if we're gonna trace it
Oh,
all the
man.
way back, this is all based. This all went wrong as soon as Florence Hutef made that incorrect
It's Hotep's
revelation.
fault. Yeah.
April 22nd.
I know there's a chance that there's Davidians listening who believe in him, but you know what? That was step one of this 8-step process that led to where we were at.
Yeah, what a crazy
So,
butterfly
yeah.
effect of all the things that could have possibly gone wrong, leading to just a tragic situation. But that's Waco. I hope everyone in the audience.
Yeah, we have a great day now. Real encouraging.
I hope everyone in the audience enjoyed that analysis of and recount of the situation from the very beginning. Do you have any final thoughts before we wrap this one up?
I do want to say, just for the sake of my social security number and future job opportunities, I guess I'd want to clarify. I don't like David Koresh. I don't like the Branch Davidians, and I also don't like the ATF. But I'm not pro cult in this scenario. I'm anti everyone involved. I hope all of them lose.
That's fair.
They're both just terrible. Yeah.
I think it's important to be critical of everyone involved. Definitely.
Yeah, the only people to me who are innocent is the children who were supposed to be victims, or at least treated that way. They're supposed to be hostages, right? They're the only innocent people in this whole thing,
Yeah,
and
it's
they died
heartbreaking.
because of equal evil on both sides of the engagement. So maybe not
100%.
equal. That's a bit harsh, but definitely evil. Definitely evil on both sides of the engagement.
Yeah, they're true victims here at the end of the day.
Yeah. That's what sucks about it.
But that's the Red Thread. Thank you very much for watching this episode of the Red Thread. Like I said at the beginning, you can check our sources and our documents and stuff like that in the description. And we're on Spotify, Spotify, iTunes, and Amazon Music and stuff like that. Links in the description, so you can go listen to us on audio. Ratings really mean the world to us. Like, it helps us out so much, and it's so nice to see all the positive ratings and comments. So really let us know what you think of the show. Rate us where you can. It really does help us out a lot, and we're really enjoying doing this. Yeah, that's all from me.
Yeah, no, I'm having a great time. I'll be honest, the Red Thread's some of the most fun I've had in a while, just sitting down and talking about these crazy stories, and it means a lot for you all to watch, for you all to rate, listen, enjoy the show. And I'm sorry if it's sometimes depressing, but you know what? That's what you get. You signed up for it. What are you going to do? Leave? Stop watching? That's what I thought. So, no, but thank you all so much for watching. It means the world.
Yeah. And now over to you, Charlie.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, I guess.
Dash Kelly.
I was just going to let it be
Welcome
silent
to my
for the end of the episode.
Actually, you know what this guy reminds me?
Ništa posebno, igrao sam Last Epoch danas. Verovatno sam teo Call of Duty, ja nisam siguran. Ovo bi trebalo da je sve, ako se dobro sjećam.
Hunt hee hee.
Hunt. S Huntom... Ništa. Ne. Mislim, ako imaš Twitch drop, rado ću ti streamovat Hunt. Da vidim samo. Vidim samo da li ima danas neki novi Twitch drop. Mislim, moja preporuka ti je da gledaš Psycho Ghosta da bi dobiješ random lovca i dobiješ onaj kao privezak neki. I to ti to. I dobiješ 2 sanduka gluposti. Ovo sam kao gift. Okay. Dakle, da li ti treba neki drop za Hunt, ako ti treba... Ne, apsolutno ne. Jesi gledao ovo, Makić? Čekaj, ovo je Guardian mački naš, gledaj. Dobar je klip.
https udubfcgtm do yuysijjnzzpsfdfenfn.
Jeste sve to. Eto, pogledaj. Zapravo... Da se ne izgubi klip. Uzeo sam onaj skin.
Reload just tried to shoot. Wait, who did he just... What is fuck?
Da, kapiram. Gledao, Makić.
Sophia, welcome to my channel.
Ne može bolje od ovoga, nažalost, kvalitet.
What do you see, boy?
What's in there?
What do you see?
Really? That looks very locked. Come on, get him. Get him, he literally does. Use the nitro.
Get his ass!
Use the nitro.
No, that dynamite will do it for him.
Shoot through the smoke.
Through the smoke.
Hit him through the smoke. Hit him. Dude, that's locked. What are you
doing? Dude, that's so locked.
That's right on him.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
That's locked. It's locked on him.
Dude, he had such a hard time last
Oh my
game
god.
with it.
What are you doing, bruh? You're locking on through wall. There it is. Oh my god. Get him.
Dude, he's fucking him up too.
Ni aimbot ne pomaže, izgleda.
I wonder if his teammate's cheating. His teammate hasn't hit a shot.
Neko puca sniperom s leva.
I mean, I'm surprised he has.
That's locked on through the fucking staircase, bro. Who's that?
Oh.
What are you doing?
You thought you'd sneak up on him, motherfucker.
Čovjek puca u žbunj.
You're trying to... Oh my... Dude, come on. He doesn't even care anymore. That's disgusting.
Dude, there's so many people shooting, they might get outpaced here.
They're so bad. How are you? You literally are locking on, bro.
All you have to do is wait for the movement to stop in your gun and just shoot.
Nice shot from the bow guy.
Oh?
It's a good thing, dude. It's a good thing that the explosive rounds are so weak. You would have killed that guy.
Dude, he'd be fucking destroying these people.
Da nije uzeo retardiranu eksplozivnu municiju.
Regular rounds in the goddamn nitro.
Yeah,
there,
right
boy?
there.
You see
Exactly right there.
that one clump. No ammo again, dude. If he runs out of ammo, no, the teammate's got it. More ammo in his gun.
Nice.
Oh yes.
Ovaj lik nema pojma. Iz mline je došlo.
You just destroy him through the bushes.
Some wacky shit.
Don't even
Wacky, bro.
Oh my god. Our
Zbrda.
hero.
A?
Kim se to razgovara?
Sam sa sobom. Hvala. A nije lep, ali tako.
Gle, šta sam iskupao na kartu, ste ga instalirano sve, mogu bi to da odigram. Jesi vidio?
Ne.
General.
Ne. Terminator. Terminator. Kurburator.
Resistant. Terminator.
I tako. Nemojte više da me zovete da igram. Da imaš ti da perisana od igranja, razumeš, koji igraju. A znaju savršeno dobro gde je ko na mapi. Ko zna.
Još čuje ljudi.
Nenad čuje ljude. Možda.
Još čuje ljudi ovdje.
Treba se napraviti mail da vidim šta je s pošiljkom.
Kad čekuješ to sa Amazonice da stigne?
Track package.
Regress.
Your package is
Welcome
being
to my
processed
channel.
by custom officials. UPS may require additional information from you. Contact UPS. Će to da carina da me zove oko danas sutra, no?
Ako imaju potrebe da te zovu zvašćite, ako nemaju...
2 RAM stika po 16 giga RAM. Šta im treba? Im treba posebna dozvola da mi to pošalju?
Kako ne?
A, pa da.
Naravno da im sve.
Aha, znam da im treba, to je ipak carina Srbije.
Ipak je to nauka velika, da ti ja kažem. Velika.
Vlada kaže da su slabo plaćeni. Gdje treba da podmažem da bi mi prošlo, pošto su tako slabo plaćeni?
Pa neće se uvek mora podmazati.
Za 110-20 dolara narudžbinu da moram da dajem bribe. Bože se čuje.
Broj. Terminator, resistance.
Param pam, param pam, param pam, param pam.
Zašto je neki DLC Annihilation Line?
Annihilation.
Annihilation. Joj, treba raditi sad u fiksnu letuje.
Treba raditi. Raditi, samo raditi.
Treba ne raditi. Ja moram to snimano da vidim kako je on to.
Kako on to radi?
Kako je to čovjek sebi udesio da ja to ne...
da ti to nekako izbunariš, da i ti ne moraš da radiš ništa. To se teško pravi.
To be a Batman, The Dark Knight,
Thanks for that, Charlie. Alright guys, we'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh.
There it is. All right, we in. Got it. All right, we good. People can't help
Aaliyah.
themselves. That's why I help them
Welcome to
form.
my channel.
Anybody that's annoying, I ban them. You do anything that annoys me, you ban. For any reason. Alright, let's go back over to here. I guess I have to, too greedily, too deep. Ooh, I've heard of that before. Okay, I guess we gotta go to the Grand Theft Eagle. Oh, shit. Don't leave monoliths, you'll get kicked. Let's find out. Oh, you're wrong. Okay. Alright, let's fucking go. Whoa, look at that damage. Jesus, I'm a fucking god. I'm actually taking a lot of damage, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I'm taking a lot of damage. I'm out of mana.
Contas.
Jeez, that didn't do anything. Oh my god. How am I dying to fire damage? I'm maxed out almost on fire res. Jesus, look at that damage. Physical penetration, lightning resistance.
Objective located. Let's move.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, things are going so well. Okay, is there anything good here? Oh my god. Fuck. My rogue is more tanky at this point? Yeah, but I do a lot of damage and I can clear really fast. I wonder what's gonna happen when I fight the wizard.
Objective located. Let's move. Let's move.
This is actually going pretty well. But I think it's actually because he's attacking them and not me. Yeah, this is going really well. I'm gonna get mana. This guy's getting farmed. Holy shit. That went really fucking well. Holy fuck. 30% health regen. That's really good. gotta get the hammers out again. It's the hammers that really farm these like big roofs. Okay, who's this? Oh, what the fuck? It's a siege golem. Okay. Well, we got his ass. Now what?
That was fun, eh?
Yeah.
Got eyes on the enemy stronghold. Okay. Here's Tanya. Well, it's been a few years. If she doesn't remember me, well, I'm driving. We're not in for a good time.
I'm sure she will.
I never like heights.
Oh.
Hey, plummeting thousands of feet may be a good time for you. I prefer to have my whole 2 feet on the ground. Next time, try not to fall off. All we got to do is steer careful, and she should take care of the rest of us.
Okay, let's go. Ooh, this is the thing from the trailer. All right, it's hammer time. We're getting farmed. That wasn't too bad. The hell was that? Ooh, we got it. Nice. Okay, now what? Damn, bro, I wish I could do more damage with that. I feel like it doesn't do enough. Yeah, that rebuke shit doesn't really work very well. I feel like it's not as good as it used to be. You have no void damage? I don't have that much void damage, you're right. This is going really well, though. Like, I just got by that one guy, but otherwise, like, things have been going crazy well. With, like, this hammer build. Like, this hammer build is nuts. It's a cultist, it's the wrong stat. Yeah, look at my damage. This is crazy. Oh, let me go over here. Ooh, an ice beetle. Just what I needed. Okay. Glass cannon? I mean, like, I would say just glass. Yeah, mostly just glass. The cannon part is debatable. I mean, to be fair, I mean, my damage isn't bad, though. It's not like it's bad. Enter through one of the roof entrances. Okay. I guess I have to go through.
No, mate. I need this car, bro. I need this car.
You
Can
need
you take
this.
me here?
You need this car.
Take me here.
Okay.
Bro,
We should get
can
some
you take me
evasion.
there, bro?
Okay, you drive.
Take me there.
I'll shoot.
Does this
Just
allow
drive.
me to run away from them
Okay.
whenever I'm still doing damage?
Right.
You're doing.
Well, we're gonna go do the red worm. We haven't done it. You wanna come with? You wanna try?
Is that good?
The worm?
No, it's not good.
Yeah, the red worm.
It's crazy.
That's
how that
like
one
the end
guy
of the
just
match,
beat
right?
my
That
ass,
one?
But everything else hasn't really been that bad.
Yeah, but not from the axe. This is special mission.
Yeah, you're talking about the USB drives, right?
Yes.
Yes, I understand.
You do this one? You do this one before?
I did it like 10 times, but you know, with enough people. Last time I was at the worm, there was like 2 of us, and we decided not to do it.
I guess we just keep going this way.
Okay. We are 3
Okay, I
now.
guess we
If
don't.
you come with 4, maybe we can get 2 more people.
Yeah, it's
if
fine.
You want.
I'll come. No worries.
Put on the chat, right? I got the USB.
Maybe
Liam,
it's
you
this
got
way.
to get the
It must be
USB.
this way.
Me? No. I don't have it. Anyone wants red worm? We got USB drives.
We're coming there, dude. You'll see it.
Yeah, but you need to wait the end of the match, you know?
Let me see, how many more points do I have?
Yeah.
I have one,
We just want to get
I
the
have 3 more
USBs
points.
quickly
I'm
and
gonna
then
get
get
the hammer.
some money
It's 20
for
points
pack of
total.
punch and armor.
Yep.
And we want to get some
Okay,
turrets.
it's
We
gotta
want to
be
buy
this way.
some turrets.
Well, they are not expensive. I think every turret is like 2,000 or 2,500 each, something like that.
Tower shield?
Right.
I guess I probably don't need a tower shield. I mean, my survivability
Yo,
seems
Liam.
great. I mean, Ooh,
Sam,
it's a boss.
did you find the second place?
I think
Did
I
you
might
find
need
the
a tower
second
shield.
place? Okay. Okay, Liam, we're coming. We're gonna come help you. I know.
I
I've
need
seen
one
it,
more
yeah.
level of this and I'm gonna be
You'll
okay.
see it. It's like a tall aerial. Yeah. It's a tall aerial with like a little laptop on it.
Yeah, spinning around them really works
Wait,
well.
let me get a guess.
Yeah, I'll say this damage is actually pretty decent. Like, it's not as insane as it was, but this is like, look at that. That's actually a pretty good item. Six health on kill. Wait, it only does 14 damage? What the fuck? What the fuck? It's a one-hander? Even then, it's a what the fuck? That's so low. That's some dog shit ass garbage, is what it is. Who's this asshole? Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck? Jesus, what the fuck was that? That was nuts. Oh my god. Right, damage is crazy. Let's move. Almost died, yeah. I never have gotten a weapon, man. Like, my gear just sucks. fair, like the spins are like really consistent though. Like I feel like they're safer in a lot of ways. Oh my god. Bro, these mobs are hard to kill. Holy fuck. Jesus.
I'm driving.
Oh my god. Bro, I
Oh,
need a better
sorry.
item.
Liam, we're not going to do that mission. It's in the Merc base. You have it already.
There's just no big dick items, man. I just hope hopefully I don't have to fight any more of those. Those are rough. Jesus. That's almost kind of good. That throwing damage? Look at all that elemental resistance it has. I think I'm actually going to use that. Yeah, I'm going to use it over this one. And what can I put on it? Let me see what my stats are right now. Where's the character sheet? There it is.
Let's move.
Okay, I need necrotic resistance. Oh, I can just increase void damage. Well, more damage seems really good. Let's just get more damage. %. That's better than nothing. Nice. Using a crafting minimally and getting by? Yeah, I'm doing fine. Like, obviously, I'd probably be doing better if I used more of the crafting. But I do it usually, like, as an as-needed basis, right? It's like, I'm at the point now where I'm getting upgrades, well, I should be getting upgrades pretty quickly. And so, I don't really waste a lot of time crafting.
Use a bounty hunt contact.
No need for it this early? Yeah. Oh, it's a boss. Okay, what's this? Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ, dude, how are they so strong? got a purple. Holy shit, that's my first purple. Okay. We're obviously using this. That's a big health upgrade. Actually... Okay, so what do I want to put on this? Strength, right? This is a big strength situation. Reroll the attunement. I don't know how to do that. This one here. Cliff of Chaos, and then attunement. Alright, let me do it. Here we go. Big dick. Big dick. Level of manifest armor. What the fuck is that? Should I do it again? You can't? Okay. I guess we're gonna go with strength then.
Indicating pack-a-punch location.
Alright, here we go. Okay. I'm gonna upgrade it. I can't. Alright.